Chapter 2166. Xing Qin's eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. Even in the face of a life and death crisis, his eyes were still bright. His attack was easily dodged by the saint, but he could not avoid the saint's following attack. The gap between their realms was obvious at this moment. Poof! The saint's attack reached his chest in an instant, shattering the armor on the surface of his body, but did not penetrate his chest. The saint's physical body was constantly dispelling this power, but his defense was also constantly being broken. This claw print slowly moved towards Xing Qin's chest. This situation was beyond the saint's expectations, and there was an obvious look of surprise in the latter's eyes. The long spear in Xing Qin's hand turned into a short knife, shining with silver light. Xing Qin held the short knife in his hand and decisively stabbed towards the saint's forehead. Starlight flashed. This attack was very sharp. Clang. But when this attack landed on the saint's forehead, it was blocked by a ray of saint power, and the powerful force rolled back, causing Xing Qin's body to sway, and he could not help but take a step back. And this saint also took a step back. His hand was dripping with blood. It was the blood from Xing Qin's chest. His eyes were still filled with surprise. He did not understand why his opponent's physical body was so strong, and at the same time, there was a lingering fear. Fortunately, his opponent's attack was not strong. Otherwise, the sword just now would have cut open his head. After taking a step back and stabilizing himself, Xing Qin rushed forward again, still holding the short knife, and stabbed towards the saint's forehead. This time, his speed was faster, and the saint could not dodge at all. Go to hell. This saint's heart was filled with hatred, and he also grabbed towards Xing Qin's chest. Both of their attacks were the same as before. Just like this, it was a desperate move, and both of them did not retreat, to see who would be the first to lose. The people in the distance watched this scene in shock. Poof! There was already a bloody hole in Xing Qin's chest. Blood flowed out of the bloody hole, and a bright light shone. One could even see the beating heart in the bloody hole. The holy light on the saint's body also disappeared under Xing Qin's attack. He grinned at Xing Qin and said, "Your body is not bad. I want it. Now you have to die. It's you who deserves to die." Xing Qin gave up on the dagger in his hand and covered his chest with one hand to stop the blood from flowing out. However, it was useless. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers. Even with his saint-level physical body, he felt weak at this moment. The saint looked at Xing Qin, who had lost his means to fight back, and stepped forward with a sinister smile. At this moment, a sense of danger suddenly struck him. He raised his head to look at the sky and saw a sky full of Xing Qin. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. So why were there so many Xing Qin? Just as he was puzzled, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, whistling through the air as it headed straight for the saint. The holy power from before had already been destroyed. He did not have time to gather new holy power and could only let out a scream. Xing Qin's sword came from the sky and pierced through his forehead. The pure holy power contained in the sword continued to wreak havoc in the saint's mind. This star power was very special. Not only could it destroy life, it could also prevent the life in the saint's soul from recovering. Buzz. The sword light sank into the ground, and a long crack appeared on the ground. A sword-shaped bloody hole appeared in the saint's forehead. One could even see the saint's soul in the bloody hole. It's over. A gust of holy power appeared in Xing Hun's left hand. As he spoke, the holy power entered the saint's mind and exploded, destroying his life. A severely injured saint died just like that. Blood dripped onto the ground and seeped into the ground from the ground. The entire tribe was dyed red with blood. The two forbidden weapons exploded. The icy energy formed by the explosion wreaked havoc in Gung Wei's body. Some even invaded his body and destroyed his life. But he was a saint. His life force was extremely strong. Even if he was attacked by the yin-yang seal and the three forbidden weapons, he still did not die. However, his life was already in danger. The instant his figure appeared, 8 powerful attacks landed on his body. These attacks were all from false saints. Usually, he could completely ignore them. But today, with such injuries, these 8 attacks were undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. They would completely take his life. In the violent energy, his life force was quickly disappearing. In his mind, his soul was curled up somewhere, hiding from the destructive storm. After an unknown amount of time, the storm completely disappeared, and he opened his eyes. He found that he was still alive, and to his disbelief, he was actually still alive. But before he could rejoice, he saw that the false saint who had taken out a forbidden weapon before took out another forbidden weapon. The aura from this forbidden weapon was not strong. Clearly, it had been used before. The false saint held the used forbidden weapon and said coldly, as expected of a saint, "Without pure saint force, it's very difficult to kill you. I believe that the saint force in here is enough to kill you." He let go of the forbidden weapon in his hand. It turned into a beam of light and pierced through the saint's forehead. The saint's soul inside was instantly annihilated. 3 complete forbidden artifacts, 1 yin-yang forbidden artifact, and 1 incomplete forbidden artifact had killed a true saint. No one could tell whether such a consumption and result was a gain or a loss. The 2 saints who were attacked by the forbidden weapons fell just like that. There was not much time difference between them. 8 false saints rushed toward Xingqian and supported him. They looked very nervous. Of course, because of the incident with Gung Lan last time, they learned to be smart this time and did not forget to take away the 2 saints' bodies. In the distance, the cultivators who were watching the show were completely stunned. Deep horror appeared on their faces. 2 powerful saints had died just like that, and these 2 were both from the Gung family. Losing 2 saints was a huge loss for the Gung family. How is this possible? Among the crowd, Mu Gang was shocked. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still could not believe what he saw. Not only were the 2 saints dead, but they were also killed by someone with a higher realm. From the beginning to the end, these 2 saints did not manage to use their strongest attack. It could be said that they died with grievances. How is this possible? Gung Yuanji was also in disbelief. He was standing outside with a confident and calm face. He was the overall commander of this battle. As long as this battle was over, his status in the family would definitely rise. However, this battle that was supposed to be a simple one had such an unforeseen event. The Gung family had lost 2 of the 3 saints who came this time. Such a blow caused Gung Yuanji's body to sway. He almost fell to the ground. This result was hard for him to accept, but he would not fall. As long as he was still alive, as long as this place was completely destroyed, he would be able to advance to a harmonious spirit master. This would allow the Gung family to have many saints in the future. Boom! At this moment, an energy vibration was heard. The 2 saints who were deep inside were suddenly thrown out. The 2 saints stabilized their bodies and stood in the air. Their eyes were filled with horror. A building exploded, sending rubble everywhere. A figure as bright as the sun walked out from the broken building. The rubble whistled, and dust filled the air. But when it was a few meters away from her, it would be shattered by the surging energy around her. She was dazzling. She was different from before. Her face was still as beautiful as before, but her expression was colder. She was no longer wearing the purple robe from before. Instead, she was wearing a tight golden robe. It was dazzling and eye-catching as if it was made of sunlight. She was like a proud fairy. She walked barefoot in the air step by step. She was dazzling, dazzling light. She was a saint, a true saint. The glorious family shall not be violated. Her beautiful eyes were cold. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Her words were also emotionless. Her cold gaze fell to the front. She reached out her hand and pointed at the saint from the Nico family. A golden light exploded in front of him, and the saint's body flew out without hesitation. The glorious royal family shall not be violated. She pointed at Philong again. The blazing golden light exploded in front of him without warning. His body flew out. She easily sent 2 saints flying with 2 fingers. At this moment, Dazzling gave people the feeling that she was an invincible existence. The battle around them stopped. The surviving Glory family cultivators looked up at Dazzling, who had become a saint. They all cheered. Zichun, who was fighting Gung Lan, was also surprised by Dazzling's change. But after seeing her, Zichun knew that she was not Dazzling. Or rather, she was not the Dazzling of the past. Is it a fusion? Zichun had encountered a similar situation before. For example, Ling Shuang used to be a mute girl. After their souls fused, she became Ling Shuang. Even if she was a mute girl, she was still Ling Shuang. At this moment, Dazzling, who had become a saint, gave Zichun the same feeling. It was as if Dazzling had fused with a certain soul and become the current Dazzling. Gung Lan retreated. Her face, which was already filled with grief because of the huge loss, was now filled with shock. The current Dazzling also gave him a feeling that he could not defeat her. It was as if Dazzling was invincible and could not be defeated. Only a Saint King can deal with this aura and this state. How can she be so strong? If she's really so strong, why did she give in earlier? Gung Lan's expression changed. She was shocked. Obviously, the situation before her was inexplicable. This is the aura. So she's also. The heavily injured Xingqian leaned against a wall. He looked up at Dazzling, who had become the focus of attention. His expression became very complicated. There was also a tinge of pity in this complicated expression. Out of the 6 saints, 2 of them were dead. The whereabouts of the last one were unknown. But now, seeing such a powerful Dazzling, the saint from the Nico family had the urge to turn around and run. Even Feilong had the thought of retreating. But what about the saint who came with them? This power is illusory. She's not that strong. Use your full strength. Don't be scared. At this moment, Gung Lan's voice rang out. The moment her voice rang out, Feilong and the other saints were awakened. The 2 of them suddenly realized that they were not injured at all. Chapter 2167. The battle that was supposed to end continued because of Gung Lan's exclamation. The 2 saints sensed something was amiss and rushed forward again after exchanging glances. Brilliant's body flashed with a dazzling light like the sun. His expression was indifferent as he pointed his finger. A golden light exploded in front of the 2 of them. Inside that golden light, a powerful force emerged, and the 2 of them were sent flying again. The attack was sudden and impossible to guard against, but the 2 knew that although it was powerful, it wasn't fatal. They weren't even injured, so they rushed forward again. As they moved forward, the 2's figures changed. Powerful saint auras burst out and heavenly path techniques were displayed. Seeing this, Gung Lan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He didn't know how many years it had been since he was last frightened to this extent. In fact, how could he tell that Brilliant was bluffing? The reason why he roared just now was because he was unwilling to let the 2 from the Nico family retreat. After all, they had suffered too many losses in this battle. They had lost as many as 2 saints. If the 2 left, they would definitely lose this time, and the result would be the decline of the Gung family. He didn't expect that his roar would come true. As long as the Brilliant family could be destroyed today, the previous losses would be recovered, and the Gung family would reach an unprecedented height. Xingqian had killed a saint and was now heavily injured. His battle prowess was greatly reduced, and he could not fight. In the treasure pavilion, the outcome of Zhongdian and the Nico family's saint was unknown. Even if Zhongdian killed the Nico family's saint, the other saints wouldn't be fooled again. According to Brilliant's current situation, it was obvious that he couldn't win in a 1 versus 2 battle. Without the forbidden weapon, those false saints couldn't threaten the saints. They could only kill the others from the 2 tribes. The only way to turn the situation around was with Zichun. For the same reason, Feilang and that saint couldn't kill Brilliant quickly. Therefore, the only way to turn the situation around was with Gung Lan. The final outcome of this battle would be decided by the battle between the 2. Everyone understood this principle. Thus, the gazes of the cultivators in the distance all fell onto Zichun and Gung Lan, a heaven realm cultivator and a saint. Life and death would determine the outcome of this battle. Come, let's see who lives and who dies, Gung Lan said coldly. 3 balls of light appeared above her head. They spun and absorbed the saint power in Gung Lan's body, emitting a powerful aura. Around Zichun's body, 2 types of golden light were emitted from within. At this moment, the 2 of them no longer held back. Gung Lan wanted to use the 3rd Yuan Annihilation. Moreover, he wanted to use the 3rd Yuan Annihilation with his full strength. When he wasn't using his full strength, he could seriously injure Luo Fei. Now that he was using his full strength, he could easily kill Luo Fei. Zichen, on the other hand, used the yin-yang Thunder Lotus, which was his most powerful energy attack. Back then, he had even killed Luo Fei. The tri-elemental energy gathered and rotated in the sky, releasing a terrifying aura. The left side of Zichen's body turned golden, and a ball of golden energy appeared above his left hand. This golden energy was scorching hot, and there were streaks of lightning revolving around his body. The right side of his body turned silver, and a ball of silver energy appeared above his right hand. This energy was extremely cold, and there were also streaks of lightning revolving around its body. These two completely opposite energies appeared on Zichen's body, and as expected, it caused waves of exclamations. My left hand is yang, and my right hand is yin. Yang and yin are compatible. Zichen took a step forward, his whole body shining with gold and silver light. His eyes also shone with gold and silver light. His left eye flashed with gold light, hot and violent, while his right eye flashed with silver light, full of cold murderous intent. He stared at Gung Lan with a cold expression. His hands began to close together, and the yin and yang energies repelled each other, forming terrifying ripples that spread out. Yin-yang Thunder Lotus appear. Under everyone's gaze, the two energies entangled together. They first went out of control and went berserk, and the fluctuations were filled with a destructive aura. Just this aura alone was enough to kill an ordinary heavenly realm expert. But soon, the berserk aura disappeared. The two energies were completely compatible, and then they kept changing, and finally turned into a lotus that emitted gold and silver light. A person emitting gold and silver light had a gold and silver lotus in front of him. This scene looked very strange. Seeing this yin-yang Thunder Lotus, Gung Lan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Back then, he had seen this Thunder Lotus with his own eyes, and it had killed Luo Fei, who was in a berserk state. And today, this Thunder Lotus was even more powerful than the one that had killed Luo Fei. Gung Lan's perception wasn't wrong. This attack had indeed become stronger, because Zichen was here. After seeing Wuji's energy, it had caused some changes to his own energy, and it had become stronger and more berserk. Triple elemental destruction. A sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Gung Lan shouted, and the triple elemental destruction above his head fell from the sky, smashing fiercely towards Zichen's head. Swoosh! Zichen's gaze was cold. With a thought, the yin-yang Thunder Lotus soared into the sky and went straight for the triple elemental destruction. Under this kind of confrontation, the surrounding battle stopped. Everyone turned their heads and stared at the two people who might win in the next moment. The cultivators in the distance widened their eyes as they stared at the side. Today, they saw a battle that hadn't been so tragic in tens of thousands of years. The two energies collided, but they didn't immediately explode. Instead, they were in a stalemate. The triple elemental destruction rotated, releasing a destructive aura, and this aura was quickly dissolved by the yin-yang Thunder Lotus. The two energies were in a stalemate, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. How is this possible? Gung Lan, who saw this scene, had a look of disbelief on his face. Zichen was only a heaven realm cultivator. No matter how strong he was, the heavenly way power couldn't compete with the power of a saint. Oh my god, is he still human? The Heaven Realm Heavenly Way technique actually blocked Saint Gung Lan's Heavenly Way technique, and it's the strongest triple elemental destruction. In the distance, exclamations could be heard. Everyone was shocked. Gung Yuanhua's face also showed deep shock. If he was a top genius among the spirit devourers, then Zichen, who could fight with Gung Lan, was a top genius among energy. After all, Gung Lan wasn't an ordinary saint. He was a senior saint who had been on the path of a saint for a long time. Although there was still a long way to go before he became a saint king, he was definitely not someone an ordinary saint could compare to. However, Zichen's attack wasn't weaker than Gung Lan's. Boom! The two stalemate energies finally exploded. The violent yin-yang energy occupied half of the sky and collided with the triple elemental destruction energy, destroying each other. In the midst of this, the sound of the collision was like a series of explosions. An indescribable destructive wave spread from the battlefield and spread in all directions. Wherever the energy passed, The bodies of the dead cultivators turned into dust and disappeared. The originally towering buildings also disappeared like illusions. The huge building area turned into a flat plain in an instant. 1/3 of the Glory Clan's area disappeared as a result. The energy vibrated, and Gung Lan coughed out blood and flew backward. His eyes were filled with shock. Zichen was also retreating to dissolve the destructive energy. His strong body supported Zichen, but blood still flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The blood emitted a brilliant golden light and fell to the ground like a golden pearl. The exchange of blows between the two of them was actually evenly matched. This caused everyone present to be extremely shocked. The battle had stopped. Everyone was watching the battle between Zichen and Gung Lan. Even the battle on the Glory Clan side had stopped. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zichen, whose face was slightly pale, smiled coldly at Gung Lan. The heavenly thunder wings stretched out on his back, and his body shone with golden light. Under the powerful saint aura, he rushed toward Gung Lan. Extreme speed, extreme speed. Bang. Gung Lan didn't have time to react. He was punched in the chest by Zichen. Fortunately, the saint power defense appeared in time. Gung Lan flew backward, but he wasn't injured. Go to hell. Being sent flying like this, Gung Lan's expression became distorted. He roared angrily and charged towards Zichen. In the sky, the two of them continued to attack, and powerful energy waves spread out. Relying on his body that had nurtured the saint power, Zichen could withstand Gung Lan's attacks and even gain the upper hand. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of various energy clashes rang out. Zichen attacked Gung Lan again and again. In the continuous collision, Gung Lan's body staggered and his body subconsciously retreated. Now, Zichen's eyes flashed. He appeared beside Gung Lan in an instant and punched out. A very clever force made Gung Lan's body stagger again, and then a force entered his body. Close combat technique. At this moment, Zichen was barely able to perform it, but it was extremely strenuous. The saint energy that he had gathered in his body was rapidly depleting, and when the saint energy was completely depleted, Zichen would lose the ability to challenge Gung Lan. He had to finish off Gung Lan completely before the saint power dissipated. But was that possible? At this moment, many people could see Zichen's current state. They knew that his powerful combat strength could not be maintained for long. Now, it seemed that he was taking the initiative, but he did not hurt Gung Lan at all. He could not even break through Gung Lan's defense. However, Gung Lan was not in a good state at the moment. Under Zichen's continuous attacks, his body was completely out of control. His defense was also dissipating bit by bit, and there was a time when it would be broken. However, looking at Zichen's increasingly pale face, Gung Lan was still confident that he could kill Zichen in the end. He believed that he would be the winner in the end. Of course, he did not forget that Zichen had not used his saber yet. That saber was a little mysterious and dangerous, so he had been waiting. Pong. With the last attack, Gung Lan's defense was broken. His body retreated backward. At the same time, the energy that had penetrated his defense and seeped into his body completely exploded at this moment. Gung Lan lost control of his body and coughed up blood. His eyes were full of anger. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. The scabbard instantly appeared in his hand, and then he pulled out the saber in an instant. Swoosh. Chapter 2168. He unsheathed his saber, and a golden saber light appeared. This was Zichen's last attack with his saint power. In addition to the power of the drawing technique, the entire golden saber light also contained Zichen's saint power. The saber light cut through the void and moved forward in a straight line. The light continued to expand like a waterfall. The saber light was very bright, but it was not as dazzling as the energy. It even looked gentle. Gung Lan had long known that Zichen had this move. He had seen it with his own eyes and had been scared away by this strange thing. He had always been vigilant and had been holding back. In other words, he had been waiting for Zichen to use this move. Zichen had finally used it when he had lost his defense and the energy in his body had gone out of control. It had to be said that the timing was very accurate, and the saber was also very timely. If one was unprepared, no saint would be able to block this saber. But now, for Gung Lan, who was prepared, this saber was still very strong and could not be blocked. The moment he saw the saber light, Gung Lan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strong fear appeared in his heart. He saw the saber light and wanted to defend, but he found that his movements could not catch up with the speed of the saber light. In his eyes, this saber light was the same whether he was prepared or not, because there was no way to dodge it. It was hard for him to imagine that there was such an unavoidable saber light in the world. Now, Gung Lan could finally understand why Luo Fei could not dodge this saber light back then. Now it was his turn. Even if he had expected it, he could not dodge it either. Since he could not dodge it, he could only defend. The shining saber light swept past Gung Lan's body and continued to spread hundreds of meters back before dissipating. Gung Lan's expression froze. He stared at Ziqian with disbelief in his eyes. He had expected this saber light and had been waiting and preparing, but he did not expect that he could not dodge it at all. The surroundings were silent. It was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, not knowing the specific outcome. Could it be that Saint Gung Lan was killed by a Heaven Realm cultivator? Impossible. Gung Yuanyan did not believe that a powerful saint could be killed like this, and by a single slash, even though Ziqin's slash looked extraordinary. On the other side, Fei and the saint from the Nico family also did not believe that Gung Lan would die just like that. Ziqin also didn't believe that Gung Lan would die. He stared at Gung Lan, and a cold smile appeared on his indifferent face. He said indifferently, "Acting in front of me is meaningless." There was a glimmer of light in Gung Lan's frozen expression. His eyes regained their luster, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He said to Ziqian, "You, Buzz." However, as soon as he said that, he saw a golden light appear beside Ziqian. This golden light was a blade that had shrunk many times. The surface of its body was completely covered by saint power, like a saint blade. As the light trembled, the sacred blade shot towards Gung Lan at an even faster speed. Ziqian said sarcastically, "Don't think that I don't know that your soul has suffered great damage. You still want to hide it in front of me. You're simply ignorant." The sword spirit swept through Gung Lan's glabella, and the saint power that belonged to Ziqian exploded in her mind. Her soul, which was already severely injured, let out a shrill scream, and then disappeared in the midst of the scream. Gung Lan's vitality disappeared. The saint power flowing on the surface of his body converged. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and then spread down. His body was split in two and fell to the ground. Saints were indeed very powerful, but Ziqian's methods were endless. The slash just now had dealt a fatal blow to Gung Lan. If Ziqian's perfect spiritual sense was not paying attention to all of this, he would definitely think that Gung Lan had died and that Gung Lan would have faked his death to give him a fatal blow. Unfortunately, with the lesson of Gung Lan hiding last time, Ziqian would not make the same mistake again. The sword spirit that appeared gathered the saint power that Ziqian had just recovered and killed Gung Lan. Gung Lan's body fell to the ground with a loud thud. The surroundings were still quiet. Everyone seemed to be petrified as they stared blankly at the scene. A Heaven Realm cultivator had killed a saint. The one he killed was a senior saint, not an injured one like Luo Fei. Gung Yuanyan's face was completely pale. He just wanted to fight for his own destiny. Before he came, he and his family had gone through many deductions and were very sure that the Glory Clan would be destroyed this time. Fortunately, they paid a price and asked the Nico family to come along for the sake of insurance. But the result was that all three saints and their family were killed. This loss was the greatest loss the Gung family had suffered after the last battle. Under such circumstances, their position as the overlord force would be shaken. How could this be? Looking at Gung Lan's body, Gung Yuanyan could not accept the scene before him. The Gung family disciples were also in complete despair. The surroundings were quiet. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The three saints from the Gung family were killed just like that. Mu Gang, who was at the periphery, showed great shock on his face. The expressions of the people around him were not much different from his. Out of the 6 saints, 3 were killed just like that. 1 was missing, and the other 2 were being held back by brilliant light. Ziqian's current state was very weak. In order to kill Gung Lan, He had used up too much of his energy. At this moment, his heart and the rainbow saint tree were constantly replenishing the saint power that he had used up. As long as he was given some time, he would be full of energy and would be able to kill another saint very soon. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Fei Lang and the remaining saint looked at each other and saw great fear in each other's eyes. At this moment, they were not afraid of brilliant light, but of Zichun. The latter had obviously not broken through to become a saint yet, but he already had such powerful combat strength. Once he broke through, wouldn't he be able to challenge several saints? If they left him alive, he would definitely become a huge threat. Therefore, the two of them did not hesitate to charge at Zichun. During this time, Brilliant Light's reaction was a little slow and did not stop the two of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them charged forward. Their target was Zichun. They wanted to kill Zichun while he was weak. Seeing the two of them charging at him, Zichun's body that had just recovered some saint power began to surge. Then, he held the scabbard in his left hand in front of his chest and placed his right hand on the hilt of the scabbard. A powerful aura was released. The two of them felt Zichun's powerful aura and were slightly startled. They slowed down a little, but it was only for a moment, and the two of them sped up again. But at this moment, a mournful scream suddenly came from a lonely building. The moment they heard the scream, the two of them stopped and looked back. In front of them, somewhere in the plains, there was a 3-story castle. All the buildings around it had been destroyed in the battle just now, but the castle was still there. On the castle, there were 3 large words written on it: Treasure Vault. It looked like the treasure vault of the Glory Clan. A blood-curdling scream reverberated in the air. Many people did not know who had let out that scream, but the 2 saints from the Nico family knew very well that the person who had screamed was their companion, the saint who had mysteriously disappeared earlier. They did not know why he had entered the treasure vault. Now that the scream had disappeared, it seemed that he had been killed. The closed door of the castle opened, and Zhong Dian appeared at the door. He looked at the 2 saints coldly. In his hand, there was a corpse. It was the corpse of the saint. Another saint had died, and there were only 2 left. The 2 of them met Zhong Dian's gaze, and their hearts trembled in fear. They had the urge to run, but for some reason, Zhong Dian did not walk out of the treasure vault. Instead, he stood beside the open door and looked at the 2 of them coldly. Swoosh! During this delay, Brilliant Light came to Zichun's side. The 2 saints were obviously shocked by Zhong Dian's appearance and did not have time to pay attention to Zichun. The 2 of them trembled in fear, and their expressions changed. But soon, they looked at each other again, and there was some kind of fluctuation in their eyes. Go to hell. Perhaps they had guessed Zhong Dian's situation, but the 2 of them ignored Zhong Dian standing in front of the castle and rushed towards Zichun, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Brilliant Light pointed her hand, and a golden light blocked the 2 of them. Zichun took advantage of the moment when the 2 of them attacked and began to retreat. He deliberately activated the effect of the rainbow sacred tree and the heart of God. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions gathered towards Zichun. At the same time, the spiritual chi was constantly converted into saint power when it came into contact with the rainbow sacred tree. The surroundings were quiet. The battle had long stopped. The survival of the tribe was completely dependent on this battle between the saints. Radiant slash. A cold shout came from Brilliant Light's mouth, and a large amount of golden light turned into a sharp blade of light in front of her. This sharp blade exuded the unique blazing aura of the Glory tribe. Pong! Brilliant Light's attack collided with the saint's attack, and there was a violent explosion of energy. At the same time, the saint's body was sent flying. In the process, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and there was a look of shock on his face. Obviously, he was no match for Brilliant Light in a one-on-one battle. Fei Lang, on the other hand, rushed towards Zichun. His strength was on par with Gunglan's. Boom! A blast of energy exploded in front of Zichun, and the resulting shockwave blasted Zichun away. However, it did not hurt Zichun at all. During this time, Zichun was constantly recovering his energy. Under extreme speed, Zichun kept dodging, and Fei Lang seemed to be unable to do anything to him. Looking at such a battle, many people were worried. It was obvious that if Zichun recovered his energy in the process of retreating, he could kill Fei Lang just like how he killed Gung Lan. The other saint, who was greatly inferior to Brilliant Light, had already suffered some minor injuries. If this continued, the final victory would belong to the Glory Clan. However, even the spectators could see such a situation. Why did the two saints not retreat? On the other side, Gung Yuanji stood in the sky. His pale face was full of resentment, and he also had no intention of retreating. Xingqian was rapidly recovering from his injuries. All of his attention was on Gung Yuanji, preventing him from suddenly escaping. Chapter 2169. The three saints from Gung family were all dead. Gung Yuanmin's expression became ferocious and resentful. It was supposed to be an easy battle, but it turned out like this. If they couldn't eliminate the Yao clan, then the Gung family would be annihilated. He stood in the air with a ferocious expression, but at the same time, he felt a little lost. He didn't know how to face his family. He felt a little regretful in his heart. If he didn't act so arrogantly and chose to work with the young master, he believed that all of this wouldn't be so complicated. Of course, the benefits he would get would be greatly reduced if he did that. But now, it was too late. There was no use in regretting it. When the two saints Qi appeared in the sky, Gung Yuanmin finally put away his remorse and a cold smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, it was in time. Two saints Qi appeared in the sky. They were from two great families. After seeing two saints dead and one missing, Gung Yuanmin knew that the situation was not good. He issued an emergency summon, not only the saint from Gung family, but also the two saints from Nico family. But looking at the situation, only one of the two saints from Nico family came. The other one was still alive. However, these two saints could also turn the situation around. Victory was in sight. Exclamations continued to rise. The people who were originally confused finally understood why the other party didn't retreat. It turned out that they were waiting for reinforcements. The other party came just in time. Judging from their qi, they were a little weak. It was obvious that they used some kind of secret technique to arrive in time. There was a gap between their combat strength and their peak, but it should be enough to deal with the current situation. The two of them turned into streamers and arrived. When they saw that there were only two saints left in the battlefield, their faces became very ugly. The saint from Gung family asked Gung Yuanmin, "Where are Gung Lan and the others?" "They are all dead. Now that we kill the two of them, we can win," Gung Yuanmin said coldly. At this moment, the victory was in sight. He would become a harmonious spirit master later. The price of losing three saints was still bearable. The Gung clan saint was stunned when he heard this. He glanced coldly at Gung Yuanmin and then rushed toward the battlefield. Obviously, he knew that now was not the time to settle the score. The expression of the saint from the Nico family changed, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have other thoughts in his mind, but in the end, he couldn't do anything shocking, so he followed them. The support of the two saints made Zichun extremely surprised. According to the current development of the situation, they would definitely be able to win and completely hurt the two great families. However, the arrival of the two saints left Zichun with no other choice. Brilliant took a step forward and unleashed another powerful attack, causing the saint to fly backwards, but that was all she could do. With the arrival of the two saints, Brilliant could no longer do anything to them. "You two deal with him. I'll go support Fei." The injured saint turned around and said to the two of them. Then, he abandoned the brilliant light and charged towards Zichun. The sudden change of the situation caught everyone off guard. Xingqian and the others were stunned, not knowing what to do. With their current strength, they could deal with two or even three saints. However, it was impossible for them to deal with four saints. Zichun, who was constantly retreating, could no longer move freely in the face of the attacks from the two saints. His expression became solemn. He knew that there was no chance of winning this battle, so he could only choose to retreat. "Senior, take all of them away." Zichun transmitted his spiritual thoughts to the cauldron spirit. At this point, he could only try his best to save the others. The cauldron of myriad origin, which had disappeared, reappeared in the void and released rays of light that fell on the former slaves. These people knew what was going on. Without any hesitation, They disappeared in the rays of light and entered the cauldron. Fortunately, the massacre had come to an end. The cultivators of the two great families had suffered a crushing defeat. Those who were still alive had gathered together and no longer attempted to resist. Without the massacre, it was easy to take the cauldron into the cauldron. When the four saints saw this scene, they obviously had no way to stop it. Gung Yuanmin wanted to stop them, but after thinking for a moment, he decided against it. As long as the saints killed Zichen and seriously injured Brilliant, everyone here would die. As the cauldron of myriad origin flew, all the ferocious demons that seemed to have walked out of hell disappeared in its wake. Those from the Glory clan remained where they were, looking at the cauldron with hopeful eyes. They could see the situation of the battle and knew that the Glory clan was doomed. These people wanted to retreat, but unfortunately, the cauldron did not seem to have any intention of taking them away. Here. Damn it, get back here. Some of the Glory clan members shouted at the cauldron of myriad origin and chased after it. Zichen, I don't know why, but I can't take these people in. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Zichen was constantly retreating while being besieged by two saints. At the same time, sacred energy flashed on the surface of his body, neutralizing wave after wave of energy. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's voice transmission, Zichen replied, "Don't bother if you can't take them away." More and more slaves were taken away, leaving behind the Glory clan members. Not knowing what was going on, they began cursing and swearing. Their eyes were filled with despair. This damned place was like a graveyard that had trapped them here. At this moment, that damned bloodline curse was preventing them from escaping. Many of them were filled with hatred and resentment. Their resentment was directed at Wuji. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be alive today. Faced with the threat of death, it was inevitable that they would be filled with negative emotions. They didn't think about how many years of freedom Wuji had brought them. They only thought about how the damned bloodline was preventing them from escaping. They also didn't consider that even if they could escape from this place, if Zichen and Brilliant were to die, they wouldn't be able to survive either. The star path was vast and boundless. However, it was undoubtedly very difficult to find a place where the Glory clan could survive. It could be said that they, who had no experience in survival, would undoubtedly die if they left this place. I'm not going in. The light fell on Xingchen. Xingchen resisted the suction force and had no intention of entering. At this moment, his injuries were nearly 70% healed. However, he still didn't have the strength to fight a saint. Like Gung Yuanji, he stood at a distance and chose to observe the battle. Poof! Zichen, who was retreating, was struck by phase attack. His body was sent flying. Golden blood splattered everywhere as he was sent flying. He simply didn't have the strength to fight two saints at this moment. As for escaping, the auras of the two saints had already locked onto him. There was no way he could escape. In the face of two saints, Zichen's energy supply obviously couldn't keep up with the consumption. His injuries gradually worsened. You're quite tenacious. Fei smiled coldly at Zichen. Then, he raised one hand to the sky. A ball of energy appeared in his palm. The energy of heaven and earth from all directions frantically gathered towards the ball of light. For a moment, the surrounding space began to distort crazily. The battle is over. Seeing this, the other saint did the same. It was the heavenly path technique of the Nico clan. It was very powerful. The two balls of light caused the void to distort. They contained violent energy. As the two raised their hands, the balls of light flew towards Zichen. The space around Zichen also began to distort. The two auras locked onto Zichen tightly. This made it impossible for Zichen to escape. The ball of light arrived in front of Zichen and exploded. The surrounding space instantly shattered. The terrifying energy swept and spread. The world fell silent. Only the ball of destructive energy emitted a blinding light. Everyone's gazes fell on the exploding energy light. Their expressions became very complicated. Zichen was in the midst of the destructive energy. Could he withstand such an attack? Was he dead? This scene happened too quickly and too suddenly. Before anyone could react, Zichen was already drowned in the violent energy. Xingchen's face was full of worry. Even if he knew that Zichen was extraordinary, Facing the joint attack of two saints, even if his physical body could withstand it, his soul would be destroyed. This was also why Xing Chun was unable to face a saint head-on, even though he had a saint-level physical body. Saints couldn't destroy his physical body, but they could destroy his soul. Brilliant turned around. When he saw the berserk energy, his beautiful face was drained of all color. Boom! In a moment of distraction, the attack of the saints landed. Brilliant coughed up blood and flew backwards. The people in the distance, as well as the despairing Glory clan members, all stared blankly at the violent energy. They waited for the energy to dissipate. There was a faint hope in their hearts, as if they were waiting for an impossible miracle to happen. The two saints sneered. In their opinion, this little heaven realm cultivator would definitely die in the face of such an attack. However, very soon, the expressions on their faces froze. They saw that within the gradually dissipating berserk energy, a light screen had appeared. Within the light screen, Zichun was holding a white bead in his hand as he stood there unscathed. The energy raging in all directions was neutralized by the light shield. It couldn't hurt Zichun at all. Seeing this scene, the two saints were stunned. They never thought that the other party could withstand the attacks of two saints unscathed. And that bead seemed to be extraordinary. The white bead was part of the shield. It had an extremely strong defense. Holding the white bead, Zichun propped up his defense. He glanced at the two saints and quickly rushed towards Brilliant. When he reached Brilliant, the bead shone brightly. The defensive light shield expanded and protected Brilliant. Then, Zichun retreated again. At this moment, the despairing Glory clan members were behind the two saints, and in front of them were the four saints. Chapter 2170. Boom! The four saints caught up, and one attack after another landed on the light shield. The light shield began to tremble, constantly dispelling the destructive energy. Zichun's face was a little pale. Maintaining the bead and blocking the attacks of the four saints consumed too much energy. Brilliant's fair hand rested on the back of Zichun's hand, and pure energy was channeled into the white bead. The violent energy continued to fall on the light shield, and the entire light shield began to distort from trembling. This was caused by the defense reaching its limit. Being able to hold on for so long in the face of the four saints' attacks, it was obvious that the white bead was a treasure. The eyes of the four saints were bright and greedy. They had made up their minds to snatch the bead as soon as the light shield was broken. This was a real crisis. Facing such an existence, there was no way to break out. At this moment, Zichun had no other choice. It seemed that he could only wait for death to come. Behind him and Brilliant, the people of the Yao clan were in despair. "I'm sorry, I got you into this." Brilliant's long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were full of regret. "I'll use all my strength to attack later. Take the opportunity to take the others away. There's only hope if you live." This seemed to be the best outcome. It was also the only chance of survival. The light of the saint power illuminated the expressions of the four saints. As the powerful attacks fell, the light shield formed by the white bead would shatter at any time. Brilliant released an unusually strong aura around her. She was prepared to sacrifice herself so that Zichun could live. Zichun was in a dilemma. He, who was decisive and ruthless in the eyes of others, did not know what to do now. At this moment, a roar that shook the entire planet suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. "Ah!" This was a roar, as well as a shout, one that carried extreme anger. This voice sounded very abrupt, but it was also very terrifying. The entire earth began to shake violently, and above the vault of heaven, space began to distort. A rumbling sound resounded between heaven and earth. There was a strong vibration in this sound, and even Zichun's ears were buzzing. Xing Chan staggered, and Gung Yuanshan fell down, bleeding from his 7 orifices. The outsiders who were watching the battle from afar also fell down one by one, howling in pain and rolling on the ground. Most of them had blood flowing out of their orifices, while some had their life force directly extinguished. This was the effect of a single roar, but the cultivators from the Glory clan behind Zichun didn't react in the slightest. Even the faces of the saints paled, but they looked around in confusion, as though the scene in front of them was an act. How could this be? This sudden roar caused the expressions of the four saints to change drastically. Their expressions became extremely nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy, and they looked around. At this moment, in the sky, the wind and clouds were moving, and space was constantly distorting. The wind swept, and sand and stones were flying. The earth rumbled, and the entire world was trembling, as if it was facing the end of the world. Zichen also didn't know what was going on. Inside the light shield, he turned his head and looked around in confusion. This is the power of the bloodline. Brilliant closed his eyes and muttered to himself, as though he was sensing something. The battle broke out, and the slaughter began. After that, in the eyes of the crowd, there was only the slaughter, and no one paid attention to other details. For example, why did the blood of the dead cultivators seep into the earth quickly after it fell to the ground? Well, this seemed to be normal, and there was nothing strange about it. However, after so many cultivators died, the blood that flowed out didn't even form a small blood pool, which seemed abnormal. Furthermore, no one realized that after all the Glory clan members died, their blood would disappear instantly after it fell to the ground, as though it was absorbed by something. The Glory clan members were at a loss. The angry roar just now sounded very familiar to them, as though it was the call of a loved one, and it made them feel very warm. However, the others were seriously injured because of it. They didn't know why, and they didn't know what was going on. However, there were a few elders who survived, and they vaguely guessed what had happened. Elder May, who was covered in blood, cried out, "This is the power of the bloodline. Could it be related to our curse?" Those who knew about the Glory clan's existence all knew that they had a curse, but no one knew what the curse was. Even the elders of the Glory clan didn't know. They only knew that the curse was related to the bloodline, and it prevented them from taking a step out of this place. What's going on? The earth trembled more and more violently, and a violent aura appeared, as if some peerless evil had awoken from its slumber. The four saints turned to look, trying to find the source of the change, but the energy was completely chaotic at the moment, and they couldn't sense where the change was coming from. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the earth, and the ground cracked open, and a murderous aura surged out. When they sensed the murderous aura, the four saints' expressions changed, and they cried out, "It's below." They rushed to the sky, forming a saint-powered defense on the surface of their bodies, and the energy in their bodies was mobilized, ready to react to the next anomaly. Boom! The earth suddenly exploded, and energy swept out wildly, and a glowing fist rushed to the sky, heading straight for the four saints. The four of them moved in a flash, trying to avoid this sudden punch. Pung! With a loud bang, the glowing fist landed on a saint, and the latter's defense was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the terrifying fist also destroyed the saint's body, and his soul was obliterated. The saint's body exploded, and even his saint crystal exploded. One punch, and there was nothing left of him. Such a scene scared the remaining three saints silly, and their faces were filled with horror. Gung Yuanji had just stood up, and after seeing this scene, he couldn't help but cough up blood, because the one who died was a saint from the Gung clan. This time, all four saints from the Gung clan were dead. Run! Facing this strange fist, the three saints from the Nico clan were all scared out of their wits. At this moment, the three of them no longer cared about the benefits that Gung Yuanji promised them, and they turned to run. If they didn't run now, they would only die more horribly. Compared to those benefits, their lives were more important. Die for this old man. At this moment, an ancient voice that seemed to have come from ancient times rang out. Then, the earth trembled as another fist appeared from the ground. After the fist appeared, it immediately chased after the saint. Pong! With another bang, the second saint was hit, and the fist aura exploded. This saint's body was still intact, but his soul was obliterated by the fist aura. The second saint died. Go! Seeing this scene, Fei Lang felt a chill, and his eyes were filled with horror. He coughed up blood, and the blood turned into a bloody light in front of him, protecting him. After that, his speed skyrocketed. The other saint obviously used the same method, and chose to use a secret technique to speed up his escape. Pong! Pong! The earth trembled as two more fists shot out, heading straight for the two saints. In the end, the fists arrived first, exploding on the two saints' bodies. Their defenses were instantly shattered, and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood at the same time, falling to the ground. But as soon as they landed, the two rushed into the sky again and flew toward the horizon. They didn't die. This unforeseen event was beyond everyone's expectations. They were petrified and were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. For punches had killed and heavily injured two saints. What kind of strength was that? Not only were the spectators dumbfounded, but even the people of the Glory clan were dumbfounded. They didn't know that such a thing was hidden under their clan. It's Master. It must be Master. Elder May guessed the reason, and her face was full of gratitude and shame. It must be Wuji's arrangement, and because of this, they couldn't leave this place. But her people were full of resentment towards Wuji. Many of her people who were in despair guessed the reason now, and their expressions became unnatural. Guang Yao was also stunned. She also didn't know what was going on. Zichun put away the white pearl and looked in the direction of the two saints and said coldly, "We can't let these two guys escape." The two of them used a secret technique and were hit by the mysterious energy fist. They must be seriously injured, and this was an opportunity. Therefore, Zichun turned into a ray of light and chased after them without saying a word. A Heaven Realm expert was chasing after a saint. The crowd was in an uproar. Guang Yao stood there in a daze, but soon, her bright eyes were filled with confusion. Then, Zichun gradually became blurred in her sight, and her body fell backward. This time, she had been trying to fuse her soul, and now that she saw the dawn of victory, she couldn't hold on anymore. "Heavenly Lady!" the people of the Glory clan exclaimed and rushed over. The slaves that were kept in the cauldron appeared again and encircled the remaining cultivators of the two clans. Gung Yuanji was in complete despair. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. No matter what, he was a noble spirit devourer, and there was a high chance that he could become a harmonious spirit master. Once he returned to his clan, he would be protected. When he turned around and was about to escape, he suddenly saw Xing Chun standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile, and said, "What are you going to do?" Xing Chen's body flashed with starlight, and Gung Yuanji was in complete despair. Goodbye. After chasing out of this world, Zichun met the first saint. Without saying a word, he gathered the recovered saint force in his body and unsheathed his blade. A flash of saber light appeared behind the saint and swept towards the other party. The blade light passed through, and the saint flew for a distance before falling down, and his body was split into two. Chapter 2171. The battle between the two aristocratic families against the Glory clan had ended. The final result was beyond everyone's expectations. Out of the 8 saints, 7 had actually fallen. In addition, the other false saints, half-saints, and Heaven Realm cultivators had all been wiped out. In the great turmoil back then, the two aristocratic families had suffered heavy losses. Many saints had fallen, and they had almost lost their position as overlords. After that, the two aristocratic families had kept a low profile and had become very stable. Not to mention that saints wouldn't participate in battles. Even false saints' deathmatch was almost impossible to see. This attack on the Glory clan was the first major operation of the two aristocratic families in many years. But who would have thought that the two aristocratic families would be defeated in such a tragic manner? Saint Fei Lang, who had luckily escaped in the end, was still being hunted down by a Heaven Realm cultivator. That's right, a Heaven Realm cultivator was hunting him down. Looking at the 4 huge holes in the Glory clan that led straight to the ground, many cultivators were amazed. Who would have thought that this clan had hidden such a terrifying method that could kill a saint? After those ferocious existences appeared again, the battle quickly ended. These people began to clean up the battlefield. During this time, they met the surprised and excited cultivators of the Glory clan. Their expressions turned cold, and they turned around to leave. The ugly side of these people when their lives were threatened made them feel disgusted. When Pill Crucible had first taken them in, they had clearly heard the cursing from not too far away. After surviving the disaster, these people of the Glory clan were very excited. They wanted to talk to these people and thank them for their help, but they didn't expect to be rebuffed. Even Xingqian didn't like these people, so he stayed alone. As for Gung Yuanji, his strength had been sealed, so he hadn't been killed yet. Zichun had gone to chase after Fei Lang, leaving behind these ferocious existences, so the defense of this place hadn't weakened at all. Therefore, those who had watched the battle from afar immediately left after the battle ended. Such a big thing had happened here. It was likely that it would cause a sensation in this star field in the next few days. Damn it, Gung Yuanji, you've ruined my Nico clan. Fei Lang was fleeing in distress, his heart filled with regret at this moment. He regretted being so greedy and attacking the Yao clan for a trivial 2 pieces of Saint Crystal. If he had chosen to retreat after Gunglan's death, the Nico family would have only lost 1 saint. Although such a loss was not small, it was undoubtedly much less than what they had now. But now, he had lost 3 saints, and his life was still in danger. The family behind him was relentlessly pursuing him. Faced with such a situation, he did not dare to look for the teleportation circle. He could only teleport and escape in the void. As he continued to flee, his injuries would only worsen. Damn it! He was furious that he was being chased by a Heaven Realm elite, and resentment appeared in Fei Lang's eyes. I'm injured, and he's also heavily injured. I believe that he won't be able to hold on for much longer. At that time, a cold killing intent flashed across Fei's eyes. 2 days later, Fei Lang was in complete despair. The one following behind him had a very special physique. Not only was his injury not serious, he was even recovering faster and faster. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. In another 2 days, Fei Lang had used his secret technique twice, and his injuries had become even more serious. Now, his heart was filled with fear. His only thought was to survive, and he no longer had any thoughts of killing Zichun. A planet appeared in his line of sight. Looking at this familiar planet, Fei Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a planet controlled by the Nico family, and there were many Nico family elites guarding it. These people might not be able to stop Zichun, but as long as they could delay him for a moment, he would be able to step into the teleportation circle and escape. Once he returned to his family, he believed that Zichun would not dare to chase after him. Swoosh! Fei Lang's speed increased again, and he headed straight for the planet. On a planet called Manda, there was a trading ground. This trading ground was controlled by the Nico family. On this day, the aura of a saint suddenly emerged from the edge of the planet. Sensing this saint aura, the cultivators in this trading ground were all shocked. They all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the aura. A saint was a true elite on the star path, and it was almost impossible to see such an existence. With a respectful expression, they raised their heads and looked at the approaching saint. But when they saw the other party's appearance, they were all shocked. They saw that the saint in the sky was wearing tattered clothes, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His aura was also very weak, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Seeing this scene, the crowd also cried out in surprise. Obviously, they did not understand what was going on. People of the Nico family, come out. I, Fei Lang, order you in the name of the family's saint to quickly stop this person. The saint who came was Fei Lang. After he arrived on the planet, his voice spread out. Fei Lang, Nico Fei Lang. It's actually an elite from the Nico family. Is he being hunted down? What kind of existence dares to hunt down an elite from the Nico family? I'm not sure, but it should be a saint. Not necessarily. In the past few days, I heard a rumor that the Glory family suffered heavy losses when the 2 families attacked. Only 1 saint escaped, and he is being hunted down by a Heaven Realm elite. What? A Heaven Realm elite is chasing a saint? Is your brain squeezed by a door? As soon as Fei Lang's voice fell, there were some sounds of discussion around. Fei Lang pretended not to hear these voices. His body did not stop in midair, and his cold voice resounded through the world again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Light flashed, and one by one, the cultivators from the Nico family rushed into the sky from various places. They came to Fei Lang's side and bowed in unison. These people included false saints, half-saints, and Heaven Realm elites. Fei Lang did not say anything because Zichen, who was chasing after the saint, had arrived. He also did not hide his aura at all. It was only the aura of a Heaven Realm elite, and it caused even more commotion. Heaven Realm? It's really a Heaven Realm elite. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? A Heaven Realm elite is chasing after a saint, and the saint is still running away. Cold murderous intent flowed out of Zichen's body. His aura was completely locked on to Fei Lang. At this moment, seeing the cultivators from the Nico family suddenly appear, he said coldly, "Even with them here, you can't escape. Kill him." Fei Lang gave the order to these people and continued to rush forward. His goal was the teleportation formation. Zichen and Ling Kong rushed forward. Their entire being was like a streak of golden light. "Kill!" Shouts rang out all around as the cultivators from the Nico family rushed towards Zichen. To be honest, they were very nervous at first, afraid that the person coming was a saint. They did not expect that he was just a Heaven Realm elite, and they relaxed a lot. Looking at these people rushing over, Zichen did not stop at all. As he rushed forward, a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. Swoosh! As he rushed forward, he unsheathed his saber. A bright saber light like a waterfall swept forward faster than Zichen. Wherever the saber light passed, the cultivators' attacks were directly destroyed. The saber light's power did not diminish as it flew toward those horrified cultivators from the Nico family. After spreading out for hundreds of meters, the saber light disappeared, and all the attack energy in the sky dissipated. Those cultivators were all frozen in the sky, as if they were cast with a body-freezing spell. Zichen turned into a beam of golden light and swept past them, bringing with him a hurricane. As the hurricane blew past, these people's bodies were separated. Blood spilled from the sky, and the corpses fell to the ground one by one. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who had been discussing spiritedly all widened their eyes, and there was deep disbelief in their eyes. That was a group of cultivators, and they could not stop a Heaven Realm elite. It was just one slash, and they were all killed. "Stop him. Hurry up and stop him." Fei Lang sensed everything behind him, and his face became even paler. Zichen's strength was completely beyond his expectations. He did not expect that so many people could not stop him. Hearing Fei Lang's words, those cultivators who came later but were frightened hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and rushed forward. For a family, a saint was far more important than a Heaven Realm elite. If they did not act today, they would also face destruction when they returned to their family in the future. Looking at these cultivators who were determined to rush forward, Zichen's face was expressionless. He just rushed forward and pulled out his saber. The saber light flashed like a waterfall in the sky. Wherever the saber light passed, a large number of cultivators died. This kind of strength was shocking. There was not a single sound in the entire trading ground. All the cultivators looked up at the sky as if they were petrified. Blood rained down, and corpses fell to the ground. There were also many cultivators from the Nico family who rushed forward. They were not afraid of death, and they rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Their purpose was to stop Zichen for a moment. Such a scene looked like a moth flying into a flame. They knew that they would die, but they still did it. It was very quiet between heaven and earth. Only the flickering of energy light, the falling of corpses, and the endless rain of blood. These people's purpose was to stop Zichen for a moment, just a moment. However, Zichen did not slow down at all. The saber light that appeared first could solve all the problems for him. Damn it, why is he so strong? Fei Lang cursed in his heart. At the same time, he also cursed the Gung family many times. This time, he was really killed by the Gung family. At this moment, he was very close to the teleportation formation. If he was at his peak, he could reach it in an instant. However, he was seriously injured and needed 2 to 3 breaths of time. In this short period of time, many cultivators from the Nico family had died. It was as if this road was paved with corpses. Fei Lang did not care about these people's deaths. As long as he was alive, there would be more Heaven Realm cultivators in the family in the future. The teleportation formation was almost there. Under the will to live, Fei Lang speed soared again. He was about to rush into the teleportation formation. It's over. At this moment, Zichen's cold voice came from behind. A holy aura spread out. Fei Lang heard the exclamations coming from all around. He felt that the world had become bright again. This time, the brightness was different from before. The whole sky was illuminated in gold. The golden light illuminated the world. At this moment, Fei Lang could not help but think of the golden saber light that swept past Gung Lan's body. P.S. Tonight is Christmas Eve. Although I don't know when this holiday became so important to the people of the country, I wish everyone a safe and happy Christmas Eve in advance. I haven't finished the 2 kilograms of apples I bought last month. They are not bad, just a little withered. I can eat them tonight. It is a good sign that I will be safe. On this auspicious day, I have been quiet for a month. I should at least add one more time, right? Add one more time in the morning. Chapter 2172. The golden light illuminated the world, illuminating all the shocked expressions of the cultivators on the ground. The pursuer, who was supposed to be a heaven realm cultivator, suddenly became a saint who emitted saint power waves. The saint power made people's hearts tremble, and the golden light around him was very dazzling. A shining golden blade light, with strong saint power waves, swept towards Saint Fei Lang. Containing saint power, the blade light was faster than before, instantly sweeping past Fei Lang's body. The blade light dissipated, but Fei Lang's body did not stop at all, continuing to charge forward. After charging forward for a distance, Fei Lang's body began to descend, landing on the teleportation formation. Is he leaving? Everyone widened their eyes, staring at Fei Lang, who had landed on the teleportation formation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths quickly passed. Everyone held their breaths, but there was no energy fluctuation from the teleportation formation, and it was not activated. Fei Lang was still lying there, the light on his body dissipating, and his vitality dissipating. The light on Fei Lang's body quickly disappeared, and the flame of life extinguished. There was still dead silence, and no sound was heard. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Everyone knew that Fei Lang was dead. A powerful saint who could kill heaven realm cultivators had died in front of them. What was even more unbelievable was that he was killed by a heaven realm cultivator. Zichen descended, looking coldly at Fei Lang's body. With a wave of his sleeve, Fei Lang's body was taken away by him. Zichen turned around, his gaze sweeping past the cultivators' faces. He saw the awe and fear in their eyes. Some of the cultivators stood in the air, staring blankly at Zichen. They were all from the Nico family, and they had rushed over immediately after hearing Fei Lang's voice. Since you're not afraid of death, I'll fulfill your wish. His expression was still cold. Zichen took a step forward, immediately arriving in front of these cultivators. Under their terrified expressions, Zichen unsheathed his blade. The blade light flashed past, and these cultivators' bodies were separated from the middle, their vitality vanishing. At this moment, Zichen only knew how to kill. All the cultivators who rushed into the sky were his targets. Under the constant use of the sword-drawing technique, the scene was a complete massacre. Tell me, which shop belongs to the Nico family? The slaughter continued until there was not a single cultivator left in the sky. Zichen coldly said to one of the outsider cultivators below. As soon as the outsider saw Zichen's cold eyes, his heart trembled, and he subconsciously pointed in a certain direction. It was a magnificent building with several floors. However, as Zichen looked at it, the surface of the building suddenly flashed with light. Then, a restriction appeared and protected the building. Seeing this, Zichen smiled coldly and instantly went outside the restriction. His saint aura spread, and he unsheathed his sword again. The golden saber light flashed through the restriction. Bang! The restrictive spell shattered, and exclamations came from inside the building. 1 strike, just 1 strike. Zichen did not hesitate to rush into the shop. After that, the people outside saw one after another flashing blade after another. Occasionally, they would rush out from the building, accompanied by angry and frightened roars. After a while, the building returned to normal, and Zichen walked out of it. After he walked out, the entire building fell apart and completely collapsed. Is there a shop belonging to the Gung family here? After walking out of the building, Zichen looked back at one of the outsiders and asked indifferently. His cold expression was much more restrained, and he looked like he was asking a normal question. However, the outsider was even more frightened. His finger trembled as he pointed in a certain direction. "Thank you." Zichun smiled faintly at the outsider, then walked toward the Gung family's shop. Such a scene shocked everyone. He had just dealt with the Nico family, and now he was going to attack the Gung family. After entering the Gung family's shop, the saber light continued to flash. At the same time, the angry roars and threats of the Gung family cultivators could be heard. Hearing these voices, the onlookers couldn't help but laugh. He dared to kill the Nico family's saint. Why would he care about their threats? Such threats were undoubtedly laughable to the onlookers. Soon, Zichen walked out of the shop. The surroundings were still quiet. Everyone looked at Zichen in awe. They had already sensed Zichen's aura from the Life Star. Zichen, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. He looked back at the cultivators and said, "Please help me pass a message to the two families. Although I killed 8 of your saints, this matter is not over." Although they knew how powerful Zichen was, when they heard Zichen's words, they couldn't control their emotions and exclaimed, 8 saints were killed. 8 saints. The two families only had 9 saints in total, and they had lost 8 of them. I only took the saint power chip from these 2 shops. I didn't touch the rest. I'll give them all to you as a reward for passing the message. After that, Zichen turned and left. Zichen didn't take anything from the people he killed, except for the energy crystals of the false saints. After Zichen left, the place became chaotic. Robberies broke out, and the cultivators of the overlords hiding in the dark were hacked to death by the cultivators who went crazy for resources when they tried to stop them with dignity. Anyway, Zichen had killed too many people this time. It wouldn't be a problem to frame a few more people for him. On the way back, Zichen found that he was lost, so he had to ask for directions and take the teleportation formation back. On the way back, the news of the 2 overlords suffering heavy losses spread out. The death of 8 saints also caused a commotion in this area. The Nico family was better off. At least they still had 1 saint. However, the Gung family was in trouble this time. All 4 of their saints were killed. Without the presence of a saint, the Gung family's position as the overlord was somewhat unstable. When Zichen returned to the Yao family, it caused a commotion. Not only were the people of the Yao family excited, but even the former slaves were also excited. They had witnessed Zichen's strength with their own eyes. They were deeply honored to be able to follow such an existence. Moreover, they knew very well that in addition to Zichen's strength, he also had another identity, a harmonious spirit master. Among the cheering crowd, Huan Kai was a little disappointed. Because of his special identity, he didn't participate in this battle. He had been feeling bad about it. How was it? Xing Chun came over after hearing the news. He looked at Zichen and asked. Zichen nodded. Impressive. You've killed 8 saints. I'm sure the 2 aristocratic families will be hopping mad this time. Xing Chun smiled. What about Guangyao? How is she? Zichen asked. When he was chasing after the 2 saints, he saw Guangyao fall with his spiritual sense. I heard that there was a problem with the soul fusion. She hasn't woken up yet, but it's said that she's fine. Zichen nodded and continued to ask, have you investigated the situation here? What's the matter with that existence? Xing Chun pointed at the ground and said, it should be from the underground. Guangyao hasn't woken up yet, and you haven't returned. They're just guessing and haven't gone down to investigate. It seems that they're waiting for you to come back and go down together. It's said that it's related to Wuji. Seeing that Zichen was deep in thought, Xing Chun said, don't be in a hurry to go down. I have an unexpected discovery here. Follow me. Zichen followed Xing Chun in confusion. When they arrived, he found out that the so-called unexpected discovery was actually news about Gung Yuanhua. Tell me. Xing Chun looked at Gung Yuanhua and said with a smile. Gung Yuanhua looked at Xing Chun with a hint of fear in his eyes. He didn't know how Xing Chun had tortured him in the past few days. Gung Yuanhua's gaze fell on Zichen. His eyes flickered. After a while, his face showed a hint of coldness and said, you'd better let me go. Oh? Tell me the reason. Zichen looked at Gung Yuanhua, who suddenly became tough. Do you think that my purpose is just to get a heavenly lady? Gung Yuanhua's cold expression had a hint of sarcasm. The heavenly lady's appearance is indeed stunning, but it's not to the point that I would use any means to get her. Tell me your purpose. My goal is to become a harmonious spirit master. How can a mere woman be a hindrance to me? Let me tell you, it's not that I like the heavenly lady. It's not that I want the heavenly lady. It's also not that I want to destroy the Yaoji clan. It's the Daofu clan that incited all of this. The Daofu clan. Zichun was startled. What? You don't even know about the Daofu clan? Gung Yuanhua looked at Zichun with disdain and said sarcastically, that's one of the dominators of the Star Path. You don't even know this and still dare to come here. You're simply courting death. Pa. Zichun heavily slapped Gung Yuanhua's head and said, speak properly. Don't you know that the Daofu clan is strange? How strong can they be? Not only are they the overlord of the Star Path, they are also said to have the support of the God Clan. How strong do you think they are? Gung Yuanhua said coldly, this matter was personally ordered by young Lord Hill of the Daofu clan. If you know what's good for you, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Zichun was amused. This guy was about to die but still dared to threaten him. The God race, you've seen them before. Zichun asked. When he was in the Zhanwu continent, he already knew about the existence of the God race. Unfortunately, those people were all secretive about it, saying that he was not strong enough and did not tell him. Right now, he had a heart of God, so he was very curious about the God race. How could I have seen the God clan? They are all high and mighty existences. The disdain in Gung Yuanchan's eyes deepened. I've heard of the Da family. They are indeed a terrifying power. How should I put it? Their position in the Star Road is similar to the Star Race's position in the Sky Martial continent. Xing Chen frowned. So powerful. Zichun was very surprised. It had to be known that the Star Race was known as the King Race. They were the true peak power of the Martial Heaven continent. If the Daofu family had such a position in the Star Path, then this matter was definitely unusual. P.S. Add more. Happy Christmas Eve. Chapter 2173. Looking at Zichun's changing expression, Gung Yuanpin was a little proud. He snorted and threatened, Humph! Now you know how powerful the Da family is. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. Perhaps even death is a luxury. Zichun looked at Gung Yuanpin and asked in a low voice, why is he targeting the Yao family? What's the reason? I don't know the specific reason, but I heard that it's because of that person back then. Oh, that person should be your teacher. It's said that when your teacher went deep into the Star Path, he went directly to the Da family and killed the closest person to young Master Hill. Your teacher's whereabouts are unknown now. No one knows whether he's dead or alive. He can't take revenge, so he can only destroy what your teacher once wanted to protect. So, you... Zichun interrupted Gung Yuanpin's threat again and said, where is he now? What's his current realm? He'll come at any time, so he's naturally a saint. In addition, he has other guards with him. These guards are all very powerful. Not only are there saint kings, but there are even supreme saints. When he comes to this star field and doesn't see me for a long time, the consequences will be very serious. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. When the time comes, I'll say a few good words in front of young Master Hill and let you go. Gung Yuanpin threatened again. Zichun curled his lips. Did this guy take him for a fool? The two sides were already at loggerheads. How could he let him go and say a few good words? Who was he kidding? Ignoring Gung Yuanpin's threats and shouts, Zichun turned and left. Xingchen followed. Zichun walked out with a solemn expression on his face. Xingchen glanced at Zichun and said, don't listen to him. That guy is talking nonsense. The Da family is indeed very powerful, but it's impossible to have a supreme saint as a guard. Even a saint king is impossible, let alone a supreme saint. However, with the strength of the Da family, they should have saint guards by their side. Gung Yuanchan wasn't stupid. He could tell that Zichun didn't know much about the Star Path, so he deliberately used these two experts to scare him. But what he didn't know was that in Xing Chen's memories, there were some fragments of the Star Ancestors' memories. Gung Yuanchan could fool Zichun, but he couldn't fool him. A supreme saint as a guard. In front of people who knew the industry, this was simply a laughingstock. Anyway, I'm afraid it's not safe for the Glory family to stay here. The thing underground should be related to their bloodline seal. Let's go and have a look later. If we can undo their bloodline curse, we'll take them with us, Zichun said in a low voice. The universal original cauldron was big enough to take these people with it. Besides, Zichun's ultimate goal was to break through to the Saint Realm and then return to the Life Star. It shouldn't be a problem to take these people with him. It's better to go and have a look. Oh right. What should we do with Gung Yuanpin? Xingchen looked at Zichun. Kill him, Zichun said coldly. He's a spirit devourer. Even if he can't break through, he's still a top spirit devourer. It's a pity to kill him. Xingchen looked at Zichun in astonishment. This guy is a complete disaster. Leaving him alive will bring us a lot of trouble. His usefulness is not proportional to the trouble. Just kill him. Seeing Zichun's firm attitude, Xingchen nodded. After finding someone else to deal with Gung Yuanpin, the two went directly to the depths of the Glory family. Before going underground, they wanted to see the situation of Brilliant. Brilliant's residence was independent. It was a forbidden area in the Glory family. Outsiders couldn't set foot there. Because of Zichun's contribution to the Glory family, they made an exception and let the two enter. This was the symbol of the Glory family. There was nothing special about it, not even a restriction. After passing through the corridor of the hall, the two came to Brilliant's residence. A faint fragrance filled the room. Zichun and Xingchen walked in directly. Elder Mei and two female cultivators were taking care of Brilliant. When they saw the two come in, they immediately stood up. How's Dazzling? Zichun asked with concern. Elder Mei shook her head. There was a trace of worry between her eyebrows. He hasn't woken up yet. At this moment, Brilliant was lying on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Her face was rosy, her eyes were picturesque, and her breathing was even. She looked like she was asleep. There were no injuries on her body, but she still hadn't woken up. It was very worrying. Did something happen to her soul? Zichun asked. It seems so. Elder Mei nodded at first, then shook her head. She didn't know. What kind of soul did she fuse with? Why did she suddenly enter the Saint Realm? Zichun asked again. Elder Mei shook her head again. You're the most powerful elder in the Glory family. She's the angel. How can you not know about her situation? Zichun asked. He felt that she was hiding something. This is the forbidden area of the Glory family. Apart from the angel, outsiders can't set foot here. Even the maids can't enter. All these years, we've only met in the meeting hall. The angel has always been in the heaven realm. We don't know why she suddenly entered the Saint Realm. Elder Mei explained in detail. Xingchen was silent. Zichun still didn't understand. Elder Mei told Zichun in detail about the angel. It turned out that Brilliant was appointed by the previous angel. Her origin had always been a mystery in the Glory family. Ever since the previous angel died, Brilliant had become the angel. What was worth mentioning was that the previous heavenly lady was a saint. Just as Zichun was wondering if Brilliant's condition had anything to do with the previous goddess, he saw Brilliant's long eyelashes tremble slightly. Then, he opened his big bright eyes, and the room was instantly lit up. She's awake. Seeing Brilliant open her eyes, a few people immediately showed joy on their faces. They all went forward. How are you? Zichun came to the bedside and looked at Brilliant with concern. Brilliant slowly got up, pursed her red lips, and gently shook her head. It's nothing serious. It's just that the timing wasn't right. I'll be fine after more rest. Then you rest well. I'll go underground with Xingchen to check out the situation. Zichun pretended to leave. I'm fine. We can't go underground from the outside. I'll take you through the entrance. As she spoke, Brilliant got out of bed and her condition gradually improved. Clearly, Brilliant knew a little about the underground. Zichun asked, Do you know what's underground? I don't know. The angel only told me that it was the source of the bloodline curse. As for what's there, I've never been there, so I don't know. After a simple grooming, Brilliant walked to a corner of the room and raised her hand to shoot out a beam of energy. Her energy was mixed with some saint power, but it wasn't strong. This should be the aftereffect of the previous fusion. As the beam of energy fell, the space here began to ripple. Then, the space distorted and formed a black hole. The moment the black hole appeared, Zichen's expression changed slightly. His heartbeat suddenly sped up. The two female cultivators stayed outside while Zichen and the others walked toward the black hole. After passing through the black hole, Zichen saw a series of stone steps. The stone steps meandered and extended downwards. As they went deeper, Zichen's heartbeat became faster and faster. It was as if he sensed something that made him very nervous. However, Zichen clearly sensed that this nervousness came from the heart of the god and not from himself. Could there be something underground that's related to the heart of the god? Zichen couldn't help but guess as he recalled the first time he came here and the beating of the heart of the god. They quickly reached the end of the stone steps, and a large expanse of light appeared in front of them. At the same time, a terrifying pressure formed in this open area. After arriving at this open area and looking at the only thing at the center, the four of them were stunned. It was a thick arm that stood there like a wall. Above the arm, the 5 fingers were clenched into a fist, just like the fist that had rushed out of the ground that day. It was filled with a sense of power. That terrifying pressure came from that fist. Around the fist, there were a total of 9 beams of energy. They were like chains that wrapped around the fist layer by layer. Among these 9 beams of energy, Zichen saw a violent and dazzling golden light and a cold silver light. The yin and yang energy in his body were drawn and became active. That was yin and yang energy, which belonged to Wuji. In addition, among the remaining 7 beams of energy, 3 were the purest glorious energy. The remaining 4 were emitting a blood-red light. Within those lights, there were many mixed auras. Those were bloodline energy. The 9 beams of energy extended down from the sky and wrapped around the fist. The yin and yang energy among them became slightly dim. Seeing the clenched left fist and the 9 beams of energy, everyone was stunned. I understand now. After carefully looking at the 9 beams of energy, Brilliant said after a while, we did not use the trump card that Wuji left behind back then. However, the energy has been flowing away for many years. The flow is not due to the natural depletion of the formation, but because it is being absorbed by the energy chains here. The blood-red energy should be the power of the bloodline of our glorious clan. What has been supporting us for many years is not a curse, but a seal, a bloodline seal. Elder May seemed to understand quickly. She nodded and said, that's right. This is a seal targeted at this fist. The purpose of the glorious clan's existence is to seal this thing. Then, shame appeared on her face again. Back then, Wuji had clearly done it for them. However, his clansmen were full of resentment toward Wuji. What is this fist? Why is it sealed? It was clearly this fist that saved us. Xingqian frowned and was puzzled. Back then, when I was filling it with yin and yang energy, I felt the energy flowing away. I thought it was because the seal had been sealed for too long, so I did not pay too much attention to it. It seems that my perception was not wrong. The reason for everything lies here. Unlike the others, Zichen's eyes were fixed on the clenched fist. Compared to the others, he knew why the fist was sealed. I understand now. Looking at the fist, Zichen muttered. At this moment, his heart was beating violently. This was a natural reaction when encountering the same thing. Yes, it was the same thing. It was the left arm of a celestial god. It could also be called the left hand of a celestial god. You are finally here. Just as Zichen understood the meaning of the arm, an old voice suddenly sounded. This made everyone's heart tighten. Chapter 2174. An old voice rang out. In front of the 9 energy chains, a beam of light appeared. Within the beam of light, an old man in golden robes appeared. Looking at the face of this old man, Elder May blinked her eyes in disbelief. She then exclaimed, Yaozu? You are Yaozu. The moment Zichen heard this, he was shocked. In this world, there was only a single person who dared to call himself Yaozu. He was the old master of the glory race, just like the star ancestor of the star race. However, it was a pity that the star ancestor had fallen. You are that little brat from back then. The old man who was called Yaozu looked at Elder May and nodded his head. Brilliant was shocked at this sight as well. Even though she was a heavenly lady, She had never seen the old master of the glory race before. Yaozu, why are you here? Elder Mei's expression was respectful. Xing Qin's previous doubts had been resolved. Why would the sealed fist turn into energy and soar into the sky? That was because of Yaozu. The rumors of Yaozu's fall were false. Yaozu had always been alive. He was under the glory race, protecting the glory race. It's a long story. I've been waiting for you guys here for many days. If you guys had not come down, this old man here would have left. The old man chuckled. Left? Where are you going? Elder Mei was shocked. From the calm expression of the old man, Zichun could tell the true meaning of his words. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The so-called leaving was not to go anywhere, but to reach the end of his lifespan. Even though those 4 punches back then were aggressive, the price paid by the old man was not small. Furthermore, the power of those 4 punches was weaker than the previous one. Of course, I'm going to where I should go. The old man chuckled. He then looked at Brilliant and nodded his head in satisfaction. Back then, little Xian said that she had found a suitable heavenly lady. Looking at it today, she is indeed suitable. I'm afraid you are the only one who can truly be called the heavenly lady of glory. Brilliant bowed to the old man without saying anything. Elder Mei's heart skipped a beat. Little Xian was the name of the previous generation's heavenly lady. There were not many people who knew about it now. The old man's expression became a lot more serious as he looked at Brilliant and said, long story short, your timing isn't right yet. If you force yourself to fuse with it, you'll suffer quite a bit of damage, but since you came in time, I can help you. As he spoke, the old man glanced at Zichun with an inexplicable expression. I hope Senior can help me. Zichun couldn't understand the meaning behind the other's gaze, so he immediately bowed and said, nodding slightly at Zichun, the old man extended his hand behind him. The 9 energy chains behind him twisted, and a dazzling light burst out from them. The world began to tremble. The 9 chains snaking upward broke from the top and then fell from the sky, wrapping around Yaozu's body. 9 energy chains, one end wrapped around the heavenly god's left hand, the other end wrapped around Yaozu's body. Such a scene was unexpected. The next moment, Heaven God's left hand trembled slightly. The pure energy in it followed the 9 energy chains and gathered toward Yaozu. It was as if Yaozu was using the energy chains to absorb Heaven God's left hand's energy. As the energy entered his body, Yaozu's body emitted a dazzling light. He formed a seal with both hands, and waves of energy gathered in front of him, then converged toward Brilliant. As the energy entered Brilliant's body, a wave of saint power was emitted from Brilliant's body. Brilliant closed his eyes slightly, quietly absorbing the energy. This is tempering the body. Elder Mei was shocked to see this scene. It's tempering the saint-level body. Zichen's expression changed. He had seen such a scene in the Star Tribe before. Back then, Astral Ancestor helped Xing Qian temper the saint-level body, and this time, Yaozu used a similar method to temper the saint-level body for Brilliant. This was a great opportunity that everyone envied. Who would have thought that Zichun would encounter it twice? And both times, it had nothing to do with him. Fortunately, Zichun had the Rainbow Sacred Tree. One day, he would also have a saint-level body. There was no soul in Heaven God's left hand. During this time, there was no resistance. As the energy continued to flow, the size of Heaven God's left hand also shrank little by little. This was a long process. The 3 of them waited patiently. Among the Yao clan on the ground, there was an uproar. Just a moment ago, they felt that the bloodline curse that had been there for many years had suddenly disappeared. Although they already knew that this bloodline curse did not harm them and had saved them at a critical moment, a curse was still a curse. With the disappearance of this moment, they could not help but feel excited. From now on, this star path would be completely open to them. The sea was wide for fish to jump, and the sky was wide for birds to fly. There were no more restrictions. After a few days underground, the saint power stopped gathering. Brilliant opened his eyes and bowed. He said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, Yaozu." Yaozu waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter." As he spoke, he turned to look at Zichun and said, "But you, little guy, this time, I used your thing to become a heavenly lady. You've suffered some losses." Zichun was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the shrunken left hand of Heaven God and understood what he meant. He smiled but didn't say anything. Just like the star ancestor back then, this brilliant ancestor also saw through his background with a single glance. Fortunately, you have your own opportunity this time. Although the remaining energy can't help you break through to the saint level quickly, I can give you an opportunity based on your own situation. Thank you, Senior. Zichen clasped his fist and bowed. You don't have to be so polite. This is just icing on the cake. Yaozu's hands formed a seal again. This time, he did not absorb energy from Heaven God's left hand. Instead, he fed his own energy into it. What was fed back was not only energy, but also Yaozu's life force. Senior, this is... Zichen looked at Yaozu in confusion. If he fed back all his life force, wouldn't it mean that he was about to die? I'm just a remnant soul. I should have gone long ago. Before I go, I'm very happy to see you and help you. Yaozu smiled faintly. His expression was calm, as if he had seen through life and death. The atmosphere was oppressive. Zichen's previous enthusiasm quickly dissipated. He shook his head and said, if that's the case, I'd rather not have such an opportunity. Life is death, death is life. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. There's nothing to be sad about. Sometimes, death is also a kind of rebirth. Yaozu's life force kept flowing away. On the other end of the energy chain, Heaven God's left hand kept shrinking after absorbing the energy. In the process of shrinking, runes flickered on the surface of Heaven God's left hand. Zichen could not understand Yaozu's words. At the moment, his heart was very heavy. The three beside him were also silent. Pong, pong. Among the 9 energy chains, 2 of them exploded. They were Wuji's yin and yang energy. At that moment, the memories that Wuji had left here all disappeared. As a defiant of the heavens, you have to be decisive. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable. When the war truly begins in the future, not to mention a single person, even if it's an entire tribe, when the time comes, you have to abandon them. Yaozu's eyes became kind as he talked to Zichen. It was a reminder, and also a kind of expectation. It was the first time they had met, but Zichen felt that he had known Yaozu for a long time. They didn't feel unfamiliar with each other. Instead, they felt close. Zichen was a smart man. Hearing Yaozu, he was moved. He blurted out, just like the Star Clan. Yeah, just like the Star Clan. Just like us. Yaozu nodded. At first, Zichen had doubts. He didn't know why the Star Clan and the Glory Clan would leave the Life Star and come to this star passage. Now, he understood. These 2 clans weren't on this Life Star because they had been abandoned. That year, God didn't follow the agreement and invaded the Life Star. At the critical moment, we made a decision after careful consideration. In that battle, the Star Clan was annihilated. God was hurt badly. We joined hands and killed him. It was a secret, a real secret, which was related to the biggest secret of this world. The 4 of them listened to him in silence. However, we were too weak. Even if we killed God, we couldn't erase his soul. So, Zichen continued, so, you dismembered the God and sealed the most important heart of the God on this Life Star. You brought the rest of the body parts to the star passage. Your clan took the God's left hand. I believe the other clans took the other parts and sealed them. That's right. We dismembered the God and suppressed him for so many years. However, we underestimated the God's power. Even though he only had a body, he still had endless power. Moreover, we had to pay a big price to kill the God that year. That's why many accidents happened. Something happened to our clan. We couldn't reach the designated place. We were besieged along the way. Begrudgingly, we had to stop here. However, after so many years of fighting, we suffered a big loss. We stopped fighting when Wuji stepped on the star passage. If Wuji hadn't come in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have kept the God's left hand. The answer was obvious. Wuji and Yaozu had used the bloodline of the Glory Clan to seal the God's left hand until now. Is it a coincidence? Zichen asked. Apparently, when Wuji came here, he had already entered the Saint Realm. He didn't come here to train himself. It was more likely that he had some purpose. He came here specifically for this matter. His purpose of coming to the star passage was to ensure that the god's body wouldn't have any accident. The route he took was for the body. Why? You came from the life star. Didn't you hear about this from Wuji? Apparently, the Glory clan already knew that Zichun was Wuji's disciple. That's why they asked. Zichun shook his head and said, after he entered the star passage, he didn't go back. I'm his disciple, so I haven't seen him. Didn't go back? Is he? Yaozu's face was regretful. No, I heard that he's still alive, said Zichun. At this moment, all the energy chains on Yaozu's body shattered. The light around him became very dim. He looked like a soul shadow that could vanish at any moment. At this moment, the god's left hand had returned to the size of a normal arm. Many talisman scripts flashed on its surface, emitting a strong fluctuation of saint power. This is the remaining energy of the god's left arm. I will seal it in your left arm. Although it can't help you enter the saint realm, it can protect you at critical moments. When you have enough power, you can refine it completely. Chapter 2175. After Yaozu finished speaking, the heaven god's left arm flew to Zichun's side. Apparently, after so many years of being sealed, the god's left arm wasn't as strong as it used to be. However, the aura it emitted could still be compared to a saint's. That pressure was suffocating. Moreover, it was the real god's left arm. Shiyin believed that its toughness wasn't weaker than a saint's body. Zichun looked at Yaozu hesitantly. The latter looked at him kindly, nodded, and smiled encouragingly at Zichun. Zichun extended his left hand, gently touching the god's left arm. A moment later, the left arm began to tremble. Then, it turned into a jet of light, fusing with Zichun's left arm. This scene was too smooth, causing Zichun's face to be filled with astonishment. Even Yaozu was stunned. Then, he took a deep look at Zichun, and his expression gradually became solemn. That year, something happened to us here. Perhaps other places have the same problem. You must be careful in the future. Everything you have can be a blessing or a disaster. Yaozu used telepathy to say that. His tone was very serious. Zichun nodded solemnly. When he had absorbed the heart of the god, he had sensed the god's left arm. That was why the left arm could fuse with him smoothly. But in the future, whether or not everything would backfire on him was still unknown. My mission is complete. It's time for me to leave. Yaozu's voice was filled with desolation. He looked at Zichun and said, Zichun, the Yaozu clan is in your hands. Many years ago, we were the royal clan. We had the strongest fighting force. Many years later, we're still the royal clan. However, after so many years of freedom, they've lost their fighting spirit. I believe that you have a way to restore their fighting spirit. Zichun nodded again. Predecessor, don't worry. The royal clan won't decline. That year, our clan had a mission. Now, it's time to go back. Take them back to the Life Star. That's their real home. Yaozu's body became dimmer. It was a sign that he was about to disappear. Zichun really didn't know what to say at this moment. Elder May had already started to cry, and Brilliant's face was also filled with sorrow. Don't be sad, don't be sad. Death is rebirth. I believe that we will meet again. When that time comes, I believe that we will point our swords at the heavens. Yaozu's figure completely disappeared, leaving only his aged voice echoing in the sky. In the dark night sky of a distant life star, a bright light suddenly appeared in the vault of the sky. The night was as bright as day. A bright ray of light fell from the sky to the ground, landing in a certain courtyard. Then, a loud and clear cry sounded. An infant was born with a vision of heaven and earth. The left arm of the god of heaven merged with Zichun's body. Yaozu also disappeared, and the space here became empty. It seemed that because of the loss of the energy source, this space had become unstable at this moment, showing signs of collapse. Let's go. Zichun sighed and turned around. At this moment, his heart was filled with unspeakable sorrow. Star Ancestor had fallen, and now, Yaozu had also fallen. The Life Star had lost two great experts. However, he didn't know if Lightning Ancestor and Moon Ancestor of the four great royal families were still alive. Returning to the ground, the situation here was still the same. However, there were more cheers than before. Apparently, they knew that the bloodline seal had been lifted. Unfortunately, they were so excited that they didn't know that Yaozu had fallen at the cost of this. The matter here was finally over. As Yaozu had said, Zichun had to take these people with him. However, Zichun didn't lose anything because Brilliant would follow them. The latter didn't have the same situation as Xingqian. Once he fused with this sacred realm body, he would enter the sacred realm completely. This sacred realm didn't only refer to the body entering the sacred realm. Even his energy would enter the sacred realm. A true sacred realm expert. At that time, Brilliant's fighting competence would be incomparably intimidating. He would even surpass Zichun before he had broken through. What's your next plan? Xingqian asked Zichun as he was free. I don't know when the young master of the Daofu family will come. It's not safe for the members of the Yao clan to stay here. I plan to take them and leave first, said Zichun. Leave? Where do you want to go? Deeper? Asked Xingqian. No, I want to take them out of this place first. We can't do anything here. We can't leave yet, said Zichun, shaking his head. Can't do anything? What do you mean? Xingqian looked at Zichun suspiciously. The two great families are at their weakest. If we take the initiative to attack them, they won't be able to recover. Perhaps they will be destroyed. You mean it's the same as the Luo family? Xingqian immediately guessed Zichun's intention and stared at Zichun with his eyes wide open. This time, they have suffered a great loss. If we leave just like this, they will definitely transfer their anger to others. Rather than letting those who came later suffer, why not join forces with those families now? Not only will we be able to destroy the two great families, we will also be able to make them owe us a favor. With this favor, at the very least, those who come later will have a much better life. Zichun said in a deep voice. That's good, but there might not be a suitable partner here. Moreover, the Nico family has a sacred realm expert. I believe that as long as the sacred realm expert is alive, the Nico family's position as the overlord will not be shaken. After such a blow, they will definitely hide in the family and not come out. Xingqian said with a worried face. Such a big family will definitely have a strong protective formation. If we attack them, I'm afraid we will suffer great losses. I have my own plans. Let's find some partners first. This world was not equal. The weak were prey to the strong, so there would be oppression everywhere. In the Nico Star sector, there were two overlords, and there were several sacred realm experts in each of them. As a result, there had not been a single sacred realm expert in all these years. All sacred realm experts with great potential would mysteriously disappear one day, be seriously injured, or die. Naturally, there were complaints about the two great families, but they did not dare voice their anger. This time, the two overlords had suffered great losses. This gave rise to some ideas that they had never dared to think about. Therefore, after receiving an invitation from someone who claimed to have killed 8 sacred realm experts from the two overlords, they accepted the invitation without hesitation and went to a secret location. This location was provided by Mu Gang, who had a good relationship with the Glory Clan. It was very secretive, and Zichun was protecting those families. According to Mu Gang's information, Zichun had carefully selected 5 families. These 5 families all had great enmity with the two overlords. Although they could not guarantee that they would take revenge on the two overlords, they could at least guarantee that they would not betray Zichun. The 5 family heads had come. It was obvious that they valued Zichun's invitation very much. After Mu Gang introduced them one by one, the 5 people sat down. Zichun sat at the head of the table and looked at the 5 people. He got straight to the point and said, I've troubled the 5 family heads to come today because I have something to discuss. The 5 family heads straightened their expressions and looked at Zichun, waiting for him to continue. Join hands to deal with the two great families, said Zichun. Exaggerated astonishment immediately appeared on the faces of the 5 patriarchs. They appeared to be very shocked and astonished. Zichun pretended not to see the changes in their expressions and said, What do you think? Family heads? One of the family heads from the Ming family pondered for a moment and said, Where did this come from? The two great families have been here for a long time. They have a deep foundation and are the real overlords. The other family heads nodded. Zichun smiled faintly and said, The so-called overlords just have sacred realm experts. The family head of the Ming family said again, I heard that the two great families have lost a lot of Sacred Realm experts this time, but as far as we know, there are still Sacred Realm experts in the Nico family. Of course I know about this. I will personally go to the Nico family to deal with that Sacred Realm expert. Zicheng glanced at these people and said in a deep voice, after I kill the Nico family's Sacred Realm expert, I will also break their family's defensive formation. There is only one chance, and it depends on whether you can seize it. After that, I don't want any other resources. I only want the Saint Power Crystal. In fact, at present, the most valuable thing was the Saint Power Crystal. Zichen's request was undoubtedly a little too much. However, considering that these people were all aristocratic families, other than the Saint Power Crystal, the most useless things to Zichen were the shops and some trading places that were indispensable to these aristocratic families. This request was acceptable. Moreover, if they really took down the two great families, the total amount of resources obtained was definitely not something that the Saint Power Crystal could compare to. The discussion was very short. During this time, the five family heads almost did not speak much. Both sides did not discuss any details, and these people did not even agree to attack the two overlords together. In this regard, Zichen did not care. No one would believe a person who they had only met once, let alone gamble the future of the entire family. What Zichen wanted to do now was to increase the bargaining chips and increase the confidence of these people. Therefore, after these people left, Zichen also left. Before leaving, Mu Gang pointed to a place for Zichen. It was another trading place that belonged to the Nico family. Zichen brought people into this trading place and then began to kill. His goal was very simple, which was to kill the people of the Nico family. He did not even deal with the people of the Gung family. After this battle, most of the cultivators of the Nico family were killed, and some of them took advantage of the chaos to escape. Other than the Saint Power Crystal, Zichen did not want any other resources. After that, he put everyone away and went deep into the trading place alone. After moving forward for a while, he saw a senior member of the Nico family who was being protected by a group of guards. The saber spirit turned into a flash of light, and other than this senior member, everyone else was killed. Chapter 2176. The Nico family had suffered heavy losses in the last battle. After learning about the battle through other channels, the Nico family had strictly guarded the place, forbidding all of their disciples from leaving. In the deepest part of the family, the sound of broken utensils, slapping sounds, and curses could be heard every day. Damn you, Gung Yuanqi. You've harmed our family. You're courting death. Why did you bring the Nico family with you? You damned thing. I curse you to die a horrible death. The one who spoke was the only saint in the Nico family, Nico Casey. He was the top existence in this star field. Usually, when people saw him, they would be respectful and worshipful. No one dared to provoke him. But now, he was on tenterhooks all day, worried that his life would be threatened. If he didn't have absolute confidence in the defense of his family's formation, he would have abandoned his family and sought refuge in another star field. A powerful saint was worried about being hunted down by a heavenly realm expert and considered seeking refuge elsewhere. This was undoubtedly a great joke. This isn't the deepest part of the star field. Why would a saint be afraid? Casey also felt that it was ridiculous. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away from the Nico family, a wounded Nico family cultivator was desperately flying toward the family. His eyes were full of fear. From time to time, he would look back, as if some powerful existence was following him. He came from the trading ground and was lucky enough to escape Zichen's pursuit. He was constantly using secret techniques to escape. He coughed up blood again. After using a secret technique, he crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived outside the Nico family. At this moment, the Nico family was in a state of full alert. When they saw a person suddenly appear in the void, they shouted coldly. Soon, many auras locked onto the person. It's me. Open the restriction and let me in.
The man, who was covered in blood, said weakly.
It's Lord Ali. Lord Ali, what's going on? The guards immediately recognized Ali. He controlled the trading ground and had a very high status in the Nico family. Open the restriction and let me in. I want to find Lord Casey, Ali repeated. His chaotic aura stabilized a little. The group of cultivators was in a difficult situation. The higher-ups had clearly stated that no one was allowed to enter or leave. Damn it, can't you see my situation? Our trading ground has been completely destroyed. I risked my life to come back. They're going to start their revenge. Ollie's weak voice carried a bit of coldness. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all moved. Looking at Ollie's miserable state, they really had no reason to stop him. After a moment of hesitation, the restriction opened and Ollie entered. During this period of time, there was also a person who accompanied Ollie just in case. The two of them went straight to where St. Cathy lived. Passing through many buildings, when they were about to reach St. Cathy's residence, the two of them heard a cracking sound. The corner of the pseudo-saint's mouth twitched slightly. His pace slowed down slightly, and his expression was a little unnatural. "What's going on?" Ollie asked in a deep voice. "My lord has not been in a good mood recently. I will send you here. You can go by yourself." The fake saint stopped. Then, "Okay." After a moment of hesitation, Ollie nodded and walked towards St. Cathy's residence alone. As he approached, the cracking sound did not stop. Instead, it became even more serious. During this time, Cathy's uncontrollable curses also echoed around. "Who is it?" Before Ollie could express his intentions, Cathy's cold voice came from the room. He had already noticed Ollie's arrival. "My lord, I am Ollie." Ollie cupped his fists and bowed. "Which Ollie?" A voice came from inside. "The controller of Huasi Planet's trading ground." "Ollie, why are you here? Didn't I stop everyone from entering? Who let you in?" Hearing St. Cathy's words, Ollie's expression was clearly stunned. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he ask why he came back and why he was covered in injuries? He did not believe that a dignified saint would not be able to sense his current situation. "My lord, Huasi Planet has been lost. The trading ground has been destroyed. I desperately escaped back. They have started their revenge." Putting away the wild thoughts in his heart, Ollie said with a sorrowful expression, "Have they started their revenge?" St. Cathy's murmur sounded in the room. Then there was no then. The surroundings were quiet. He could not hear Cathy's curses, nor could he hear Cathy's summons. Ollie was a little dumbfounded. Why was it like this? He did not know that Cathy was frightened by Zichan. As an existence who had killed several saints, even if the other party was only in the heaven realm, he still could not sleep and eat in peace. The atmosphere was silent, and there was a sense of oppression in it, making Ollie's heart feel very uncomfortable. He, who was already seriously injured, felt a little dizzy at this moment. He tried to call out twice, my lord, "Scram, don't bother me." An angry shout came from the room. "My lord, don't you want to ask what happened? Don't you want to ask how the others are doing? You are now the strongest person in the family. The lifeline and future of the entire family are in your hands." Ollie gritted his teeth and said, "Scram." I said scram. Cathy's voice was filled with cold killing intent. "Either scram or die." This voice traveled very far, and some of the guards in the surroundings heard it as well. Their faces were filled with sorrow. The family used to be so glorious. Saints were high and mighty existences, full of dignity. But now, Cathy's performance disappointed them and even disgusted them. They all saw Ollie's situation. They should be concerned, ask what happened, and then decide how to attack. But they did not. St. Cathy's actions were very disappointing. "Even if I die, I will tell my lord what happened." Ollie gritted his teeth and immediately rushed to Cathy's room. Pong. The door opened automatically. A ray of energy rushed out and hit Ollie. The latter vomited blood and flew backward. His already weak life force completely disappeared. He died in one blow. He died with his eyes wide open. The guards in the distance all turned back and silently looked at Ollie, whose life force had disappeared. Their expressions became very complicated. "Idiot, how dare you attack me?" Cathy's sarcastic voice sounded, and then there was silence. No one noticed that when the ray of energy landed on Ollie, a ray of light also flew out of Ollie's body and into Cathy's room. At this moment, the guards were mourning Ollie's death. In Cathy's room, there was a restriction based on the universe origin cauldron that enveloped the entire room. "Who are you?" Kathy asked coldly as he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. You almost scared me to death, and you still want to ask who I am? Zichun smiled faintly. He had heard everything that had happened. He had originally planned many plans for Ollie, but he did not expect Kathy to not follow the plan. Zichun, you are Zichun. Kathy's eyes narrowed and turned cold. I've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't think you would dare to come to me. A trace of mockery flashed in Zichun's eyes. He had heard everything clearly. There's no point in stalling for time. This restriction is strong enough that outsiders will not be able to detect it. Swoosh, swoosh. Xingqian and Brilliant appeared on both sides, staring coldly at Kathy. If you want me dead, you will have to pay the price. Kathy's expression gradually turned cold. Is that so? Zichun smiled coldly. His figure flashed as he charged towards Kai Shi. Boom. Waves of energy surged. Saint Power surged on his fist, bringing with it a terrifying aura. This was equivalent to the space in the cauldron. It was very stable. Zichun was not worried about being detected by others, so he could fight freely. Boom. The energy collided. Kathy's figure retreated, and a powerful force surrounded him. After personally experiencing Zichun's strength, his expression became more and more serious. Zichun rushed forward and punched out. Then his right leg swept out. Saint Power surged, forming a powerful wave that spread out. Kathy blocked with both hands. Pure Saint Power gathered on his hands. After withstanding Zichun's attack, he retreated again. The current Zichun was not a saint yet, but with Saint Power, he was no different from a saint. Saint Power surged in each of his attacks, and this Saint Power was much purer than Kathy's. Xingqian and Brilliant stood on both sides, watching Kathy closely, ready to attack at any time. My time is limited. I don't have time to waste. If he wants to bully you, so be it. He stopped. Zichun had a scabbard in his hand. The moment he saw the black scabbard, Kathy's pupils shrank. Although he did not participate in the previous battle, he understood the details very clearly. Zichun had used this strange scabbard to kill several saints. Zichun held the scabbard with his left hand and put his right hand on the hilt. Xingqian and Brilliant beside him began to glow. A powerful wave of energy spread out. It was obvious that the three were ready to join forces. The outside world was still quiet. Ollie's body was still there. Without Kathy's order, no one dared to deal with the body. The guards had complicated expressions on their faces, as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over. At this moment, there was a feeling of despair in their hearts. It was not that they were really desperate, but Kathy's attitude made them feel desperate. Time passed by. Kathy's room was quiet. For them, who had been hearing curses and the sound of broken utensils for the past few days, the silence at this moment made them feel strange. Perhaps it was guilt in their hearts. These guards thought to themselves, after all, killing a high-ranking official for no reason was absolutely not allowed under normal circumstances. A moment later, the door opened again. Kathy, who looked haggard and cold, walked out of the room. He glanced at Ollie's body and said, "He has contributed greatly to the family. Bury him well." Yes. A few guards came from afar and said respectfully. There was some excitement in their expressions, thinking that the saint had reignited his confidence. Nodding indifferently, Kathy left the room and walked into the distance. Chapter 2177. Everyone saluted Casey as he walked past them. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. The fact that Casey could walk around proved that he had not given up on himself. He had the support of a huge family with hundreds of thousands of years of history behind him. It was not difficult for him to deal with the Glory Clan. Casey was expressionless all the way. The holy aura on his body was suffocating, forcing others to stay away. He arrived outside the Nico family's treasury. He looked up at the several stories tall treasury with a cold expression. "Greetings, my lord." The guard immediately saluted. Casey nodded and said indifferently, "Open the treasury." The guard immediately responded. He turned around and led the others to take out rune seals one by one to open the treasury. There were hidden but powerful fluctuations in the surroundings. They were the secret guards guarding the treasury. A rumbling sound was heard as the treasury's door opened. Colorful lights shone from within. Casey's eyes reflected the changing lights. His eyes narrowed slightly. "My lord, it's done," the guard said carefully. Kaishi ignored the guard and walked towards the treasure pavilion. Entering the treasury, he saw that it was filled with resources. They were the treasures that the Nico family had collected over the countless years. At this moment, the Nico family's greatest secret was revealed in front of Casey. This made Casey's eyes flash with excitement. He released his spiritual senses. He did not find any other guards in the treasury. Casey stood there with a cold expression until the door behind him was completely closed. The moment the door closed, Casey transformed into Zichen's appearance. Without making a move, his perfect spiritual senses could successfully deceive anyone. The Nico family indeed has a deep foundation. Looking at the resources, Zichun let out a low sigh in his heart. Everywhere he looked was filled with resources. The lowest and most inconspicuous ones were the attributeless crystals. They were densely packed together without any pattern. They were like waste. Apart from that, there were also heavenly soldiers emitting soul power fluctuations and heavenly techniques everywhere. In response, Zichun did not hesitate and took out the Universal Origin Cauldron. Rays of light emitted from the Universal Origin Cauldron and enveloped the resources. The next moment, they were all sucked in. The number of items here was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Inside the Universe Original Cauldron, the alien tribes and the cultivators from the Life Stars were curiously looking at a place not far from them. Star and Brilliant were standing there, and a feeble soul was floating in front of them. Around this soul, there was a surge of saint power. It was clearly the soul of a saint. Bright's body emitted blazing energy as he tried to read the memories of this saint's soul. Obviously, this was the soul of the only saint in the Nicolo star region, Casey from the Nicolo family. Seeing this scene, everyone was pleasantly surprised. To be able to silently bring Casey's soul here meant that the Nicolo family was completely finished. If that was the case, then wouldn't the resources of the Nicolo family be? Just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, they saw a hole in the sky suddenly tear open. Multicolored light appeared from the tear and then fell down. These things that were emitting light were all resources. They were either sparkling with jewels or had some kind of pressure. It was as if it was raining. Many things fell down, causing everyone to be stunned. This is an attribute-less crystal, a very oppressive aura. Are those heavenly soldiers with soldier souls? They are much stronger than my heavenly soldiers. These are saint power crystals. What is this? It's emitting saint power. Could it be something used to refine saint weapons? As these things fell, there was a burst of exclamations. Ah! Kaishi's weak soul let out an angry roar when he saw this scene. His soul began to fluctuate violently. Seeing this, Brilliant Light's soul force was like a sharp blade that pierced into Kaishi's soul and began to read his memories. The resources that the Nicolo family had been collecting for God knows how many years were being taken away by Zichun. However, the people guarding outside did not react at all. Their only doubt was whether St. Kaishi had gone in for too long. Zichun went up layer by layer, taking away everything he saw. During this time, the Nicolo family had collected a lot of Saint Power Rule chips that Zichun was very concerned about. This made Zichun very satisfied. This was a great harvest. Soon, he arrived at the top. As soon as he entered, he felt waves of Saint Power. As far as the eye could see, there were some broken weapons and some crystals. They were all placed independently in different spaces. These were the only things that were specially placed in this treasury. Are these broken saint weapons? Looking at the broken weapons that were emitting saint power, Zichun was stunned for a few moments. There were a total of 8 similar weapons here. The saint force ripples on them were not very strong. They were probably incomplete saint weapons left behind after a great battle. The rest were crystals that exuded strong saint force ripples. Each of them was the size of a fist. They were probably materials used to refine saint weapons. Among the 5 saints of the Nicolo family, there was not a single saint weapon. There were only these few materials in the treasury. These materials were simply not enough to refine a saint armament. From this, it could be seen how rare a saint armament was. It was so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. No matter where they were, saint weapons were extremely rare. Not to mention a saint, even a saint king might not have a saint weapon. Saint weapons were even rarer than saints. In fact, Zichun should be able to tell from the heavenly soldiers that although there were heavenly soldiers everywhere in the star path, their quality was far from real heavenly soldiers. This time, Zichun found a few high-quality heavenly soldiers in the treasury of the Nicolo family. However, there was still a big gap between them and his saber spirit. After taking these things away without hesitation, Zichun turned and walked down. As the door of the treasury opened, all kinds of lights were still very dazzling. Zichun, who had turned into Casey, walked out coldly. The door of the treasury closed behind him. The guards stood straight, expressionless, like statues. After the door of the treasury closed, the changing energy light on Zichun's doppelganger faded. He turned into energy and disappeared. Just as Zichun walked out of the treasury, the brilliant light sent a spiritual thought to Zichun, telling him where the core formation of the Nicolo family was. Without any hesitation, Zichun walked straight to the core formation. As the strongest person in the Nicolo family, Casey was not restricted at all wherever he went. This was even more so when he walked to the core of the formation. Zichun did not say a word. He walked into the core of the formation. There were many large spirit-gathering formations buried in the ground. Zichun, who had entered, could feel very strong energy waves. Zichun released his spiritual thought to sense the energy contained in this place. He guessed that even if several saints attacked this formation at the same time, they would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Zichun's spiritual force also sensed some dangerous auras from this array formation. These dangerous places were where the killing array was located. Zichun felt that if he rashly barged in, he would most likely die without a doubt. The formation here was specially designed to deal with saints. This was the core of the formation. He only needed to come and check it out after a period of time. There was no need for a special person to control it. This was the true core of the Nicolo family. It was of great importance. Ordinary people would not dare to set foot here. According to the brilliant light, Zichun found a few key points of the formation and injected his saint energy into them. After injecting his saint energy into each key point, Zichun turned and left. At this moment, the saint energy was burning in the formation. When it reached a limit, the energy in the formation would go out of control. With such a huge amount of energy going out of control, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Therefore, after Zichun left the core of the formation, he signaled for others not to set foot here. Then, he directly walked out of the Nicolo family. "Open the seal." His cold voice rang out. When the group of monks saw Casey, they were all stunned. However, they did not ask, or rather, they did not dare to ask. They immediately opened the seal for Zichun. They guessed that the saint had gone out alone to investigate the situation because of Ali's arrival. After walking out of the seal, Zichun looked back at the seal. After a while, the seal would explode. He did not know how many people in the Nicolo family would be able to survive after the seal exploded. He turned and sped up. Zichun quickly disappeared from their sight. After about a quarter of an hour, there was a violent tremor between heaven and earth. Then, a light of energy soared into the sky like a huge mushroom cloud. After the first rumble, more and more rumbles rang out in succession. Amidst the rumbles, there were also many miserable shrieks. After turning around and feeling the chaotic energy fluctuations between heaven and earth, Zichun turned and left expressionlessly. War was like this. There was no room for mercy. If he did not deal with the Nicolo family today, the cultivators from the Life Star would die even more miserably in the future. From today onwards, the Nicolo family would withdraw from the stage of the Overlord force in the Nicolo Star sector. As for whether they would be completely destroyed, it would depend on the determination of the other forces. Next, it's the Gung family's turn. After leaving this place, Zichun walked toward the Gung family. The news that the Nicolo family's seal core had suddenly exploded, causing them to suffer heavy losses, quickly spread. After hearing the news, the families that Zichun had previously invited began to take action. Chapter 2178. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, There were many ways to add flowers to embroidery and even more to add insult to injury. After learning that the last saint of the Nico family had died, and that the family's restrictions had somehow exploded, the 5 great clans that had not expressed their stance towards Zichun took the initiative to attack. In addition, some of the previously inconspicuous forces also began to stir. Their strength was limited, and they were unable to make a move on those large trading grounds. Instead, they went to those small trading grounds and began to loot one shop after another. It had to be said that when these small forces joined forces, they were a force that could not be underestimated. The news quickly spread to the Gung family, causing a commotion in the family. The Nico family was previously stronger than the Gung family. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, more than half of their resources had been plundered, and many of their trading sites had changed owners. While many of the Gung family's disciples were gloating, the higher-ups of the Gung family gathered together. From their expressions, one could see the obvious anxiety and worry. They saw Zichun's shadow in this incident. This was a response to the previous incident, a real revenge. This time, it was the Nico family. Once the Nico family was destroyed, the Gung family would definitely be next. What should we do now? Do we just watch the Nico family be destroyed? An elder had a worried look on his face. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't wait for the Nico family to be destroyed. However, the current situation was special. The two families were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Their fates were closely linked. They didn't want the Nico family to be destroyed. When the Nico family is destroyed, I'm afraid the next family will be our Gung family. Another elder sighed. The other elders were silent, and their expressions were very solemn. The purpose of our troops was to establish a relationship with the Da family. Now that we have caused the family to fall into a crisis, the Da family is also responsible. Can we contact the Da family and ask them for help? A green-robed elder said, "The Da family has always been mysterious. How can we ask for help? Besides, this incident was handled by Gung Yuanmin. Even if we find the Da family, what reason can we use to talk to them?" The Gung family's great elder sighed. It's all because of that damn Gung Yuanqi. Not only did he court death, he even dragged down the entire family. The elder in the green robe said with a gloomy expression. If it was in the past, he certainly wouldn't dare to say these words. However, Gung Yuanqi's soul imprint had disappeared, which proved that he had been killed by Zichun. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of a dead person. Moreover, because this matter was agreed upon by the patriarch, many elders had reservations at that time, so only these elders were present at this meeting. As for the patriarch, after receiving the bad news that all 4 saints had fallen and seeing Gung Yuanqin's dissipated soul, he had already apologized with his death under the pressure of a group of elders. The great elder said in a deep voice, "Our top priority is to protect the Nico family. We can't let them fall. Our Gung family won't be able to protect them if something happens to them." Then what should we do now? Send reinforcements, the great elder said. According to the news, the Nico family's great array suddenly exploded for some reason. Now, the 5 families led by the Ming family have all gone there. I'm afraid it's too late to send reinforcements now, the elder in the green robe said. Then directly attack the core areas of the 5 families and force them to retreat. No matter what, our goal is to protect the Nico family. After the great elder spoke, the Gung family quickly gathered a team and left the Gung family's residence for the core areas of the 5 families. However, as soon as they left the Gung family's area, they saw a person blocking the front of the team. It was a very young man standing in the sky, holding a long black scabbard in his left hand. Seeing the large team coming over, he had no intention of giving way. "Who are you? How dare you block the Gung family's path? Are you courting death?" A leading false saint walked out from behind and shouted coldly at the young man. The young man looked at the false saint with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Soon, the smile turned cold. The false saint stepped forward, holding the scabbard in his left hand in front of his chest and unsheathing the blade with his right hand. Swoosh! A golden blade light appeared. Pure saint energy surged within this blade light. It was like a waterfall as it slashed forward. This is saint power. When the false saint saw the blade, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He desperately urged the energy in his body to form layers of defense. At the same time, he retreated, trying to block the blade. Seeing the Saint Power blade, he couldn't summon the slightest thought of resisting. As long as he could survive this blade, he would be lucky. The speed of the golden blade light was far beyond his imagination. Before he could take a step back, the blade light had already arrived in front of him. The blade light turned into a waterfall and swept past the false saint's body. Then, it moved forward and swept past many Gung family cultivators who couldn't dodge in time. The others' faces changed drastically. They cried out in alarm and retreated, but there were still too many people who couldn't retreat in time. As the waterfall-like blade light disappeared, the cultivators who couldn't retreat in time all froze. They stood there motionless as if they were frozen. At the same time, their faces were frozen with shock and fear. Bang! 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 A burst of energy surged, and the bodies of these frozen cultivators suddenly separated from the middle. Blood gushed out, and they lost their vitality one by one and fell to the ground. All the cultivators within the range of the blade light lost their vitality, including the 3 false saints. With just one blade, the large team suffered heavy losses, which terrified them. The sheathed long blade had been sheathed. The young man stood in the air with a cold expression. It was quiet all around. It could even be said that it was dead silent. Everyone looked at the young man in horror, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. The young man alone had intimidated a group of people. Run. Facing this invisible pressure, they felt that even breathing had become difficult. The threat of death shrouded their hearts. It was not known who shouted, but it seemed to have resonated with everyone. The group of cultivators turned around and ran back. In their opinion, only in their families would they be safe. Swoosh. Looking at the Gung family cultivators who turned around and ran, the young man drew his blade again. The waterfall-like blade light swept past everyone's bodies again, and more cultivators fell from the sky. In the Gung family's base camp, the guards guarding the restriction saw the people who had just left not long ago and turned back. They knew that the young man went to the core area of the 5 families to intimidate them, but they did not understand why he suddenly turned back. Open the restriction and let us in? That person is here. He's here to kill. 5 false saints have died. Hurry up and open the restriction. Still some distance away from the formation, these cultivators from the Gung family shouted loudly. They were not injured, but they looked very frightened. Seeing how easily the false saints were killed, and seeing that strange, sheathed long blade, they guessed the young man's identity when they fled. However, it would have been better if they hadn't shouted. Perhaps these people would have let them in. However, as the shouts fell, the elder who had heard the news stood in the middle of the restriction and shouted loudly, "The restriction can't be opened. It can't be opened." Below, the people of the Gung family had run to the gate of the family, but they could not open the restriction. In the distance, shrill screams still sounded. Damn it! Hurry up and open the restriction and let us in. Do you want to kill us? Hurry up and open the restriction. Elder, Zichan is here. Hurry up and open the restriction and let us in. Roars came from below. The elders' expressions did not change at all. They all looked at the dense forest in front of them indifferently. Screams kept coming from the dense forest, but there was no trace of Zichan. The continuous screams filled the cultivators of the Gung family who had run to the restriction with great difficulty, but were still blocked by the restriction were full of despair. The sounds of killing gradually stopped. No more cultivators could be seen running out of the dense forest in front of them. Obviously, the remaining people were all killed. Everyone held their breath and stared at the dense forest in front of them. A moment later, a black-robed figure walked out of it. The restriction was still not opened. When these people saw the black-robed figure, they were terrified and despaired. However, Zichan did not continue to move forward. He stood at the edge of the dense forest and looked at them indifferently, then turned and left. These people breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them collapsed to the ground, as if they had lost all their strength in an instant. That's Zichan. Damn it. His purpose was to stop us. Seeing this scene, the great elder's expression became more and more indifferent. What should we do? If we can't help, wouldn't we have to wait for the Nico family to be destroyed? At that time, Wouldn't it be our Gung family's turn? An elder said with a very ugly expression. That's not the most serious problem. The most serious problem now is that Zichen has been guarding the outside world. Our people can't get in touch with the outside world. All the shops have been destroyed by the enemy, and we may not even know about it. What we will face next is the siege of all the forces in the entire star field. The great elder looked up at the sky and sighed. Gung Yuansha, the great foundation of our Gung family has been ruined by a greedy thief like you. At this time, there was no use regretting it. Gung Yuansha was dead after all. If they could not find a way to resolve this situation, the entire Gung family would follow in the footsteps of the Nico family. Moreover, they had reason to believe that Zichen's hatred for them was stronger than the Nico family's. Let's reconcile. The great elder sighed and said, now that things have come to this, we can only reconcile with Zichen. We admit our mistakes and accept the price we have to pay. There seemed to be no better way than this. The other elders were silent for a moment before unanimously agreeing. Thus, the cultivators outside entered the dense forest again under the elders' orders. However, this time, they went with a mission, so they had some confidence in their hearts. However, Zichen did not appear at all. It was as if he had completely disappeared. However, when they gathered again, Zichen appeared again to kill. The elders' hearts were completely cold. It was obvious that Zichen had made it clear that he would not reconcile. In this world, not everything could be reconciled. Let them come in first. It seems that we can only defend this place to the death. The great elder waved his hand, and the restriction was fully opened. These people walked towards the restriction, and their tense hearts finally relaxed. Among the crowd, a cultivator from the Gung family revealed a cold smile. Chapter 2179. Since the saints of the two great families had been killed, the Nickel Star sector, which had been peaceful for too long, was reignited with the flames of war. This was a battle that involved the entire star sector. All forces were involved, including the former vassal forces and loyal allies of the Nico family. Their purpose of appearing was not to provide timely assistance, but to add insult to injury. Many of the forces were the first to express their stance, drawing a clear line with the Nico family. Then, they quickly destroyed the Nico family's shops to show their hatred for the Nico family. Not to mention those large forces and families, even some mercenaries had recently joined in the battle in the form of teams, wanting to get a share of the spoils in this turmoil. In addition, the rogue practitioners also formed temporary teams and attacked the Nico family's shops to compete for some resources. The entire star sector was in chaos, but there were no large-scale battles. All the battles were deliberately targeted at the Nico family. As a result, the Nico family was destroyed even faster. Among these forces, the three teams under Zichen's command had all participated in the battle. Needless to say, the slaves rescued by Zichen had already awed the entire Nickel Star sector with their fighting strength. The former space pirates also had impressive fighting strength after forming a large scale. On the contrary, the Glory clan, who had been free for too long, had weaker fighting strength. However, Zichen's move focused on training them. Although they did not gain much and their progress was not very fast, their fighting strength had increased a lot. This war lasted for several months. All of the Nico family's shops were destroyed, and the entire family was in decline. As for the Nico family's old nest, it was also forcibly occupied by the five forces. However, when they tried to break into the treasury, they were dumbfounded to find that there were no resources inside. After thinking for a while, they understood the reason. The remaining members of the Nico family were still fleeing, but these forces obviously did not care about them now. Their next target was the Gung family. The first to bear the brunt were the shops of the Gung family. After losing contact with the main family, these shops had long been in chaos. Many people had fled, and some had even joined the ranks of the Nico family to rob them. As the five forces began to deal with the Gung family, the other forces, big and small, rushed into the Gung family's shops like hungry wolves. Another round of looting began. This time, everyone was even more efficient. After several months, the Gung family and the Nico family no longer had any trading grounds in the entire Nico Star area. All of them had changed owners. The ones who reaped the most benefits were naturally the 5 forces that were the first to make preparations. The other forces also reaped quite a bit of benefits. After the continuous battles, all the forces had formed a kind of tacit understanding, and these people knew very well why this battle was so smooth. So when the 5 forces suggested that everyone should hand over 60% of the Saint energy crystal fragments that they had snatched, no one had any objections. This was because as long as they handed over the Saint power crystal chips, the other resources would not be accepted by the 5 forces. In other words, if a team had plundered enough resources to exchange for 10 Saint power crystal plates, but they did not have a single Saint power crystal plate, they would not have to pay a single cent. Of course, all of this had to be voluntary. Some of them were deliberately hidden, and these forces couldn't do anything about it. However, the number of Saint power crystal fragments that they had collected had reached a terrifying number. After all the Saint power crystal fragments in a star area were tallied up, the number was naturally huge. On a certain day, all the forces gathered and walked towards the Gung family's base camp. Here, they would have the final battle. Outside a dense forest, they saw Zichun. These days, Zichun would appear in the sight of the Gung family's cultivators from time to time, and they were so scared that they did not dare to appear casually. "You're finally here. If you came any later, you wouldn't have seen me." Looking at Xingchen and Brilliant, who came with the 5 patriarchs, Zichen smiled. The 5 patriarchs did not understand Zichen's meaning and looked confused. Xingchen asked, "How was it? Did it go well?" Zichen nodded and said, "It went very well." "That's good." Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "They kept their word and gave me the Saint power crystal fragments. I guarantee that the number will be satisfactory." "My lord, what should we do next? Are we going to attack by force?" Meng family's patriarch asked. Zichen smiled and said, "There's no need to attack by force. Just wait for my news." Just as the 5 patriarchs were confused, Zichen's figure turned into energy and dissipated. The patriarchs were stunned. The people in the distance were also stunned when they saw Zichen turn into energy and dissipate. "It's just an energy clone. It's no big deal," Xingchen said indifferently. "What? My lord, if it's just an energy clone, then where's your real body?" Meng family's patriarch asked. The others also looked at Xingchen. Xingchen pointed in the direction of the Gung family and said, "It's already inside the Gung family. Once the restriction is completely destroyed, you can charge." Under the close attention of the Gung family's cultivators, many figures appeared in the dense forest. Then, their line of sight was filled with a black mass of people. "They're here. They're here." A Gung family's cultivator exclaimed from the restriction. Then, one figure after another rose into the air. Looking at the people coming out of the dense forest, their faces became unsightly. A few months ago, they didn't need to pay attention to these people at all. Only a few months later, they dared to attack the Gung family. Come on. As long as they dare to come, they'll definitely die. Not to mention them, even Zichun will die if he comes to attack the restriction. A Gung family's cultivator said fiercely. In fact, they knew very well that all of the Gung family's properties outside had been destroyed. During this time, they were worried that others would break in. So all the teleportation formations in the family that could directly teleport here were forcibly closed. No one could come back. Now that the enemy was at the gate, it wasn't difficult to guess what would happen to those people. The Grand Elder and the other elders looked at all this expressionlessly, but they were thinking about how to trap and kill these people here. In fact, these people were nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing was Zichun. He believed that as long as Zichun was killed, these people would disperse on their own. While everyone's attention was on the people outside, a Gung family's higher-up came to the core area of the restriction with a special token. After some distance, he said coldly, "According to the Grand Elder's orders, I've come to inspect the restriction here." A Gung family's cultivator immediately stepped forward and stopped him, saying, "The Grand Elder has ordered that no one is allowed to take a single step into the restriction." The cultivator holding the token sneered, "Are you an idiot? Now that those people are here, they can attack the restriction formation at any time. Who knows, we might even be able to use the restriction formation to kill Zichun. How can there be a problem with the restriction formation at this time? Moreover, this is the Grand Elder's order. Are you sure you want to disobey? The cultivators were in a difficult position. The cultivator said again, if you don't believe me, you can ask the Grand Elder now. However, I'll make it clear in advance. If you miss the opportunity and there happens to be a small problem with the restriction, don't blame your family for dying. At this time, no uncertain factors are allowed to happen. The cultivators were in a difficult position. One of them carefully took out the token and looked at it. After confirming that it was indeed the Grand Elder's order, he had no choice but to let them go. Holding the token, the cultivator entered the core of the restrictive spell. Just like the Nico family, there was no defense here, because the defense of the outside world was tight enough. Moreover, everyone had a soul life plate. As long as one person died, they would immediately notice. This cultivator was transformed by Zichan. Speaking of which, it took him several months to get this token. It was really quite difficult. Moreover, in the Gung family, the Grand Elder didn't have the final say. Therefore, Zichun couldn't use the same method to deal with the Nico family. After entering, Saint energy was continuously poured into the restriction formation. It was no different from destroying the Nico family's restriction formation. The scale of the two formations was even similar. Zichun didn't stay for too long before he walked out. Before leaving, he nodded to the cultivators and said, if we can successfully kill Zichan this time, we will turn defeat into victory. When the time comes, there will be many benefits for all of you. After saying that, Zichan turned around and left under the respectful expressions of the cultivators. After the family head committed suicide, the elder's authority increased a lot. Among them, the Grand Elder held the most power. If they could turn defeat into victory, the Grand Elder might be the one with the final authority. Therefore, when the cultivators heard Zichen's words, they were very happy. The second direction Zichan went was the Gung family's treasury. When he arrived, he saw the guard captain guarding this place. The token he took out was no longer the Grand Elder's token, but the Third Elder's. He held the token and said, according to the Third Elder's instructions, I came here to collect the heavenly soldiers. At the same time, Zichan transmitted his voice to the guard captain. The Third Elder specially ordered me to take a few more. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of sir. The guard captain nodded indifferently, then waved his hand to signal the cultivators to open the treasury. After coming here, Zichin inquired about the network of relationships in this place. It was undoubtedly very complicated. The guard captain in front of him was from the Third Elder's faction, so it was easy for him to use the Third Elder's token. During this period of time, the entire Gung family was in a state of panic. The elders had already left a backup plan for themselves, so people often visited this treasury. Zichin walked in. After the door closed, he unceremoniously used the myriad origin cauldron to collect everything here. It must be said that in the past few months, the elders with ulterior motives had taken away a lot of resources. This made Zichin anxious, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. In this way, Zichin collected layer by layer, not letting go of a single resource. Boom! At this time, a violent tremor suddenly sounded from the sky above the Gung family. As if the end of the world had come, the earth suddenly exploded. One building after another exploded, and the energy of heaven and earth became very chaotic. Chapter 2180. Boom, boom, boom. After the first explosion, more sounds came from underground. The Gung family's hidden formation completely collapsed. The spiritual energy that had been gathered for over 100,000 years exploded in an instant, turning into a terrifying energy. The energy instantly wreaked havoc throughout the Gung family. For a time, all kinds of miserable cries rang out, causing a large number of casualties. At the top of the formation, several of the elders who were watching the outside world died in an instant. The remaining elders' faces turned ashen when they saw the unceasing fluctuations. It's over. It's completely over. Heavily injured, they were in complete despair. The Gung family's only hope of killing Zichan was gone. What the hell is going on? Why did the formation explode? The great elder's roar reverberated through the world. At this moment, his hair was disheveled. His robes were torn in many places, and there were several wounds on his body. Unfortunately, no one could answer him. The cultivators who had previously let him through had already died under the energy of the formation's explosion. As for the surroundings, there were wails and cries of pain. The casualties were disastrous. During this time, more energy explosions rang out. Everyone hurriedly dodged the energy, causing the scene to become chaotic. "Let's go." Seeing this scene, the Great Elder knew that the situation was hopeless. His heart was dead, but his expression became resolute. He turned his head and shuttled through the fluctuating energy, flying towards the family's treasury. Inside the treasury, Zichen's figure was constantly shaking due to the shaking of the treasury. However, he didn't stop collecting the resources here. He was still moving upwards. The formation exploded, and the energy became chaotic. Soon, the formation would completely lose its effect. At that time, anyone could enter. What Zichen could do was to take advantage of the time when the energy was in chaos to quickly take away everything here. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued as the formation began to collapse. The expressions of the guards guarding outside changed greatly. They clearly didn't understand what was happening. However, after sensing the collapse of the formation behind them, they turned around and looked at the treasury with an indescribable light in their eyes. "Get lost. All of you get lost." At this moment, a roar came from the distance. It was the Great Elder who turned into a stream of light and flew over. The expressions of the guards, who had just started to form other thoughts, changed abruptly when they saw the Great Elder. They immediately saluted. "Go away." The Great Elder's expression was extremely unsightly, and he didn't stop at all. Arriving in front of the treasury, he sent out a blast of energy, shattering the restrictions around the treasury and causing the door to explode. As the door to the treasury burst open, the Great Elder's ugly and cold expression became very astonished. What appeared before his eyes was no longer a scene of jewels and treasures, but an empty space. "Where are the things? Where are the things inside? Who came here?" The Great Elder roared. When the guards saw the treasury, they were all dumbfounded. They subconsciously looked at the captain of the guards. The latter's expression was very ugly. He braced himself and said, "Just now, Third Elder's people came and said that they would leave after taking a heavenly weapon." The captain of the guards had an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. The other party had clearly said that he would only take a few more heavenly armaments, but he had never thought that he would empty the entire level of the treasury. "Where is he?" the Great Elder asked coldly. The captain pointed to the second level and said, "He's here. He hasn't left yet. He should be up there. Follow me." Killing intent flashed in the Great Elder's eyes as he rushed up. The second level was still empty, and so was the third level. The Great Elder became more and more furious, and the guards behind him were all dumbfounded. They thought that the other party was too daring. He actually dared to empty the entire treasury. As they continued to go up, they saw that everything was still empty. The guards were completely speechless. The Great Elder became even more furious. He shouted angrily, "You dare to plunder my treasury? No matter what your relationship with Third Elder is, you must die." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the Grand Elder suddenly came to a realization. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. His face turned incomparably pale. Without another word, he turned around and prepared to head down. When the guards saw that, they were confused. It was clear that the other party was up there. Why didn't the Great Elder go down? It seemed that the Great Elder was terrified. What was he afraid of? Could it be that he was afraid of that person up there? However, the other party was only a Heaven Realm cultivator. After all, the Great Elder was a false saint. However, in the next moment, the guards also came to a realization. Their expressions became extremely horrified. Since the other party dared to be so brazen, it was obvious that he was very confident. Even the Third Elder did not have such confidence. The other party was obviously not relying on the Third Elder. In this star field, there was only one Heaven Realm cultivator who had such confidence. That was Zichun. Could it be that the person just now was Zichun? The guards were also frightened. They quietly retreated, ready to escape. "Everyone, since you're here, you should at least say hello before you leave." At that moment, a faint voice came from above. Then, footsteps were heard. Zichen walked down from above. Run. The guards were very decisive. They knew that they were no match for Zichen, so they turned around and fled. You don't even say hello when you meet. How rude. Shaking his head, the saber spirit appeared in front of Zichen. He turned into a misty light and flew forward.
Puff, puff, puff.
Wherever the saber spirit passed, there was a soft sound. The escaping cultivators fell one by one. Even the captain of the guards, who was a false saint, was not spared. However, the great elder escaped. He said in horror, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Everything here is yours. Take whatever you want. It's fine as long as you don't kill me." Looking at the terrified great elder, Zichen said coldly, "The things here were originally mine." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed. The great elder's frightened expression froze. The people waiting outside did not know what Zichen's so-called signal was. It was not until they heard a loud bang that they completely understood. The ground under their feet began to tremble. Violent energy was fluctuating. The restriction in front of them exploded with a loud bang. Along with the energy, there were many broken limbs. The spiritual energy that had been accumulated for many years exploded. The destructive power produced was very terrifying. In an instant, many cultivators died. Xing Qin's eyes narrowed. Looking at the broken restriction in front of him, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then waved his hand and said, "Rush in and destroy the Gung family. Kill." Deafening shouts rang out. These people roared and rushed in like crazy. The history of the Nickel Starfield would be rewritten today. They killed everyone they saw. Thus, the Gung family welcomed its destruction. Even in its heyday, this family might not be able to resist all the forces in a starfield, let alone in a situation where they suffered heavy casualties. In the face of these crazy cultivators' slaughter, the Gung family's destruction was a foregone conclusion. In fact, the moment the restriction exploded, many cultivators of the Gung family had already despaired. They had already prepared a way out, so they took their family members and stepped on the teleportation array to escape. Compared to the Nickel family, the Gung family, who had been prepared, had many core disciples escape. Zichen didn't stop them. Only by letting these people escape would the other forces not be able to settle down. This area would be filled with slaughter for a long time. Naturally, they wouldn't have time to care about the cultivators from the Life Stars. It was worth mentioning that Zichen's team had grown a lot in this place. In addition to those from the Glory Clan, there were many cultivators from the Life Stars who chose to follow Zichen. After killing the Great Elder, Zichen left the treasury and walked toward the outside world. Along the way, when the cultivators saw Zichen, they all made way for him, their faces filled with fear. After waiting outside for so long, almost all the cultivators of the Gung family recognized Zichen. What they didn't understand was how Zichen entered this place and how he caused the formation to explode. In less than a day, the battle was over. The Gung family, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, was destroyed just like that. The speed of destruction was so fast that it made people click their tongues. Surprisingly, there were more cultivators who escaped than those who died. The five forces had no choice but to gather the others and begin hunting down the survivors. There were also some who stayed behind to count the results of the battle. Zichen appeared. After greeting these people, he turned and left. Xingchen, Dazzling, and the other large teams followed behind him. "My lord, there are still resources to be counted," the Meng family's patriarch shouted. Zichen waved his hand and said, "I'll give them to you. We'll meet again someday." Zichen's sudden departure caught the patriarchs off guard. Fortunately, the Gung family had been destroyed. Now, all that was left was to clean up the mess. They quickly accepted the reality and began to clean up the battlefield. Although Zichen had taken away the resources in the treasury, there were still many resources in other places of the Gung family. This made everyone very excited. After leaving the Gung family, Zichen waved his hand. Rays of light appeared from his body. Under the light, the excited cultivators disappeared one after another and entered the universal origin cauldron. In the end, only Xingchen and Dazzling were left. Looking at Zichen walking in front, Xingchen quickly stepped forward and asked, You seem to have forgotten to tell them not to make things difficult for the latecomers. No need to deliberately say it. They will remember. Where are we going now? Dazzling followed and asked. I wonder when the Daofu family's people will come. Let's go deeper. The two nodded and headed to the third stop on the Star Road. The third stop was called the Zambu Star Zone. It also had an overlord force. There was only one overlord force here, the Zambu family. The Zambu family had more saints than the Gung family and the Nico family combined. Therefore, Zichun and the other two didn't show off too much when they came here. This place was hostile to cultivators from the Life Star, but they didn't treat them as enemies. When the two sides met, they wouldn't fight to the death. According to Xing Qin's classification, the attitude of the cultivators here was equivalent to the neutral faction. In fact, for someone of Zichun's level, there was no real faction in this world. Everything was just a matter of interest. To put it bluntly, everything was about benefits. This was the principle that Zhao Can had told him. He had used his life to deeply understand it. Even at his current level, this principle was still feasible and useful. Chapter 2181. Zichun's purpose in leaving the Nickel Star Field was to avoid running into the people of the Da family. Although his current combat strength was not weak, and he had so many powerhouses following him, he still lacked high-end combat strength. Xing Chun had a saint-level physical body, but he had not encountered his so-called opportunity. Although he could slaughter false saints, in the end, he could not fight against a saint. Dazzling's opportunity was enough, but it was a pity that to become a stronger saint than Zichun, it would still take a long time. Huan Kai still had not refined a piece of saint crystal, so he was not considered a saint for the time being. It could be said that Zichun's team had great potential, but for the time being, they were still lacking in high-end combat strength. What this team with potential needed the most now was time. Zichun, who had come here, planned to find a rundown planet for everyone to cultivate in seclusion for a while and stabilize their progress. However, after coming to this star field, he found that this place had been well managed by the Zambu family, and there was not a single rundown planet. It was said that every time a planet was run down, a saint from the Zambu family would appear and destroy the planet, causing it to be completely destroyed. Any planet that had cultivators living on it belonged to the Zambu family. The entire star field was like the private property of the Zambu family. Even the residences of other families belonged to the Zambu family. If they were stationed here, they could receive the Zambu family's protection, but they also had to pay a certain rental fee. The entire star field was completely monolithic, and all the forces lived under the wings of the Zambu family. If Zichun wanted to use the same method to destroy the Zambu family, it would obviously be unrealistic. There were many empty planets here, all for the foreign forces to rent. They could take root here and stay for a long time, receiving the Zambu family's protection. They could also cultivate in seclusion on a special planet, and under normal circumstances, no one would disturb them. Let's rent a planet too. Zichun thought for a while and said. The cost of renting a planet was not very high, and with so many of them, they really needed a decent place. Diren was in charge of this matter. He had already received everyone's approval and was the steward of the team. He walked into a shop belonging to the Zambu family. A moment later, he came out with a ball of light in his hand. Planet 88, 1,000 attributeless crystals a year, and the rent starts at 100 years. Seeing that we are new faces, they gave us a 20% discount. Zichun nodded and said, the price is fair. To be able to rent a planet, it was obvious that some forces would be able to accept the price of 1,000 attribute-less crystals a year. However, Zichun wouldn't stay here for more than 100 years. Even if he could, the forces on this life star wouldn't be able to resist that long. Under the guidance of a specialist, the four of them arrived at planet number 88. The spirit energy here was quite dense. There were large open spaces, forests, and highlands. This place has already been checked, and there are no star beasts with the potential to reach the saint level. Everyone can stay here without worry. The cultivator who led them here explained the rules of this place in detail, then turned around and left. For the next 100 years, this planet would belong to Zichun and the others. Without his permission, no one would be able to set foot on it. If anyone set foot on it rashly, the enforcers of the Zambu star field would take action. It was said that there were 3 saint-level commanders among the enforcers. Before they had the strength to deal with the saint-level commanders, no one dared to violate the rules here. Zichun was very surprised by the way this place was managed. He took out the myriad origin cauldron and released all the cultivators inside. Everyone would be staying here for a while, so they needed to build some residences. This was very simple for everyone, whose weakest was in the heaven realm. They could summon all kinds of origin laws and build all kinds of buildings, but these buildings would not be protected by spirit arrays. Zichun's castle was independent. This was deliberately requested by Zichun. In addition to cultivating here, he would also refine some saint crystals. If an accident happened, it would only be his own residence that would be destroyed. In just 2 days, all kinds of castles had been built here, and the vitality had become much richer. Zichun did not immediately immerse himself in the process of refining saint crystals. He was constantly stimulating the energy of the heart of the divine God. At the same time, he deliberately urged the rainbow holy tree to absorb saint power to strengthen the transformation of his body. He had to admit that the current him was much stronger than when he left the Rakshasa star field. The saint power condensed in his body had also become denser. Next, he would do his best to improve his strength. Xing Chong was a member of the Zambu clan. He was a false saint and was in charge of planets 80 to 100. When these planets were not rented out, he would occasionally go to those planets to check if there were any abnormalities. Once someone took over, he would go and greet them. This was because in the following years, he would be in charge of everything on this planet, just like an external housekeeper. If anything happened here, he would be the one to communicate with the Zambu clan. Of course, in addition to the necessary services, it was also necessary to go and see who had come to rent a planet. After learning that Planet 88 had been rented for 100 years, Xing Chong did not immediately go. Instead, he waited for 7 days before heading to Planet 88. Zambu clan, the person in charge of Planet 88, Xing Chong, is here to pay a visit. Standing outside Planet 88, Xing Chang's voice was heard.
Come in.
A faint voice sounded. The surface of the planet flickered, and a passage similar to a spatial portal appeared. On Zambu planet, every rented planet was given a number. At the same time, there was a formation built on each planet with a number. These formations were not powerful and could be broken by a half-saint. They were mainly used for sensing. Once they were destroyed by force, the Zambu clan would be able to sense it immediately and send out a law enforcement team as soon as possible. Walking into the portal, Xing Chong saw a middle-aged man. He was only in the heaven realm. He looked at Xing Chong and said, "Welcome. My name is Diren, and I'm the manager here." There was a difference in realm between a false divine realm and a heaven realm expert. There was also a half-saint between them. The gap was not small. Although Xing Chang's expression did not change much when he heard Diren's words, he inevitably underestimated the other party. In his opinion, if a mere heaven realm expert could be the manager, even if the existence of this place intended to establish a force, it would be an extremely inconspicuous one. It was very likely that there was only one false divine realm expert. He had encountered a lot of similar situations. As soon as he became a false divine realm expert, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He found a group of people to establish a force and become famous on the Star Road. Diren stood in front of Xing Chong. He did not salute him, nor did he show a respectful look. His casual attitude made Xing Chong raise his eyebrows slightly. "I heard that you have rented this place. I'm the person in charge here. You can come to me if you need anything in the future. This time, I'm here on official business. I'm here to check it out and get acquainted with it. By the way, are you going to establish a force? Who is your leader?" Diren followed Xing Chong forward. "We're just cultivating in seclusion here. We don't intend to establish a force. My master is cultivating, so it's inconvenient to disturb him." "Inconvenient to disturb? You're so arrogant." Xing Chong snorted and emphasized his tone. A mere false divine realm expert did not come to see him. In his opinion, that guy was purely putting on airs. Xing Chong was very familiar with this planet. It used to be empty, but in just 7 days, there were many buildings here. These buildings had their own characteristics. Some were burning with flames, some seemed to be made of ice, exuding cold air, and some were floating directly in the air. Xing Chang was very surprised by the number of these buildings. Obviously, there were many people living here, and one or two cultivators could be seen coming in and out from time to time. Looking at this scale, it should be enough to establish a small force. Xing Chang thought so, but he was still very disdainful. He did not have the intention to overestimate these people, so he boldly released his spiritual thoughts, wanting to see what was going on here. He had done this kind of thing many times. He had no other malice, but purely to save trouble. With his identity and strength as a false divine realm expert, no one dared to do anything to him. Moreover, he had always insisted in his heart that this kind of tyrannical approach was actually for their own good. He wanted to let them know that it was not a joke to establish a force. The prerequisite was that they needed to be strong enough. Diren's realm was too low, so he did not know what the other party was doing. Therefore, his expression did not change. Xing Chang's spiritual thoughts extended in a very barbaric way, sweeping across this world. The spiritual thoughts of a false divine realm expert could directly explore this world. But unlike before, this time, Xing Chang's spiritual thoughts wantonly extended. Not only did he get a counterattack, but he also got an even more barbaric counterattack. Who is it? You're courting death. Similar spiritual thoughts burst out one after another. At the same time, spiritual thoughts that were much stronger than Xing Chang's extended from all directions, intercepting Xing Chang's spiritual thoughts halfway. These spiritual thoughts were very strong, with a strong murderous aura, causing Xing Chang's expression to change drastically. He quickly withdrew his spiritual thoughts, but it was still too late. When his spiritual thoughts returned, his face was already pale, and he directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with you? Dalan looked at the guy who was speaking normally, but suddenly vomited blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, streams of light appeared. Their bodies surged with a terrifying aura, and they appeared all around. Each of them stared coldly at Xing Chang, whose face had turned pale. Looking at these people around him, Xing Chang was completely scared out of his wits. Everyone here was a false divine realm expert like him, and the aura they released was even stronger than his. Judging from the murderous aura they naturally exuded, these people were not only the best among their peers, but also had killed existences of the same level. Moreover, there was not only one such existence as he had guessed before. There were dozens of them, and the aura they exuded made him feel very depressed. Chapter 2182. Diren. Who is this guy? Staring coldly at Xing Chang, a false divine said coldly, "He's the person in charge of this planet. He said he came here to take a look and has no hostility." Diren chuckled. That false divine nodded, then looked at Xing Chang and said coldly, "Fortunately, you don't have any evil intentions. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to leave." Xing Chang nodded. He also knew that his behavior was too abrupt. Moreover, he did sense the danger of death just now. He bowed to that false divine and said, "Xing Chang was indeed a bit rash just now. I hope leader doesn't take offense. I'm Xing Chang from the Zambo family. How should I address you, leader?" Xing Chang thought that there was nothing wrong with his attitude, but when he raised his head, he found that everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. Seeing their strange expressions, Xing Chang was astonished. He didn't know where he had said the wrong thing. "Haha, Libwa," he said, "you're the leader. Do you look like the leader?" A false divine with a strange expression couldn't help but laugh. The others also roared with laughter. "Scram, how do I not look like the leader? Let me tell you, when the Lord isn't here, I'm the leader." The false divine called Libwa held his head high and said, "If you're not convinced, feel free to challenge me." "Haha, you want to be the leader? Have you asked Lord Xingchen?" Another person joked. "I just said that when the Lord isn't here, I'm the leader." "Of course, that includes Lord Xingchen and Lord Guangyao," Libwa said loudly. "Even if Diren is here, I still dare to call myself the leader. In the future, I'll be your leader." "What about Huan Kai?" Another person said with a grin. Libwa was startled, then said with dissatisfaction, "That guy doesn't count. Who told him to be so lucky?" The surroundings roared with laughter, but Xing Chang was dumbfounded. Hearing the other party's words, there were at least 4 people here who were stronger than him. Stronger than a false divine. What realm would that be? An inconceivable thought suddenly appeared in Xing Chang's mind. This made Xing Chang's forehead immediately break out in cold sweat. It seemed that his words were very funny. Many people appeared from afar and stood there, laughing at the fake saint who gave Xing Chang the feeling that he was the leader. Among these people, there were quite a few Heaven Realm experts, but the aura they exuded was still very terrifying. In addition to these people, there was another group of people in another direction. Shortly after, Xing Chang was sensitive enough to recognize that the auras emitted from them were different from his. Those smiling existences all came from life stars. Since when did this star passage have so many experts from life stars? Xing Chang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Only now did he realize that he had come too abruptly. What's going on? Just when Xing Chang didn't know how to end the situation, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from not far away. The crowd parted and Zichen walked over. Dazzling and Xingchen followed behind him. What's going on? Zichen looked at Diren and asked. Diren respectfully bowed and said, he's a member of the Zambu family. He's also the person in charge of this planet. Today, he's just here to take a look. Zichen nodded at Xing Chang. Then, he looked at the people around and waved his hand. All right, you can all leave. Everyone turned around and left with a resentful face. At the same time, those false saints didn't forget to glare at Xing Chang. You're the leader of this place. Xing Chang looked at Zichen in disbelief because he found that the other was just a Heaven Realm expert. It should be known that he had just seen dozens of false saints. Subconsciously, he thought that a Heaven Realm expert couldn't be the leader. Sort of. Do you have anything else to say?
Zichen looked at the other and asked indifferently.
No, I'm just here to take a look. If you need anything, you can call me. This is my communication beat. Meeting Zichen's eyes, Xing Chang didn't know why his heart tightened. He subconsciously shook his head and spoke very politely. Then, he took out a communication bead. Then I'm sorry to trouble you. Oh, I'm Zichen. I'm from the Life Star. Zichen smiled. Diren took the communication bead first. My name is Xing Chang. Xing Chang found that he was actually a little nervous talking to this Heaven Realm expert. He stuttered. Only when Zichen turned around and left did he come back to his senses. Then, he saw brilliant behind Zichen. He was immediately dazed, feeling like he was a celestial being. Xing Chang didn't know how he left. It seemed that Diren had sent him out. He was a little absent-minded along the way. Of course, it wasn't just because of Brilliant's appearance. It was also because of those false saints that made him feel scared. Leader Zichen, who was just a Heaven Realm expert, made him very nervous. I heard that the existences from the Life Star have always been oppressed. Since when did they have such a strong troop? It's strange. On the way back, Xing Chang's mind was heavy. When he got back to his house, he made up his mind. It's strange. I have to report it to the family. I believe that with the family's means, they can find out their background and problems. That day, Xing Chang walked directly to the family. As the manager of 20 planets and a pseudo-saint, Xing Chang still had some status in the family. However, with his position, he wasn't qualified to meet the high-level saints of the Zambu family. Thus, he could only send the message to the steward of the family. When the steward heard that a Heaven Realm expert was the leader who had dozens of false saints under his command, he also felt strange. Moreover, most of those people were from the Life Star. Currently, no force paid attention to Life Stars. However, they used to be incomparably glorious. That year, that man was a clear example. Just him alone had shaken the entire star passage. Thus, the real aristocratic families were very concerned about the unique existences of Life Stars. The steward was very concerned about this matter. He purposely went back to check for some clues. However, it didn't matter. After checking, he was startled. It was said that the destruction of the 2 overlords in Nickel Star area was related to Life Stars. Moreover, a Heaven Realm expert called Zichen had killed several real saints. Zichen. It seems that the man Xing Chang mentioned is Zichen. After guessing that it wasn't someone with the same name, the steward was shaken. He immediately sent the message to the higher-ups. Of course, The higher-ups who could handle this were the saints, the real saints. Xing Chang didn't expect that a saint of the family would meet him the next day. Moreover, it was Saint Zambu Haoming, the most prestigious person in the family. In the lobby, Zambu Haoming was sitting while Xing Chang was standing next to him. The other didn't release any aura, but Xing Chang felt suffocated. At this moment, Zambu Haoming was holding some glowing papers. He was reading them carefully, but he didn't say anything. Xing Chang stood next to him. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a long time, Zambu Haoming put down the papers and lifted his head to look at the nervous Xing Chang. He asked, "I heard that a group of special people came to the planet you manage." "Yes, many of them are at the false saint realm. However, their leader is a heaven realm expert. Looking at their faces, I don't think they're flattering you. They really admire you. Moreover, most of them come from life stars." Xing Chang first bowed and then told him everything. "Do you know the name of that heaven realm leader?" asked Zambu Haoming. "Yes, he's Zichun." Xing Chang nodded. "See if it's this man." Zambu Haoming handed the glowing paper to Xing Chang. Xing Chang looked down and saw a figure depicted on the paper. The figure was dressed in a black robe and held a black scabbard in his hand. His expression was very cold. Although his aura was completely different from the Zichun he saw, they looked exactly the same. Xing Chang nodded. "Yes, it's him." Zambu Haoming's expression changed. He then asked in a low voice, "You didn't offend him, did you?" Xing Chang was startled. He didn't understand what he meant. "Look at this and tell me if I offended him." Zambu Haoming threw the papers in his hand to him. His tone became very cold. Xing Chang took it, puzzled. He then turned to the first page. On the second page, there was some writing. It was about what this cultivator called Zichun had done. As he read on, his face gradually turned pale. In the end, when he saw that the two great families in the Nickel Star Zone had been destroyed and all 9 saints had been killed, there was no trace of blood on his face. Now he understood what Zambu Haoming meant. If he offended such an existence, his entire family would be implicated. He shook his head in horror. "I didn't offend him. I didn't offend him." However, in the end, he gradually lost his confidence. He said, "I don't think I offended him." "What do you mean by I don't think so? Tell me what happened." Zambu Haoming's tone became very cold. Xing Chang could only tell him everything that had happened, including his own thoughts. The other party was able to kill 9 saints. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the destruction of the 2 aristocratic families was real. Such an existence was absolutely terrifying, so he did not dare to lie in the slightest. Zambu Haoming's cold expression gradually eased. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "According to what you said, you really didn't offend him. An existence who can kill a saint is definitely not so petty. Moreover, he took the initiative to say his name. I believe he won't hold a grudge against you." Xing Chang quickly nodded. He also hoped so. He had heard about the destruction of the 2 great families in the Nickel Star Zone, but who would have thought that he would meet the person who had destroyed them? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Sir, bad news. Saint Vast Beginning has gone to planet 88. "What?" Zambu Haoming, who had just relaxed, instantly changed his expression. Chapter 2183. In the star path, a starfield was in turmoil and fell into a chaotic war. This was naturally a sensational matter. If the star path was at its most glorious, the party that caused trouble would be punished by the enforcers. But now, the star path had changed greatly. The enforcers were the overlords, so no one would care if the overlords themselves were destroyed. During the chaos in the Nickel Starfield, news came from the Zambu Starfield almost every day. As the youngest saint of the Zambu family, Zambu Haochu was very interested after hearing about what happened in the Nickel Starfield. If it wasn't for the fact that his family explicitly forbade him from interfering in the interests of other starfields, he probably would have gone to the Nickel Starfield. But when he heard that Zichun had come to the Zambu Starfield, he immediately flew to the 88th Starfield. The operating restriction on the 88th Starfield stopped for a moment, and a figure rushed out. At this moment, on the planet, Diren looked up in confusion. He had just sensed an abnormality in the formation, but he didn't find anything. With a puzzled expression, he obviously didn't think it was an illusion. So he turned around and went to the hall where Zichun was. The others didn't notice anything unusual. Zichun and the others, who were in the middle of a discussion, suddenly had a change in expression. Brilliant suddenly said, "A saint has rashly intruded." Standing up from his seat, Zichun walked to the door of the hall. When he was outside, he looked up at a certain place in the void. His eyes were like sharp swords that pierced the void, and his expression gradually became cold. "Huh, you can see me?" A surprised voice came from the sky, and a young figure appeared. The other party's figure was rather thin, and he wore a luxurious long robe. His rather handsome face carried a trace of surprise as he looked at Zichun in astonishment. "Lord," Diren's nervous voice came from the distance, but when the latter arrived and saw the young man in the sky, his expression changed instantly. "What's the matter?" Zichun looked back at Diren. "Just now, I sensed that the restriction was touched by an external force, so I came to tell you, Lord," Diren said. "So you're saying that an outsider has forced his way in?" Zichun frowned.
Yes.
Diren nodded. "Inform the Zambo family that there are intruders. Have them deal with this matter."
Yes.
Diren answered and left. The young saint standing in the sky was ignored by Zichun. He looked at Zichun with interest. After a while, he smiled and said, "Do you think the Zambo family can control me?" When Zichun heard this, he raised his head to look at the other party. The other party's youth was beyond his expectations, but that was all. He said calmly, "Whether or not I can control them, we'll know when they come." The young man shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in knowing whether they can control it or not. Besides, I'm not here to play riddles with you. I know your name is Zichun and I know where you're from. My purpose is very simple. I want to fight with you." "A saint wants to fight with me, a heaven realm cultivator," Zichun said sarcastically. "Since I know your name, I naturally know that your strength can't be measured by your realm. My name is Haochu. I want to see if you're as terrifying as the rumors say." The young man's eyes shone with a fiery light, and his fighting spirit rose. "I won't fight with you." Zichun shook his head and said, "Why? Are you afraid?" The young man's lips curled up slightly. He sneered and said, "If you're afraid, then I won't force you. Give her to me, and I'll turn around and leave." The young man pointed at the brilliant light with a smile on his face. "I'm indeed a little afraid, but I'm not afraid of losing to you. I'm afraid of accidentally killing you." Zichun's voice became cold. "I only kill saints. I never spar with saints." "What big words. Are you threatening me? Then come and try." The young man's face turned cold, and his saint aura surged around him. The cultivators in the other regions all rushed over as streams of light when they sensed the abnormal saint aura. When they saw the young man standing in the sky, their murderous auras surged and their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. "Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to." The saint aura began to surge, and the pressure in the sky became even stronger. Whether it was Zichun or the heaven realm cultivators, they did not retreat in the face of this saint aura. "You can leave. I don't want to kill you." Zichun's words were cold. He was not lying. He was only in the heaven realm and could not control his power freely. He had to use his full strength. He was good at killing people, and he was confident that he could kill his opponent here, but he was definitely not good at sparring. However, the saint in front of him was clearly a stubborn person. Furthermore, he was a battle maniac. Furthermore, his background was not to be underestimated. This caused Zichun, who did not want to cause trouble here, to frown. The atmosphere was very oppressive. The young man was not willing to back down. He was excited to see the hunt, and he just wanted to fight. There was silence all around, and a cold aura surged. The young man said coldly, "Zichun, make your move." Zichun frowned. His eyes narrowed, and there was a murderous intent surging in them. "Stop." At this moment, a loud shout rang out, and then two figures broke through the restriction and descended from the sky. One of them was Xingchong, who he had seen yesterday, but the latter's face was now pale, and his eyes were full of fear as he looked at Zichun. No wonder he was a terrifying existence who had killed several saints. He actually wanted to kill Zanbu Haochu. The other person had an appearance that was somewhat similar to the young man. He seemed to be the young man's father or someone close to him. However, at that moment, his face was filled with anger. He said to the young man, "Nonsense. This is simply nonsense." The young man, who had been surging with saint power, not only restrained his aura, but also looked as if he had been wronged. He said, "Big brother, I just came to spar with him. Who knew that he wanted to kill me?" The guilty party complained first. The other party's expression and tone surprised Zichun. Moreover, the other party's address was also out of Zichun's expectations. "Shut up," Zichun said. After coldly glaring at the young man, the other party turned to look at Zichun. After cupping his fists from afar, he said kindly, "I am Zanbu Haoming of the Zanbu family. This is my younger brother, Zanbu Haochu. My younger brother is naturally warlike and reckless. I hope Sir Zichun doesn't mind." This kind of attitude was definitely treated as if they were equals. This was not because the other party was polite, but because he knew Zichun's background. Zichun, who had killed several saints, had the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with saints. Zichun cupped his fists and said, "It's okay. It's just a small matter. However, I'm afraid this matter has broken your rules." At this moment, Zichun could sense that many cultivators had already arrived outside this world. They were all wearing the same uniform and should be the law enforcers of the Zanbu family. They had arrived in a timely manner, but this matter was very special. Obviously, they could not smoothly enforce the law, including one of the saints. "This matter is our fault. It's our fault for not managing it well. We are willing to pay 10 times the rent." "Big brother, why should you apologize? I just came to spar with him, not to cause trouble. However, he really wanted to kill me just now," Zanbu Haochu said with an aggrieved expression. "Who wants to kill my younger brother?" A cold voice suddenly sounded from the outside world, followed by the appearance of another saint's aura. This time, it was a woman who appeared. She wore a tight leather armor that outlined her fiery figure. She wore a pair of black leather boots. Wherever she passed, ripples would appear in the world. Her long and narrow eyes shone with a hint of coldness. "Second sister, why are you here?" Seeing this woman, Zanbu Haochu was very surprised, but then his expression changed. He pointed at Zichun and said, "Second sister, it's him. I just came to spar with him, but he wanted to kill me." "You're just a heaven realm cultivator. What big words. You're not worthy to kill my younger brother." The woman stared at Zichun and said coldly, "Both of you, shut up." Zanbu Haoming shouted angrily and said to the woman, "Zanbu Haolin, take Zanbu Haochu and disappear immediately." "Big brother, my younger brother was bullied. We should seek justice," the woman said coldly. "Shut up and disappear before I get angry. Otherwise, I'll put you in confinement for 1,000 years." The woman wanted to say something more, but after seeing her big brother's cold expression, she knew that her big brother was really angry. She fiercely stomped at the sky, and a large area of the void shattered. She turned around and grabbed Zanbu Haochu's ear and said fiercely, "Tell me, what trouble did you cause this time?" "Ouch. Second sister, I really didn't cause trouble. It was that guy who wanted to kill me." "Ouch. Second sister, be gentle. I really didn't cause trouble this time." Even with Zichun's experience, he was stunned for a full 3 seconds in the face of this situation. It was already very impressive for other families to have 3 saints in one family. It was also very impressive for a family to have 3 saints. However, the situation in front of him seemed to have 3 saints in one family. The 3 of them were obviously siblings. Moreover, it seemed that the sister and brother were a little too strange. This big brother, on the other hand, looked quite normal. "That's my second sister. She hasn't returned for a long time. I don't know what's wrong with her today, but she suddenly came back. She doesn't know what's going on at all. She's just blindly protecting her." "Brother Zichun, please don't laugh." Zanbu Haoming landed and said politely to Zichun. Xing Chang followed closely behind. "Forget it. It's just a misunderstanding." Zichun waved his hand. After all, they didn't do anything and had already agreed to compensate him. Their attitude was surprisingly good, so he didn't know what to say. Moreover, he came here to cultivate in seclusion. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he wasn't here to cause trouble either. After that, Zichun led the two into the main hall, where Brilliant served tea and snacks. Brother Zichun is indeed magnanimous. I wonder if Brother Zichun is here to establish a faction, or just to stay for a short while? Zanbu Haoming asked as he gently put down the teacup Brilliant handed him with both hands and nodded his thanks. I'm only here for a short while. I'll be leaving soon, Zichun said. That's a pity. I thought that Brother Zichun would establish a faction here. By the way, I've heard about Brother Zichun's demeanor recently. I believe that it would be great to be Brother Zichun's neighbor. Zanbu Haoming sighed and said regretfully. It was hard to tell whether he was being sincere or not. At the same time, in the Zanbu family, Zanbu Haolin's pretty face was full of shock. What did you say? That Heaven Realm expert just now is that person's disciple. He killed 9 pseudo-saints. Chapter 2184. Really? He's just a Heaven Realm expert. How can he be so strong? Zanbu Haolin looked skeptical. Of course it's true. The Nico family and the Gung family are completely finished. Otherwise, why would I find a Heaven Realm expert to spar with? Now, some people from those 2 families have come to our place and rented a few planets. I got all the information from them. I can guarantee that it's first-hand news. However, Big Brother, I'm sure you know about it, Zampa Haoming said seriously. In that case, that Heaven Realm expert does have some tricks up his sleeve. Zanbu Haolin nodded and said, but you're too reckless. Why did you provoke that kind of existence for no reason? Zanbu Haochu said with an unconvinced expression, I just wanted to spar with him. I was curious about that person's disciple. Who would have thought that guy would be so arrogant? He said he wouldn't fight with me, so I used that woman to provoke him. He said it would only be a life-and-death battle, so I deliberately provoked him again. As a result, I felt killing intent from him. He wanted to kill me. Are you an idiot? He's just a Heaven Realm expert. He'll definitely use his full strength to fight someone of a higher realm. How can he control his strength when he's at full strength? Zanbu Haolin glared at Zanbu Haochu with her long and narrow eyes. So what? He can really kill me. That guy is very smart. When I first appeared, he guessed that I was from the Zanbu family. Zanbu Haolin stretched out her jade finger and tapped Haochu's forehead, saying, I said you're an idiot, but you're being stupid again. He can't control his strength. When he uses his full strength, of course he'll kill you. Fortunately, I arrived early and saved your life. If I was late, you would have been killed long ago. Speaking of which, I saved your life, so you have to repay me. It seems that Big Brother went first. Besides, even if he can kill me, we can at least fight for several days and nights. When the others arrive, he won't dare to do anything. Whatever. Anyway, I saved your life. You have to repay me. Just as the siblings were chatting happily, a cold snort came from outside the door. Zanbu Haolin walked in with a dark face. Big Brother. Big Brother. The 2 of them shouted in unison. Seeing that Zanbu Haoming had no reaction, Zanbu Haolin also glared at Zanbu Haochu, implying that it was all his fault for angering her big brother. Don't go there if you have nothing to do in the future, Zanbu Haoming said with a gloomy face. Zichun is in existence who has killed several saints. Is he someone you can casually provoke? If I hadn't arrived early today, you would have caused a disaster. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't implicate your family. Big Brother, although I was wrong in this matter, you can't boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige. That Zichun does have some tricks up his sleeve, but they aren't enough to threaten our Zambo family. Our family is a solid block of iron. Zichun's little tricks are useless against us. You still dare to quibble. Those tricks are useless, but if we really fight, even if we kill Zichun, how many people on our side will die? Have you thought about it? He's someone who has killed several saints. If he goes all out to fight back, I'm afraid half of the saints in our family will die. Is it worth it? The 2 of them lowered their heads and stopped talking. Every saint in the family was crucial. Losing one of them was huge, let alone losing half of them. Let's forget about this matter. Don't provoke him in the future. That place will be a forbidden zone for the 2 of you from now on. Zanbu Haoming's words were very harsh. He also believed that these two were not children and knew the severity of the matter. He believed that they would not trouble Zichun in the future. However, the next day, Zombu Haoming received news that Zombu Haochu had gone to planet 88 again. How long does this little bastard want to be a fool? Zombu Haoming slammed the table and stood up with an angry face. He just went to apologize. He didn't do anything wrong. Zombu Haolin's voice sounded outside the door. Apologize? Who would believe that? I asked him to go. How dare he not go? Looking at Zombu Haochu, who had barged into planet 88 again and taken the initiative to appear in front of him, Zichun said, do you still think that the compensation yesterday was not enough? Yesterday, according to Zombu Haoming's instructions, they had compensated them 10 times the cost. As a result, Zichun had made a small profit this time. Moreover, before leaving, Zombu Haoming had promised that no one would disturb Zichun again. But today, this master had come again. My family has a lot of resources. Just ask them to compensate. Zombu Haochu didn't seem to care about resources, but the next second, he looked at Zichun and said, I know why you can't fight at will. How about this? Let's fight again. I'll suppress my realm to heaven realm. Zichun shook his head and said, No. Why? Zombu Haochu said in confusion, Let's fight with heaven realm. I just want to see how strong that person's disciple is. Zichun looked at Zombu Haochu and said seriously, If we're both in heaven realm, I'm afraid I'll kill you with one move. My second sister said that you can't control your energy when you fight a saint, but this doesn't happen when you're in heaven realm. Let's fight. After the fight, I won't come to you again. Zombu Haochu pleaded. Zichun turned around and looked at Zombu Haochu in surprise. He said, Your stupid second sister has such an opinion. Zichun, I'm warning you. Don't insult my second sister. Just tell me whether you want to fight or not. If you don't, I'll tell my second sister what you said. You'll be in a lot of trouble. No, even if I suppress my strength, I can easily kill you at the same level. With that, Zichun walked into the hall, and the door behind him closed naturally. Zombu Haochu wanted to force his way in, but he thought of something and didn't break the door in the end. Instead, he stood outside and shouted, Zichun, if you don't fight with me, then I'll wait outside your door and won't leave. Up to you. Remember to bring 10 times the compensation. Zichun's voice sounded from inside. Isn't it just compensation? I have a lot of it at home. I'll get someone to send it over tomorrow. Not 10 times, but 20 times. Send it over with mine tomorrow. Zombu Haochu shouted outside the door. Zichun underestimated Zombu Haochu's determination, or rather, his stubbornness. The other party had been waiting outside for several days. When he saw Zichun, he threatened to fight. It could be said that he didn't leave Zichun's side at all. This made Zichun speechless. Naturally, he couldn't beat him, nor could he scold him. As for the resource compensation, every time the other party came, he would bring 10 times the resources. Zichun really couldn't find any other reason. Helplessly, he could only tell Xingqian to let Zombu Haochu go. As for the resource compensation, he didn't want to provoke Zombu Haoming's resentment over these resources that he didn't care about. Moreover, this place was considered the Zombu family's territory, so he just let Zombu Haochu go. After making this decision, Zichun had to start condensing Saint crystals in advance. Therefore, he ordered Diren to find a few cultivators with powerful battle strength, but relatively few laws. Of course, this group of people would be chosen from the slaves on the Life Star. Compared to others, Zichun trusted them more. Therefore, in the next few days, Diren also became a hot commodity. Everyone gathered around him, trying to curry favor with him. Everyone knew that Zichun didn't need to be paid for condensing Saint crystals. Now, as long as they put in a few good words for Diren, once they were chosen, they would become a saint. Where else could they find such a good deal? In the end, Diren found 2 people who met Zichun's requirements. Zichun also had an impression of the 2. One was called Xianyu, from the Raichen Star Domain, and the other was called Huarong, whom Zichun saved in the Fort Gang Trading Center. That night, Zichun constantly sensed the energy of the 2 people. After the sky slightly brightened, he signaled the 2 to leave. He believed that the Lord would come again in a moment, so Zichun had to hurry. Zichun, I'm here again. Don't look down on me. Let me tell you, I'll still take the resources this time. Rules are rules, and they can't be broken. Today, I'll give you 10 times the resources. Sure enough, as soon as the sky brightened, Zanbu Haochu's voice sounded outside Zichen's residence. Everyone was already used to this scene. Moreover, that was a true saint. Fortunately, everyone pretended not to see it. Most importantly, this person had a good character. Every time he came, he would take a lot of resources. Although Zichen didn't care for these resources, it was a very rich resource for them. In the hall, Zichen sighed, turned into a stream of light, and entered the universe origin cauldron. This saint was so strange that Zichen couldn't bear it. Time passed, and Zanbu Haochu came every day. Apart from shouting outside Zichen's room early in the morning, he would stay until it was dark before leaving. During this time, he would chat with Xingchen and Brilliant to pass the time. However, Brilliant also appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He was often in closed-door cultivation and didn't like Zanbu Haochu. On the other hand, Xingchen had nothing to do. The two often chatted, and he had a good relationship with Xingchen. Zichen is already in closed-door cultivation. It's useless for you to continue to stay here. One day, Xingchen, who was embarrassed to accept so many resources, said to him, "If I shout like this every day, he won't be able to rest in peace." Zanbu Haochu said, "Your voice is very simple. A restriction can isolate it. My voice contains energy vibrations that can penetrate restrictions. That's an ordinary restriction. Zichen's restriction is extraordinary. Then what should I do? You go back first. When Zichen comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll inform you." This method obviously couldn't send Zanbu Haochu away. The latter came for a few more days, but not only did he not see Zichen's shadow, but he also couldn't even hear Zichen's voice. One day, when the two were chatting, Zanbu Haochu's eyes lit up and he said, "Anyway, you and I have nothing to do. Why don't we spar?" "How can I do that? I'm not a saint," Xingchen said in a daze. "Then we'll spar with whatever you're good at," Zanbu Haochu said indifferently. "I'm good at physical combat." "Okay, then let's have physical combat. This kind of head-on real combat is more interesting." The two of them decided on this simply. After a quarter of an hour, Zanbu Haochu walked out of a space with a bruised and swollen face. Chapter 2185. Ever since the last battle, Zanbu Haochu had been completely defeated by Xingchen. The latter no longer clamored to fight Zichen, but he still came here every day with the purpose of fighting Xingchen. Xingchen had a saint-level physical body. Although he could not unleash its true power, it was enough to deal with Zanbu Haochu's so-called exchange of pointers. Therefore, Zanbu Haochu came here happily every day, but left with a bloody nose and a swollen face. It was worth mentioning that the other party no longer looked for Zichen to fight because he had obtained Xingchen's approval. Therefore, he did not have to pay any compensation. The loss of such a big financial backer made many cultivators feel sad. When they looked at Zanbaheo again, they were not as friendly. "Xingchen, I feel that my physical body has become stronger. Let's fight again." Another morning, Zanbu Haochu, who had recovered, came to look for Xingchen again as usual. "You're addicted to being beaten." Looking at Zanbu Haochu, Xingchen could not help but laugh. However, he had to admit that he had a good impression of Zanbu Haochu. After the other party found out that he had a saint-level physical body, he was very shocked. After the shock, he was very excited, but there was no greed. He was not tempted by a saint-level physical body. Although this guy was a little strange, he was still a gentleman. He had already been beaten for more than a month, and he had not complained at all. Even the people of the Zambo family had not come here to remind him of anything. Another battle. The result was not unexpected. Zanbu Haochu was still bruised and swollen. In the universal origin cauldron, Zichen first cultivated quietly for a month. When his mind was completely refreshed, he began to condense the sacred crystal. This time, the two people that Diren had chosen for him had mastered 5 types of laws. Zichen also had those law chips, so he took out 3 of them. Zichen was already familiar with the smelting process. This process was relatively time-consuming. A total of 5 types of laws took more than a month. After the smelting was complete, The next step was to fuse. This was the most difficult part. While Zambu Hao was being beaten back and forth by Xing Chen in the outside world, Zichen's first fusion failed. The resulting energy shock sent Zichen flying backward. However, with his strong physical body, he was not injured. Moreover, during the 1 month of concentrating on refining, his physical strength had also increased by a lot. The results were even faster than when he was in seclusion. This was an unexpected surprise. At the very least, Zichen's efforts over the past month had not been in vain. In the 3rd month, Zichen once again entered the process of fusion. This time, it was relatively smooth. During this period, the 5 laws were constantly changing, and Zichen was searching for the energy that was closest to him. Buzz. The fluctuating energy finally reached Zichen's requirement. The energy immediately stopped changing. Then, under the infusion of the laws of a harmonious spirit master in Zichen's body, the sacred crystal began to condense. Unlike the last time, Zichen did not faint from exhaustion this time. Instead, he quietly looked at the sacred crystal that had already taken shape in front of him. He knew that this sacred crystal had already taken shape in the hands of a harmonious spirit master. Now, it only lacked the recognition of the world. At this moment, on Planet 88, Zambu Hao, who had just walked out of the space with a bloody nose and a swollen face, was looking at the sky with a dignified face. There, the wind and clouds were swirling, producing the pressure of a saint. It was the saint pressure produced by the world, and it was very strong. His expression gradually became dignified. Looking at the sky that was gradually expanding and turning into a vortex, he said in a deep voice, "What is that?" Xing Chen followed him. After seeing this scene, there was a touch of joy on his face, but after a slight hesitation, he chose to remain silent. Zambu Hao thought that Xing Chen's silence was because he didn't know. Sensing the direction of the vortex, he said with a dignified face, "Could it be caused by Zichen? Is he about to break through?" Such a change in the world also attracted the attention of the other cultivators. They stopped and looked up at the sky, feeling the dense saint pressure. Except for those from the Yao clan who didn't know what was going on, the others understood in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with envy, and at the same time, they subconsciously looked at one of the heavenly realm experts who was suppressing his excitement. Sensing the energy of the same origin, this person's expression was very excited. The path to becoming a saint had obviously been open to him, but he remained silent. Since there were outsiders present, the others also remained silent. Only those from the Yao clan exclaimed in surprise, apparently not understanding what was going on. Brilliant, who was in closed-door cultivation, also came out from her closed-door cultivation. Looking at the saint force energy that appeared in the vortex in the sky, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of splendor. Obviously, with the formation of another special saint crystal, the combat strength of the team would increase by another level. At this moment, the change in the world was not limited to Planet 88. Outside this planet, there was also a huge vortex. In that vortex, Saint Force surged, causing an uproar. It's the location of Planet 88. Hurry up and report to Lord Saint. Lord Saint has ordered us to inform him immediately if there are any abnormalities there. What kind of people are living on Planet 88? Why are there abnormalities happening every day? The law enforcers who saw this change were also discussing spiritedly. It seemed that ever since Planet 88 was rented out, this place had not been peaceful for a single day. After Zambu Haoming and Zambu Haolin received the news, they rushed over as soon as possible. The two of them looked at the changes in the world above and felt the saint force in it. Their eyes changed little by little, and in the end, there was deep shock in their eyes. "Can you feel it?" Zambu Haoming asked aloud, his face full of disbelief. "It's the same situation as mine." Zambu Haolin nodded. Her long and narrow eyes were full of shock. This is the sign of the formation of a saint crystal. On Planet 88, there is a saint crystal from a harmonious spirit master that has been recognized by the heavens and earth. There's a harmonious spirit master on Planet 88? Who could it be? Zambu Haoming's brows deeply furrowed. Could it be that a harmonious spirit master has sneaked into Planet 88 a long time ago? Zambu Haolin said doubtfully. She didn't think it would be Zi-Chen's group because the time they rented this planet was too short. It was too short for them to condense a Saint Crystal. She knew very well that it would take at least a few years to condense a Saint Crystal. It's possible, but it's not very big. Perhaps it's one of Zi-Chen's group, Zambu Haoming said. How is that possible? An existence from a life star can't become a harmonious spirit master. But isn't there someone else in their group? That's impossible. The time is too short. Looking at the saint energy that had been recognized by the heavens and earth, Zambu Haolin said, "Let's go in and have a look." No, it's impolite to go in rashly. If we anger a harmonious spirit master, our family won't be able to bear his anger. Oh right, where's Haochu? Zambu Haoming asked. He's still inside. I don't know what that guy is thinking. He's been beaten up like that every day, but he's still so happy. When mentioning Zambu Haochu, Zambu Haolin's face couldn't help but be angry. Speaking of which, after seeing Zambu Haochu's appearance back then, Zambu Haochu was furious and wanted to avenge him, but she was stopped by him. After that, not only did this matter not stop, it even became worse. Zambu Haochu clearly wanted to beat him up, but that brainless guy said that he was growing. Thinking of this, Zambu Haolin's good impression of the existence on Planet 88 was completely gone. Very good. He's finally done something right. Let's go back now. We'll ask him when he comes back. After saying that, Zambu Haoming turned around and said to the law enforcers who came with him, "All right, you can all disperse. There's nothing else to do here." Not only did he disperse the law enforcers, but he also sent away the saints who came here. The saint energy fell from the sky, destroyed the restriction on Planet 88, and then fell into the hall where Zi-Chan was. The energy seemed to travel through space, through the hall, into the world of the cauldron of creation, and fell in front of Zi-Chan. The saint crystal burst out with a dazzling light in an instant, and then it began to absorb the energy, and its size began to expand. So this is how the saint crystal came to be. Looking at the saint crystal that had become full with energy and laws, Zi-Chen's eyes showed a hint of understanding. After that, there was nothing else. Zi-Chen put away the saint crystal and continued to cultivate cross-legged. He had no intention of going out. In the outside world, Zambu Haochu stared at the scene in a daze. Although the saint energy just now was not very strong, the saint power of heaven and earth gave him a very dangerous feeling. However, as the energy fell, no other abnormalities happened, which made him stunned. What's going on? I saw that the energy fell on Zi-Chen's residence. Did Zi-Chen break through? Zambu Haochu turned around and looked at the silent Xing-Chun. It shouldn't be. The power of Zi-Chen's breakthrough can't be so small. Xing-Chun shook his head and said, I think so too. No matter what, it should have something to do with Zi-Chen. Let's hurry up and take a look in case there's any danger. No need. There shouldn't be any danger. Xing-Chun shook his head. After not seeing Zi-Chen come out for a long time, he vaguely guessed what Zi-Chen was thinking and also turned around and walked towards his room. Brilliant continued to go back into seclusion, and the others also left one after another. Only the excited Xianyu stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Zambu Haochu was very unwilling to give up and insisted on asking why, but Xing-Chun obviously had no intention of revealing anything. Zi-Chun had not appeared for a long time, probably because he did not want this matter to be exposed. Xing-Chen's secrecy made Zambu Haochu itch, so he pestered Xing-Chun for 2 days and did not return. This made Zambu Haoming and Zambu Haolin, who wanted to hear the news, very anxious. Forget it if you don't want to say. I'll go back and ask my eldest brother and second sister. They definitely know what's going on. Zambu Haochu snorted coldly like a child. After seeing that Xing-Chun still did not respond, he really went back. However, as soon as he returned, Zambu Haolin grabbed him by the ear and pulled him towards Zambu Haoming's residence. Chapter 2186. Second Sister. What are you doing? Looking at Zanbu Haolin, who pulled his ear without saying a word, Zanbu Haochu tilted his head and said, You brat, you still know to come back. Do you know how many days I and Big Brother have been waiting for you? After pushing Zanbu Haochu into the room and creating a soundproof restriction, Zanbu Haolin put her hands on her hips and said, Tell me, did you forget your second sister because you were chatting with a harmonious spirit master? Touching his red ear, Zanbu Haochu was puzzled and said, What harmonious spirit master? Second sister, what are you talking about? Humph, how dare you deceive your second sister? Do you believe that I won't beat you? If you know what's good for you, quickly tell me what happened 2 days ago. Otherwise, be careful of Big Brother's family discipline. Zanbu Haoming sat there without saying a word. His expression was very dignified. Second sister, I came back this time to ask you about what happened 2 days ago. You saw the change, didn't you? Then tell me what's going on. Zanbu Haochu asked. You didn't even know what happened there. You brat, are you asking for a beating? Zanbu Haolin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Second sister, I really don't know what happened. Xing Chun must know, but I pestered him for 2 days, but he didn't tell me. Zanbu Haochu said with an aggrieved expression. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to want to hide, Zanbu Haochu, who had been silent, said, Third brother, tell me what you saw. Looking at his big brother's serious expression, Zanbu Haochu said timidly, If I say that I didn't see much, will you beat me up? Zanbu Haolin said angrily, There's no need for big brother to do it. I'll beat you to death. Zanbu Haochu complained, I really didn't see much. I only saw the holy aura of heaven and earth. A holy energy fell into Zi Chen's room. At first, I thought it was Zi Chen breaking through, but the energy was too weak. If it was really Zi Chen breaking through, then I could beat 2 of him at once. But Xing Chun said it wasn't, and I also didn't think so. And then? Zanbu Haolin asked with a stare. Nothing else. Looking at Zanbu Haolin's dissatisfied expression, Zanbu Haochu hurriedly said, Then I pestered Xing Chun for 2 days. But he still didn't tell me. I came back in a fit of anger. I wanted to ask Big Brother what was going on. You little brat, you dare to lie? Watch me beat you up. With a wave of his hand, he stopped Zanbu Haoming and asked, You said that the energy fell into Zi Chen's residence. What about Zi Chen? He didn't come out. I even went to the door and shouted twice to ask if he was okay, but he didn't respond. Zanbu Haoming nodded, but his frown deepened. Big brother, what is going on? Second sister just mentioned a harmonious spirit master. Could this matter be related to a harmonious spirit master? Suddenly, Zanbu Haochu's eyes widened and he cried out involuntarily, Could it be that this situation is what second sister often says? Saint crystals that have obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth, the saint crystal that can allow a heaven realm expert to become a saint? Zanbu Haoming nodded. How is this possible? Are you going to tell me that Zi Chen is a harmonious spirit master? I don't know about this either. The possibility of Zi Chen becoming a harmonious spirit master is not high. Perhaps there is another harmonious spirit master in his residence. Zanbu Haoming guessed. That's impossible. Zi Chen is alone in his residence. Even Guangyao didn't sleep with him. Who could be in Zi Chen's residence? Zanbu Haochu shook his head and said, You only know how to sleep with him? Are you an idiot? A harmonious spirit master is an important existence. How can you compare it to a woman? Zanbu Haolin was so angry that she grabbed Zanbu Haochu's ear again. Second sister, be gentle. Didn't you say that all harmonious spirit masters are saints? If they are saints, why don't they find their own residence? Why do they have to live with Zi Chen? Zanbu Haochu's eyes lit up and said again, Could it be that the harmonious spirit master is a woman? Is that why she lives with Zi Chen? You idiot. You only know how to talk about women. Get lost. Zanbu Haolin was furious. Second sister, that Guangyao is really beautiful. Back then, Zi Chen even fought against the overlord forces for her. If we're talking about looks, although you're also very beautiful, you're still lacking compared to Guangyao. Ouch! With a loud bang, Zanbu Haochu screamed miserably. He smashed through the restrictions here and fell outside. Zanbu Haochu, this old lady is not done with you. A scream was heard. Zanbu Haolin rushed out, followed by Zanbu Haochu's scream. Zanbu Haoming rubbed his forehead and pretended not to see the chaotic scene. Zi Chen's team needed to grow and time was of the essence. Therefore, on the day Zanbu Haochu left, Diren walked into Zi Chen's residence and came out with a Saint Crystal. Looking at Diren's natural envy, Zi Chen smiled and said, There will be one for you sooner or later, but not now. Diren scratched his head and said with an embarrassed expression, "It is Master Diren's greatest blessing to be able to follow you. Go."
Zichun waved his hand.
Yes. Diren left. Diren's combat strength was not strong. Even if he fused with the Saint Crystal and became a saint, his status in the same realm was the same as in the heavenly realm. In the eyes of the heavenly realm, Diren was a high and mighty saint. But in the eyes of a saint, Diren was the weakest existence. What Zichun needed now was a saint warrior, and obviously Diren did not meet the standard. Every Saint Crystal needed to be recognized by the world, which made Zichun very helpless. He believed that the Saint Crystal from before had attracted the attention of the saints here. If he produced another Saint Crystal within 2 months, it was bound to cause a commotion, which was not in line with Zichun's original intention of keeping a low profile. Therefore, he could only continue to cultivate in seclusion. Fortunately, his physical strength had greatly improved in the past few months, and the time when his whole body was filled with Saint Force was just around the corner. Zambo Haoming, who had been thinking about it all night but still could not figure it out, decided to visit Zichun in person. The next day, he brought Zambo Haolin and Zambu Haochu to the outskirts of Planet 88. Zambu family, Zambu Haoming. However, before Zambu Haoming could officially speak, Zambu Haochu beside him shouted, "Xingchun, I'm here with my eldest brother and second sister." Zambu Haoming turned around and glared at Zambu Haochu, thinking that the other party was rude. "Come in." The space surged, and Xingchun's voice rang out. Zambu Haoming straightened his clothes, ignored the smug Zambu Haochu, and stepped in. "Xingchun greets Sir Saint." Looking at Zambu Haoming, Xingchun also bowed politely. "Brother Xingchun, you're too polite. Call me Zambu Haoming or Haoming." Zambu Haoming said with a smile. He had heard from Zambu Haochu that Xingchun had a saint-level physical body. Although he did not know why the other party had not become a saint yet, once he became a saint, he would be one of the best among the saints. Even if his combat strength could not surpass him, he would be on par with him. Zambu Haolin, on the other hand, looked coldly at Xingchun. It was this guy who relied on his saint-level physical body to beat her younger brother Black and Blue every day. "May I know why Brother Haoming is here today?" Xingchun did not pretend and asked with a smile. Zambu Haolin was dissatisfied with Xingchun's attitude and snorted. "I want to see Zichun. I don't know if it's convenient." Zambu Haoming asked. Xingchun shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Haoming. Zichun is still in seclusion and can't come out for the time being." Zichun had indeed not come out of seclusion, and he had previously instructed that he would not see anyone. Zambu Haoming returned in disappointment, and Zambu Haochu dragged Zambu Haochu to see Brilliant. The scene of the two beauties meeting was completely imaginable. Coupled with Zambu Haochu's evaluation yesterday, the two almost fought. However, Zambu Haolin had to admit that apart from Brilliant's realm being a little lower than her, in terms of appearance and figure, she could be called a perfect woman. She was rare in the world. Zambu Haolin, who was also a great beauty, was obviously inferior when compared to Brilliant. For the first time, the two were not friendly, but fortunately, they did not fight. Zichun really has good taste. Before leaving, Zambu Haolin snorted. "Isn't that so?" For her, he destroyed 2 overlords. This matter has almost become a legend of heroes and beauties. Zambu Haochu said, "Speaking of beauties, it's not like I haven't seen one before. The beauty in Daystar region is not inferior to Brilliant." She then looked at Zambu Haochu and said, "I say, little brother, I saved your life before. Didn't you say you wanted to repay me? This time, I came back because I was bullied by a stinky hooligan in Daystar region. Why don't you come with me to take revenge?" Zambu Haochu was stunned. Zambu Haochu was stunned. "Of course, I'll definitely kill whoever dares to bully you." Zambu Haochu's face showed a hint of anger. "The other party is not weak. We can't act rashly. We need to find more helpers." "Helpers? Aren't the 2 of us enough?" "Of course not. That guy's combat strength is not weak. But Big Brother is wholeheartedly devoted to the family. He definitely won't help us. The other saints in the family are all stubborn. It seems that we don't have any helpers." Zambu Haochu spread his hands and said helplessly. After a period of time, not only did Zambu Haochu become a regular here, But Zambu Howleen also came here frequently. Her relationship with Brilliant also changed from being like fire and water in the past to being able to talk about everything. It had to be said that although the siblings were both saints and had a bit of a temper, their temperament was not bad at all. Regardless of whether it was Xing Chan or Brilliant Light, they were able to get along well. However, during this period, Zambu Howleen intentionally or unintentionally asked when Zi-chan would come out of seclusion. She paid too much attention to Zi-chan. Time flew, and a year quickly passed. Zambu Haochu came twice, but after failing to see Zi-chan, he also put the matter of the harmonious spirit master to the back of his mind and did not pay attention to it for the time being. But on a certain day, the same fluctuation of heaven and earth emerged from the 88th planet. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 2187. Gazing at the energy vortex that appeared once again in the sky, Zambu Haoming's face was full of shock as he sensed the threatening saint aura from it. He muttered, "After a year, another saint crystal. What kind of speed is this?" Under normal circumstances, it would take several years for a harmonious spirit master to condense a saint crystal, and this time was only based on the success rate. If one counted the number of failures during this period, condensing a saint crystal in less than 10 years was already very impressive. However, Zi-chan and the others had only been here for a short period of a year. For cultivators of their level, this period of time was not even the blink of an eye. A mere 100 years was just a very short period of time in their eyes. Yet, in such a short period of time, he actually saw 2 saint crystals being formed. Of course, he was not naive enough to think that Zi-chan had 2 harmonious spirit masters. That kind of existence was truly rare and could not be encountered without a great opportunity. When he was out adventuring in the past, he happened to meet a harmonious spirit master and paid a hefty price for him to refine one for Zambu Howling. At that time, the 2 siblings waited for 20 years. But now, Zambu Howling was speechless. At this moment, he even had a strong impulse to immediately rush to Planet 88 to see what was going on. However, after managing the family's affairs for many years and dealing with all kinds of people, he had also trained himself to be shrewd. He forcibly expelled the impulse in his heart, straightened his robe, and muttered, "Let's wait for 2 more days. Second sister and third brother are both on Planet 88. I believe this time, they will definitely find out the truth." With that, he turned and left. Of course, he did not forget to dismiss the enforcers and the other saints who came after hearing the news. "Second sister, look, it's that kind of thing again." On this day, Zambu Howleen happened to be on Planet 88 again. Zambu Haochu pointed at the vortex above and said, in fact, it was not appropriate to say that it happened. In this year, Zambu Howleen and Zambu Haochu would come here every day to chat with Guang Yao. Zambu Haochu, on the other hand, was looking for Xing Chan to spar. Xing Chan and Guang Yao walked out of the room. This fluctuation meant that there would be another saint on their side. Naturally, the 2 of them were pleasantly surprised. The others also noticed this scene one after another, and their faces once again revealed looks of envy. It is indeed Zi-chen's residence. If this strange phenomenon is not caused by Zi-chen, then there is a harmonious spirit master living in Zi-chen's residence. But I have seen the changes in their expressions over the years. Every time they look at this place, there is only one expression. From this point of view, it doesn't seem like there are 2 people inside. Unless that Zi-chan is a puppet, and their respect and worship is for the harmonious spirit master. Compared to Zambu Haochu, Zambu Howleen's observation was more detailed. After staying here for more than a year, Zambu Howleen did not think that Zi-chan was a puppet. Moreover, from the information she had obtained, Zi-chan did indeed possess extremely powerful combat strength. Combined with the current situation, Zambu Howleen only had one guess in her heart. This guess was somewhat out of line with common sense and went against what the world knew, but it was backed by evidence. That was Zi-chan, the harmonious spirit master. At this moment, Zambu Howleen's attention was obviously different from the others. She spread out her spiritual sense and paid attention to the cultivators. Their faces revealed looks of envy. Judging from the changes in their expressions, this was not the first time such a scene had happened, and they knew very well what was going on. Shortly after, Zambu Haolin keenly noticed that many cultivators were looking at a certain place from time to time. There stood a heaven realm expert with an even more excited expression. He was the focus of all the envious gazes. That person was very excited, and his aura was naturally released. Zambo Haolin's sharp senses sensed that his aura was actually the same as the saint energy that was about to take shape in the sky. At this moment, the answer was obvious. This saint crystal was tailor-made for him, a saint crystal that belonged to him alone. Retracting her gaze and looking at the energy falling from the sky, Zambo Haolin murmured, "It seems that Zichun has a lot of secrets." She turned and walked towards Brilliant. After seeing him, she asked with a smile, "Little Sister Yao, the harmonious spirit master here is Zichun, right?" At this moment, Zambo Haolin's face revealed a sweet smile. Her long and narrow eyes looked at Brilliant with some expectation. This made Brilliant unable to bear to refuse her. "Tell me, is that harmonious spirit master Zichen?" Zambo Haolin asked again, after seeing the change in Brilliant's expression. She looked pitiful. Recalling the harmonious relationship between the two of them in the past year, Brilliant nodded as he thought that this was not a secret. Thus, Zichen's biggest secret was revealed in front of Zambo Haolin. "Yeah, little Sister Yao, you're the best. I know you're a good person with a good heart. I didn't misjudge you." Zambo Haolin excitedly hugged Guang Yao. This sudden action made Guang Yao very shy. His face was bright red, which made him look very pretty. "You little girl, don't be shy. It's big sister hugging you, not Zichun." Zambo Haolin snorted. In another direction, Xingchen saw this scene and shook his head. In the end, she was too kind. As the energy fell, the saint crystal in front of Zichun gradually became full. His bright eyes revealed a touch of joy. This time, the refinement was successful in one go. It only took a little more than a month. During the rest of the time, Zichun was cultivating. He really did not neglect refining and cultivating. But soon, his expression became startled, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. It seems that this state of seclusion is coming to an end. Just now, he received a message from Xing Chen. The latter told him that his identity had been exposed and that the traitor was Brilliant. Shaking his head and laughing, Zichun had to face reality. During this period, Xing Chen also sent him a message. It was said that Zambo Haolin was looking for him. It was either for something or for something. The only possibility was the former. He couldn't even remember what Zambo Haolin looked like. How could the latter be interested in him? Although he thought that he was quite handsome, he was not narcissistic to the point of being loved by everyone. Zichun was already very satisfied to have a few confidants in this life. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no need to continue hiding. On the same day, Zichun walked out of the Universal Origin Cauldron and opened the door. Xing Chen, Brilliant, Zambo Haolin, and Zambo Haochu stood outside the hall. Xing Chen and Brilliant's expressions were normal. Zambo Haochu's face was full of curiosity and surprise. As for Zambo Haolin, there was a touch of respect in her surprised expression. She was not a hothead like Zambo Haochu. She knew what kind of status a harmonious spirit master had in this star path, and even in the Great Thousand World. Swoosh! Zichun did not disappoint either of them. When he walked out, he took out the Saint Crystal and casually tossed it out. The Saint Crystal turned into a stream of light and landed in the hands of one of the Heaven Realm Masters. That Heaven Realm expert was the one that Zambo Haolin had noticed earlier. "Thank you, Master." After receiving the Saint Crystal, the Heaven Realm expert respectfully bowed in the direction of Zichun. Under the envious gazes of other cultivators, he flew back to his residence. Obviously, he couldn't wait to refine the Saint Crystal. When Zambo Haochu saw this scene, there was a touch of worship in his curious expression. Zambu Haolin, on the other hand, was a little dumbfounded. She clearly remembered that the harmonious spirit master who paid a great price to refine the Saint Crystal for her was so weak when he came out. Moreover, he was so respectful when he held the Saint Crystal in his hand, as if he was holding a very sacred object. But today, Zichun had just casually tossed it away. His attitude was extremely casual, as if what he had thrown away was not a dream door to enter the Saint's Gate, but a very casual object. "Why are you all here?" Seeing that the four people in front of him didn't speak and didn't make way, Zichun could only take the initiative to speak. Otherwise, with the gate blocked, he wouldn't be able to get out. Zichun, you're really a harmonious spirit master. You're too amazing. Zambo Haochu exclaimed excitedly. Zambo Haolin greets Master Harmonious Spirit Master. Zambo Haolin bowed to Zichun with a very respectful expression. Zichun waved his hand and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite. You're friends with Xingchun and Guangyao, so you're Zichun's friends. You can just call me by my name. I'm not used to being called Master. Moreover, it's being called Master by a saint. You should know that I'm just a Heaven Realm expert." "Impossible, Zichun. You're lying." "My second sister said that a harmonious spirit master must be a saint," Zambo Haochu said. "My situation is a little special." Looking at Zambo Haochu, Zichun said, "I've come out of seclusion. If you still want to spar, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." "Humph. Teach me a lesson? Let me tell you, I've improved a lot during this time. Even if I use my body, I can still defeat you." Zambo Haochu's eyes lit up when he mentioned the spar again. His battle intent rose. "Let's talk about this later. Your brother is here." Zichun shook his head and walked out of the hall. "My brother is here?" Zambo Haochu was slightly stunned. At this time, Zambo Haochu's voice sounded from outside the world. "Zambo Haochu requests an audience with Master Zichun." This time, Zambo Haochu didn't mention the Zambo family. He also addressed Zichun as Master Zichun instead of Brother Zichun. His attitude was very respectful. This was the status of a harmonious spirit master. It was enough to make most forces bow their heads in front of him. Moreover, mentioning one's family in front of a harmonious spirit master was undoubtedly a slap to one's face. If a harmonious spirit master wanted to, he could build a huge force in a very short time. In fact, the restriction on Planet 88 had just been destroyed. Zambo Haochu could have come in by himself, but he still stood outside. "Come in." Zichun's voice sounded. Zambo Haochu flew in. After seeing Zichun, he once again respectfully saluted Zichun. "Zambo Haochu greets Master. I just told the two of them not to be so polite. You can just call me Zichun. I'll call you Haochu from now on. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this period of time. This place is very quiet and no one disturbed us. You're too kind, Master. This is what we should do." After that, they returned to the main hall where Zichun was. Brilliant personally served them tea and snacks, while Zambio Haolin volunteered to help out at the side. Chapter 2188. After knowing that Zichun was a harmonious spirit master, Zambu Haoming was shocked for a while. However, when he thought about how Zichun was that man's disciple and came from the life star at the beginning of this world, it didn't seem impossible. One couldn't use common sense to judge a person. Thus, he quickly accepted the fact and came to visit him personally, intending to keep this matter a secret. When the two sides met, of course, the weaker side apologized. However, Zambu Haoming didn't know what he had done wrong. After that, Zambu Haoming said awkwardly, "I didn't know that you would come here, sir. We have taken in the people of the two forces. However, this matter is related to our family's honor." Zichun knew what he meant. He smiled and said, "It's different. We don't have an unresolvable grudge. It's just that we have different standpoints. Since those people came here, it means that they aren't fated to die. You don't have to deliberately make things difficult for them." Zichun didn't have much hatred for the Nico and Gung families. The reason why he eliminated them was because they had different standpoints. Zichun needed to consider the future of the people who would come later. "Sir, you really came from the Life Star?" Zambu Haoming still had doubts in his heart. He wasn't as relaxed as Hao Chu and Haolin, so he called him Sir. "Yes, I'm from the Life Star." Zichun nodded and said. After getting a positive answer, Zambu Haoming said, "I'm just curious. I heard that existences from the Life Star can't become spirit devourers. However, our Zambu Star area doesn't have any malicious intent toward the cultivators from the Life Star. Although we don't treat them with respect, we have given them enough fairness." Zichun admitted this point. When he first came here, he found that this star area was different from the others. Because Zambu Haoming was too cautious, they didn't talk for a long time before he left. Of course, before he left, he didn't forget to say that he would keep the secret that Zichun was a harmonious spirit master. When they first met, Zambo Haoming didn't mention that he was willing to pay a price to let Zichun condense St. Crystals. After Zambu Haoming left, Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu relaxed. Zambu Haochu, on the other hand, was clamoring to challenge Zichun. How? It was rare for Zichun to be in such a good mood today, so he asked with a smile. Zambu Haochu said, I've recently become more interested in physical combat. If you don't mind, we can compete. Upon hearing this, both Xingchen and Brilliant shook their heads. Zichun's strongest skill now was his physical body. Although his physical body had not reached the Saint grade, the power that he could unleash was stronger than Xingchen. Zanbu Haochu's actions were purely smashing into an iron plate. There was no need to deliberately find a battlefield. They could fight in this hall. In a temporarily open space, Zichun and Zambu Haochu faced each other. The latter's expression was very excited. Fighting spirits surged around him, and his eyes were sharp. Outside this space, Xingchen and the others were quietly watching. Even Zambu Haolin had found some glittering sunflower seeds from somewhere and was preparing to sit down and eat them while enjoying the fight. In the space, the battle began. Zambu Haochu's body glowed as he rushed towards Zichun with small steps. As he rushed forward, he began to mobilize the power of his physical body, condensing his strongest punch, and punched towards Zichun's face. The wind whistled and the fist lights surged. Even the temporary space shook. Zichun's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. Feeling the punch coming toward him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as Zambu Haochu's fist was about to land, he instantly punched out. This space instantly flashed with a dazzling golden light. This golden light was dazzling and powerful, and the wind pressure it brought was even stronger. The temporary space began to distort crazily, as if it could not withstand this power and was about to collapse. Pong! The two fists collided, and a tremor burst out. A visible ripple spread out from the two fists. The temporary space shattered in an instant, and the manifested black hole swallowed the energy aftermath that continued to disperse. Zichun and Zambu Haochu's figures appeared in the hall at the same time. The smile on Zichun's face remained as he stood in place, while Zambu Haochu in front of him was sent flying backward. One blow, and the battle was over. Zambio Haolin stopped munching on her sunflower seeds. She looked at Zichun in disbelief. Although she knew that Zichun was very strong and that there was no way her silly brother could win, she still believed that this battle would be very exciting. However, being defeated in just one move was completely unexpected, and she could not judge whether this battle was exciting or not. Xingchen's and Brilliant Light's expressions didn't change much. This scene wasn't out of their expectations. However, when they saw Zanbu Haochu flying backwards with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, they couldn't help but smile faintly. This guy was really unlucky. First, he was beaten by Xingchen, and now he was defeated by Zichun in one move.
Cough, cough.
Zambu Haochu's body smashed against the wall of the hall, constantly coughing, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes that were previously full of fighting spirit were now filled with shock. You freak. He looked at Zichun for a long time before he could say the following words. He could not hide the shock on his face. Obviously, he had already seen that Zichun's physical strength was much stronger than Xingchen's. You let me win. Zichun looked at Zambu Haochu and smiled softly, then stepped forward and pulled him up. This guy's temperament was not bad, just like a child. He did not have the dignity and arrogance of a saint at all. He could be regarded as a weirdo among saints. Ah, Zichun, you injured my brother. At this moment, Zambu Haolin, who had awakened from the shock, rolled her eyes and shouted in surprise. Oh, do you still want revenge? After pulling Zambu Haochu up, Zichun looked back at Zambu Haolin and asked with a smile. I'm only a little girl. I've never thought about revenge. But you can't bully my little brother like this. He only came to spar with you, yet you injured him. Could it be that you're looking down on us siblings? We were bullied outside, and now that we're back at home, we're still bullied by others? As she spoke, Zanbu Haolin revealed a pitiful appearance as if she was about to cry. Her expression changed so quickly that Zichun was a little stunned. What's going on? Isn't this woman's thinking changing too quickly? Xingchen was also very speechless, and spread his hands at Zichun to express his helplessness. As for Brilliant, he seemed to sympathize with the other party. When Zambu Haochu saw his sister like this, he was instantly stunned. But after only 2 seconds, he fell to the ground holding his stomach. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth again, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Zichun looked at Zambu Haochu's appearance and smiled helplessly. I say, this is too fake. You and I fought with our fists. Why are you holding your stomach now? My whole body hurts. I'm seriously injured, and I'm about to die, Zambu Haochu said painfully, and more blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the siblings, Zichun became more and more speechless. He could only look at Zambu Haolin and say, okay, your siblings' acting skills are really not worthy of praise. If you have something to say, just say it, but let's make it clear in advance, everything is within the scope of my ability. Yeah, Zambu Haolin shouted excitedly, and her previous aggrieved look disappeared. She said, I was bullied by a guy in the Daystar region, and my family won't stand up for me, so I can only ask for your help. A guy? Is the other party a Saint King? Even the two of you can't deal with him.
Zichun asked doubtfully.
That guy is a saint, but there are other saints around him. Not only that, but he also gathered the saints of the Daystar region. Naturally, I'm no match for him, Zambu Haochu said angrily. However, when she saw Zichun frown, she was worried that he would not help, so she said again, I'm not asking you to help for nothing. I don't know about other things, but that guy has the Void Monarch tree. If worst comes to worst, the Void Monarch tree will belong to you after you kill that guy. The Void Monarch tree. Zichun was slightly startled. The advanced version of the Void Monarch tree. You don't have to worry about energy consumption when you carry it with you. It's equivalent to endless attribute-less crystals. In addition, it's also very useful for doppelgangers. It can constantly maintain the doppelganger's energy consumption without needing to replenish it. To put it simply, if a doppelganger has a Void Monarch tree, it won't dissipate before the Void Monarch tree dies, Xingchen explained. There's such a thing? Zichun was very surprised to hear this. There are all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. However, only the Void Monarch tree has this function. Ordinary Void Monarch trees don't have this effect, Xingchen said. Zambu Haolin looked at Zichun and said, What do you think? How about this reward? Tell me about the other party's background. Zichun did not immediately agree. Since the other party could mobilize the saints of the Daystar region, her identity was naturally extraordinary. I'm just asking for your help. Why do you have so many questions? Besides, you're not just helping me. You're also helping yourself, Zambu Haolin muttered. What do you mean by helping myself? Zambu Haolin first glanced at Brilliant and then said, I accidentally broke into a planet in the Daystar region and saw a great beauty there. Although that beauty's temperament was different from Sister Yao's, she was equally stunning. Don't you like beauties? That guy is now having designs on that beauty. Once you save him, that beauty will definitely repay you with her body. What do you mean I like beauties? Zichun did not know whether to laugh or cry. If you don't like beauties, why did you save Sister Yao and her people? Zambu Haolin said unhappily, That's because we all came from a life star. We're of the same race. Since our race is in trouble, we naturally have to help, Zichun said again. That's right. Zambu Haolin's face revealed a scheming expression. She smiled and said, That beauty also came from a life star, and her people are also there. Now, your people are being bullied by that guy. Don't you want to help? She thought that after saying this, Zichun would be speechless. Who knew that in the next moment, Zichun's eyes flashed and he said indifferently, The person you're talking about should be Daf Hill, right? P.S. Today is the last day of 2015 on the Gregorian calendar. Tonight is New Year's Eve. First of all, thank you for your support. Thank you to all the paying readers who support Thunder Warrior. It is because of your existence that Thunder Warrior can persist. The TV at home does not have a cable, so I can't watch the party live. The internet speed is not very fast either. The computer lags when watching the party, so I won't watch it. To me, New Year's Eve means that I'm 1 year older, so I won't celebrate it. I'll add a chapter at midnight. This is my thanks to all the paying readers. Thank you for your support. I wish you all have fun. Chapter 2189. What did you say? Zambu Haolin was stunned and asked doubtfully. You don't have to lie to me. The person you're talking about is called Hill, and he's from the Da family. Zichun said in a deep voice, I just noticed the change in your expression. There seems to be a flash of surprise and panic in your eyes. What? Sister, the person you're talking about is from the Da family? Zambu Haochu, who had already gotten up from the ground, was also surprised. So what? He bullied your sister. Shouldn't we go and teach him a lesson? Are you afraid? Zambu Haolin stared at Zambu Haochu with an aggrieved expression. This time, she was not pretending. She really felt aggrieved. She believed that the other party had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of Hill, and although this person's temperament was not bad, he was definitely not someone who could endure a loss. Zambu Haochu scratched his head and said, That's not what I meant. I was just a little surprised. Let alone the Da family, even if the Protoss bullied my sister, I will definitely fight the Protoss. That's more like it. A smile reappeared on Zambu Haolin's face, but tears fell from her cheeks. She then looked at Zichun, but did not plead for anything. You're right. Helping you in this matter is helping me. Even if you don't have a grudge, as long as I know the news, I will personally go there. How many people are there? Tell me honestly, said Zichun. I don't know the details. Anyway, I've only seen 5 saints. 2 of them are from the Day Starfield, and the other 2 are his guards. However, the other party's identity is special. He must be able to summon the other saints of the Day Starfield. There are 6 saints in that starfield. Zichun frowned and asked in confusion, Why are there only 6? Aren't the starfields stronger the deeper you go? After all, there were over 10 saints in Zambu Stellar region. However, there were only 6 saints in Day Stellar region, which was even further away. It was very incomprehensible. I know. Back then, your teacher entered that star field and carried out a destructive massacre. There was not a single saint in that star field, nor was there a large family. During that period, the strongest person, Dai, was directly killed by your teacher. Over the years, that star field finally produced 6 saints, said Zambu Haochu. If there are only 6 saints, why don't you all settle down in that starfield? Zichun still had doubts in his heart. He knew that the Gung family had always wanted to enter the Nickel star field. Because of the war back then, the world's spiritual energy in that star field became very chaotic. Moreover, the spiritual energy in that star field is not easy to gather. It's not even comparable to Nickel star field. In addition, our Zambo family doesn't have much ambition, so we're not interested in that star field. Speaking of which, our family is already struggling to manage such a star field, so we don't have the energy to plunder it. Zichun nodded. This reason made sense. What about the family? Did any family from Day Stellar region take action? Asked Zichun. No, only saints. In this way, Zichun had to face 9 saints, which was the same as Nickel Starfield. More than a year has passed. Are you still sure that the tribe has been destroyed? That tribe has some tricks up their sleeves. It's very difficult for Hill to break through that tribe in just a year, said Zambu Haochu with certainty. Back then, there was a great turmoil in Day Stellar region. The source of that turmoil was Wuji, who was now a taboo in the star path. In that chaotic era, all the saints in Day Stellar region were killed. It was said that there were several saint kings who had died. It had been a long time, and many people had died in that battle. Thus, the authenticity of that battle couldn't be verified. They only knew that Wuji had almost destroyed Day Stellar region by himself, making it disappear forever. That year, Day was still an expert, the ruler of a force. This star area was named after him. However, in the battle with Wuji, Day was killed. Luckily, after that battle, Wuji continued to explore. Otherwise, Day Stellar region would have changed its name to Wuji Stellar region. No one knew the details of that year. Of course, no one knew that Wuji had almost destroyed Day Stellar region because of a tribe from a life star. That tribe was one of the royal clans, called the Moon Clan. Although Hill of the Doff family hadn't seen that battle with his own eyes, he knew the reason and details of that battle. He also knew that the Moon Clan hadn't left that year. They were hiding on a planet in this star area. However, this planet was hidden by a powerful restriction. After many years of searching, he finally found the hidden Moon Clan. However, things were out of his expectation. He hadn't been able to attack the Moon Clan yet. Looking at the end of his line of sight, at the restriction light shield that covered an entire city, Hill's handsome face gradually turned cold. He said coldly, "Why hasn't that slave come back yet?" Next to Hill stood two saints. One of them said, "He must have gone to check that restriction. This trash can't even do such a simple thing." Just as he was speaking, a figure with starlight around him flew over from afar. This person's appearance was almost exactly the same as Xing Chun from the Star Tribe. It was just that there was a hint of gray between his eyebrows, and his eyes were not as bright as Xing Chin's. He looked very dispirited, without the slightest bit of vitality. "Trash, what did you find?" Hill asked coldly, looking at the figure flying over. "Master, that restriction didn't have any flaws. My whereabouts were almost exposed," the figure said respectfully, kneeling on one knee. "You can't even do such a simple thing. What's the use of trash like you?" Hill kicked him in the chest. A gust of saint power surged, and the figure flew back, coughing up blood. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you still can't think of a way, you can break the formation yourself." With that, Hill turned and left. The other 2 saints glanced at the Heaven Realm figure indifferently and left with Hill. The Heaven Realm figure stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. The gray air between his eyebrows grew thicker. He looked back at the city shrouded in restriction. His eyes were lifeless and filled with despair. In that city, there was also a pair of eyes that landed on him. The eyes were old and wise. Looking at the Heaven Realm figure, there was a lot of helplessness in the eyes. "Now, it's more painful for him to live than to die." A voice rang out from behind him. A woman shrouded in a hazy moonlight walked over. She was like a person from a painting, possessing an exquisite and impeccable face. Her round and straight jade-like legs set off her tall and slender figure. This was a woman whose looks did not lose out to dazzling, and was also a rare beauty in this world. In front of her, the owner of the gaze was a mature middle-aged woman. She stood on the city wall, her skirt fluttering. She looked at the Heaven Realm and didn't speak for a long time. "We should think of a way to save him," the young woman said, coming to the woman's side. "How can we save him?" "We need to save ourselves more now," the middle-aged woman said with a soft sigh. "It's difficult for them to break this restriction with their strength. We just need to open the restriction and let him in. Then, we'll think of a way to save him. His soul has already been controlled. Coming here will only make our situation worse. Furthermore, it might even harm him. Although his fate is very strong, we can't rule out that some kind of unforeseen event will happen and he will die early. Are we just going to watch him give up on himself?" the young woman said to the woman. "Perhaps fate will arrange all of this." The woman raised her head to look at the endless starry sky. There was a lot of helplessness in her words. "Fate will only send him to his death," the young woman couldn't help but say. After that, there was silence. The 2 stood on the city wall without saying a word. Just like that, they stood there for 3 days. The Heaven Realm also stood there for 3 days. In his line of sight, the people from the Doff family appeared again. It was unknown what they said, but the Heaven Realm nodded respectfully, then turned around and rushed over. The young woman said, "He's here. Are we still going to ignore him like before?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and didn't say anything. However, there seemed to be a light in her wise eyes. The Heaven Realm began to charge forward, his speed increasing. He was like a meteor, whistling as he moved forward. He directly crashed into the restriction with a fearless expression. Even a saint can't break this restriction. How can a mere Heaven Realm like him break it? Does he want to die? The young woman covered her mouth in shock. As if sensing danger approaching, the restriction trembled on its own. Then, a ball of fire flew out and headed straight for the Heaven Realm. Pong! The Heaven Realm was hit by the fire. The starlight defense around him instantly shattered, and he was sent flying. After flying back a few hundred meters, The heaven realm stabilized himself and charged forward again. Do you want to die? Hurry up and go back. The young woman shouted at the heaven realm outside the restriction. Go back and he'll die faster, the middle-aged woman said. The fire appeared again on the restriction and landed behind the heaven realm. The ladder was sent flying again, but this time, his entire body was covered in flames. This was a restriction unique to the Moon family, left behind by that person. Even a saint wouldn't dare to casually step in, let alone a heaven realm. If the heaven realm insisted on charging forward, he would die. Ancestor, he can't die. We have to save him. The young woman's eyes were filled with a hint of pleading. 9 saints appeared in the distance. After seeing this scene, they laughed loudly. Among them, Hill was laughing the happiest. His expression was exaggerated and somewhat sinister. The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, "No one can save him, unless—" Before she could finish speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked in a certain direction. The seal that shrouded the Moon clan began to fluctuate intensely at this moment. The heaven realm, who was completely covered in flames and whose eyes were filled with the will to die, suddenly paused and turned his head to look in a certain direction. P.S. Happy New Year. Chapter 2190. The middle-aged woman's gaze was fixed in a certain direction. Her wise eyes flickered with light, and within those light, there seemed to be jumping runes. Ancestor, the young woman next to her softly called out when she saw this scene. The middle-aged woman did not speak, but the light in her eyes was still flickering. The young woman fell silent, quietly watching this scene. She knew that the ancestor was divining, and it was a very exhausting divination. She knew what kind of existence the ancestor was. She was very surprised at what had happened that required the ancestor to spend so much energy on divination. In addition to being surprised, her beautiful face also revealed a look of worry. She did not know how long the ancestor could last if she continued divining like this. Subconsciously, she glanced at the heavenly realm expert and was surprised to find that he was no longer charging, but looking back in the same direction as the ancestor. What's there? The young woman turned her head and looked in that direction with her hazy eyes. It was a very casual glance, and she was destined to see nothing. But the young woman suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart, as if her fate had undergone some indescribable changes with this glance. It was fate. It was the blessing of fate. Or it was true destruction. The middle-aged woman retracted her gaze, and her wise eyes were filled with confusion. Ancestor, what did you see? The young woman asked. I saw the future and fate, the middle-aged woman said. Then what is it? The young woman asked. Avakania. The middle-aged woman shook her head, then looked at the heavenly realm expert and said, Perhaps he knows. He knows? The young woman was very surprised. Even the ancestor did not know, but a heavenly realm expert did. What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for death? Break the formation with all your strength. Hill's angry roar came from the distance. The heavenly realm expert's expression returned to normal. He looked back at the two through the seal, then turned into a stream of light and charged forward again. He shouldn't die. Reduce the power of the seal, the middle-aged woman ordered. The young woman immediately nodded, and her figure turned into a hazy light and disappeared. The heavenly realm continued to charge forward, and flames continued to appear, but the power was greatly reduced. The heavenly realm expert was still suffering the pain of being burned by the flames, but it was not fatal for the time being. After receiving the news from Zambuhaolin, Zichun decided to head to the Daystar region. There were only 9 saints in total, so it was not impossible for them to deal with them. Furthermore, Zambuhaolin and Zambuhaochu would be traveling together. No matter what, both of them were saints themselves. But to Zichin's surprise, when he left, the most powerful member of the Zambo family, Zambo Haoming, also joined him. The other party claimed that he was seeking justice for his younger sister. As for whether he had any other intentions, no one knew. Zichin brought everyone and left Planet 88. Xingchen and Brilliant followed beside him. With Xingchen's current combat strength, he could only deal with an injured saint. However, in the past year or so, his combat strength had improved greatly. Although he had not completely broken through, it was no problem for him to block 2 saints, just like in the nickel sector. Huan Kai could barely delay 1 saint for a short period of time, so there were only 3 saints left. During this period, Zhong Dian trapped another saint in the treasure pavilion. So there were only 2 saints left for Zichun. With Zichen's current realm, he could barely deal with them, but it would be very strenuous. Of course, there were still many uncertainties, but fortunately, Zambu Haolin had said that the woman who was as beautiful as brilliant seemed to be a saint as well. In this way, everyone still had a chance of winning. Everyone arrived at this star region as fast as they could. After arriving, Zambu Haolin said, "I left in a hurry, so I'm not too sure about that place. Let me think about it carefully." As soon as they arrived, Xing Qin's expression froze. He looked in a certain direction and his expression became very unnatural. Brilliant beside him noticed the abnormality, but before he could ask, Zichun took out a star map and said, "Let's go straight in this direction." Everyone looked at him in surprise. They knew that this was his first time in this star region and did not understand where he got his confidence from. "This is what I sensed," Zichun explained. In fact, it was not his perception, but the cauldron of creations. Just now, the cauldron sent out a spiritual thought and sensed a special wave of energy. That wave was very familiar. "It seems to be in this direction. Follow me." Zambu Haolin glanced at the star map, then led everyone to the nearest transportation matrix and began long-distance transportation between planets. Ever since she broke through to the Saint Realm, she had been out all year round and was very familiar with this star region. When she teleported, she always traveled the shortest distance. "What's wrong?" On the way, Brilliant asked with concern. Ever since they arrived in this star region, Xing Qin's expression had not been good. Xing Qin shook his head and did not speak. His mood was still low, and his attention was not focused. He seemed to be thinking about something. "I remember now. It's in this place. It's a little hidden. Let's go there now." After traveling about half the distance, Zambu Haolin suddenly pointed at a certain spot on the star map. Then, they sped up again. There were a few saints in the group, so no one dared to obstruct them as they passed. The saints who had been paying attention to the restriction ahead quickly noticed the abnormality of that heaven realm expert. One of the saints came to Hill and said, "The restriction's power has indeed decreased. It seems that young master was right. Those people don't want that trash to die." Hill revealed a cold smile. "He's not an ordinary trash. He's the last member of the Star Clan. He has the title of Xing Qin's son. If they kill that trash, the Star King clan on this life star will disappear from this world." That saint nodded and said, "Everything is going according to young master's prediction. Should we take action now?" Hill shook his head and said, "No need. Let's wait for a while. This restriction is strange. We have to find the right time to break it. Let that trash waste more energy. I believe the restriction's power will decrease by another level. Trash, attack faster. Otherwise, you'll die immediately." Hill's cold voice arose in that heaven realm expert's sea of consciousness. That guy was emotionless. He continued to dash forward. It was a suicidal attack. From the beginning to the end, he had not touched the restriction. Instead, he was wounded. If the restriction's power hadn't decreased, he would have died long ago. At this moment, Hill could also see the beautiful middle-aged woman on the city wall through the restriction. After the first conversation, they didn't interact with each other again. But at this moment, Hill found that the beautiful middle-aged woman was looking at him with an inexplicable gaze. For some reason, this inexplicable gaze made him feel uneasy. "Humph, old thing, don't think that I can't tell that you don't have any strength left. You can only stand there and pretend. After I break through this place, I'll exterminate the Moon Clan right in front of you. I'll kill all the men, and I'll torture all the women." Hill's eyes were filled with deep hatred. At this moment, a tall figure appeared in his mind. This figure was as majestic as the heavens and earth. It was the greatest person in his heart. His body glowed. The dazzling light illuminated the entire world and also illuminated Hill's heart. His heart was burning. His expression was emotional. But in the next moment, a figure emitting golden light appeared. He descended from the sky like a demon. The blinding light in his eyes was immediately extinguished as the stalwart figure fell to the ground. Boiling blood splattered all over his body, blurring his vision. At that moment, the sky in his heart collapsed. A nightmarish golden figure appeared in his mind, becoming the sorrow and nightmare in his heart that he would never be able to get rid of. On that day, he saw a demon and recognized fear. That was the most tragic scene he had ever experienced in his life. The Doff clan was almost destroyed. His father's blood sprayed all over his body and splashed into his heart. It was branded in his heart along with that demon-like figure. From then on, his world lost its light. He gradually grew up and was called a genius. His clan became strong again. Everyone smiled again and felt proud of their clan name. Many people praised him as a genius, a rare existence in the world. His future was limitless. However, the moment that imposing figure fell, there was no light in his world. The dark red blood and the demon-like figure became a nightmare that accompanied him as he grew day by day. He hated that person, but he was also afraid of that person. He wanted to kill that person to avenge his father and clan. But he was afraid of meeting that person. There was a deep fear in his heart. It was a nightmare, a demon in his heart. It was a taboo in cultivation. If he wanted to grow, he had to get rid of this demon. But he could not find that person, nor did he dare to find that person. So he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to dispel the nightmare. He wanted to destroy everything that that person once protected. He wanted to make what that person cared about become what everyone despised. So he went out and came here. Thinking about the past, his expression became twisted and ferocious. His eyes glowed red as if they were stained with blood. At that moment, the Heaven Realm cultivator was beaten back again. Trash, get out of my way. His eyes that seemed to be filled with blood emitted a cold light. With a roar, he turned into a stream of light and charged forward. Terrifying Saint Aura appeared in an instant. A gust of murderous intent swept across the world. In the sky, the white clouds turned blood red. The entire sky turned blood red. He'll put his hands together and raise them above his head. A blood sword that was emitting blood-red light and completely formed by Saint Power appeared in his hands. There seemed to be blood lightning circling around the sword. He held the sword with both hands and immediately slashed down. As the sword fell, the void was cut open like a piece of cloth and scattered to the sides. The blood-red sword light went forward and landed on the seal. Swoosh! The seal was split into two. P.S. Happy 2016, everyone. Chapter 2191. Because they had to take care of Xing Qin's son, the power of the seal was reduced to the minimum. Dalfu Hill, whose hatred had been aroused, used a powerful strike to break the seal. With one strike, the seal was forcibly cut open. Hill's eyes were still red as if they had been filled with blood. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. The blood sword that had cut open the seal continued to cut down with unstoppable force. Its target was the middle-aged woman standing on the city wall. The space rippled, and a young and beautiful woman appeared beside the middle-aged woman. Hazy moonlight flashed around her, and powerful saintly might radiated from her. Her blue dress fluttered without wind. Looking at the sharp sword, she slowly reached out her hand. Endless moon power gathered in her palm, and she raised it above her head. A barrier formed entirely of moonlight appeared above the woman's palm, blocking the blood sword light that followed. The blood sword released powerful destructive energy. This energy kept raging, and the surrounding space was shattered. However, it could not enter the barrier at all. The middle-aged woman looked through the barrier and the blood sword at the crazed Hill. Her wise eyes did not waver at all. Just then, the seal could have quickly changed and blocked Hill's attack. If she wanted to, Hill and the others would not be able to break through the seal at all. However, she did not do so. Instead, she let the seal break. Boom! In the clash of energy, the barrier above the young woman exploded. The terrifying power caused her to take 2 steps back. Dofashir, on the other hand, was sent flying out of the city and stopped a few hundred meters away. Swish! 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 Light flashed, and the other 8 saints came to Doff Hill's side. They looked down at the 2 people on the city wall, as well as the terrified Yu clan people in the city. Cold smiles appeared on their faces. When the Yu clan people in the city looked up and saw the 9 saints, they were already in despair. Without the seal, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They had no power to resist at all. The young woman was still standing there calmly. She was not afraid of death, but there was a hint of confusion in her heart. She did not understand why the ancestor chose to give up on the restriction. It had to be known that the restriction was the greatest reliance of the Moon Clan. You have been blinded by hatred. You have lost a clear heart. If you cannot let go of all of this, your cultivation base will stop here, the middle-aged woman said, looking at Hill. A ferocious smile appeared on Hill's face. I'll naturally let go of my hatred after I destroy your clan. But you old thing, you're about to die, yet you still have so much nonsense to say. Without the restriction, the Moon Clan would definitely perish. Everything was going according to his prediction. Hill seemed to have seen the destruction of the Moon Clan, so he laughed proudly. His laughter was filled with the joy of getting his revenge, but it also contained an unresolvable bitterness. From the corner of his eye, Hill saw Xing Qin's son who was about to die. He stopped smiling and said coldly, "Trash, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and fight." He had spent a great deal of effort to capture Xing Qin's son. He had already controlled his soul, and his life was in his hands. It was because of this that he was able to find the hiding place of the Moon Clan. This was all found by Xing Qin's son through some kind of connection. Xing Qin's son, who was usually obedient to him, shook his head expressionlessly after hearing Hill's words. Seeing that it was the first time he had been rejected, Hill was stunned. His eyes were filled with surprise. After pausing for a few breaths, he said coldly, "You dare to disobey my orders? Do you know what you're doing?" Xing Qin's son said, "Of course I know. I am Xing Qin's son. From now on, I will not listen to your orders." Looking at the son of the stars who had suddenly become unyielding, the 8 saints were stunned for a moment, and then a mocking smile appeared on their faces. By saying that, the other party was clearly courting death. Now, he should be waiting for young Master Hill to destroy his soul. However, in the young woman's eyes, Xing Qin's son had undergone an obvious change. His eyes shone like Xing Qin's, and the original deathly aura disappeared. He was full of vitality again. "You're courting death. You know that the Moon Clan will be destroyed, and you're waiting for me to fulfill your wish," Hill said coldly. "You can't kill him." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. "Who is it?" Hill's expression turned cold as he looked into the distance. The other 8 saints also turned their heads. In the direction they were looking, several figures appeared. They all looked very young, and after they appeared, they walked towards them. The few of them walked side by side, so it was hard to tell who the leader was. However, their gazes landed on one of the young men instantly. This young man had the same looks as Xing Qin's son. His entire body shone with the radiant light of Xing Qin. Those eyes of his that were as bright as the stars landed on Hill. His expression was one of anger and mockery. Looking at Xing Qin who had arrived, Hill was stunned. The 8 saints did not know what was going on as well. Their gazes kept darting between the 2 sons of Xing Qin. Both of them had the same looks and aura, as though they were twins. The young woman was stunned as well. However, she soon spotted Zambu Howlin. She had seen her before, and guessed that she was a helper that Zambu Howlin had found. Is this the guidance of fate? Unlike the young woman, the middle-aged woman's gaze landed on Zichun. She had a benevolent smile on her face, as though she was looking at a descendant of her own family. "Who are you?" Daf Hill asked coldly as he looked at Xing Qin. "I am Xing Qin's son," Xing Qin replied calmly. "You are Xing Qin's son. What about him?" Hill pointed at the other son of Xing Qin. "He is also Xing Qin's son." Xing Qin turned to look at his other self with a smile on his face. The son of Xing Qin also smiled and walked over. "Stop right there. One more step and you will die." Hill's tone was cold. "With me here, you can't kill him. Or rather, you can't kill me." Xing Qin's tone turned cold. "I control his soul. With just a thought, he will die." Hill's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A mocking smile appeared on Xing Qin's face. "You think you can control me? In this world, no one can control my soul, not even a god." As soon as Xing Chun finished speaking, his body suddenly turned into bright starlight. At the same time, the son of Xing Qian in front of him also turned into starlight and scattered. At this moment, the two balls of starlight were close to each other and were merging. Hill's eyes were filled with viciousness. He seemed to have made up his mind. However, he soon realized that he couldn't destroy the soul of Xing Qian's son. Seeing this, Ziqian, who was puzzled, suddenly understood. This should be the opportunity to become a saint that Xing Qian always talked about. Many years ago, the star ancestor used a secret method to send out a soul in order to give the star race a chance to survive. That soul traveled the star path and was never heard from again. Many years later, Ziqian entered the star race and inadvertently awakened the star ancestor. Then he used his last trick to create another Xing Qian. That Xing Qian followed Ziqian. In fact, the two of them were the same person. Only when they merged together could they become the real son of Xing Qian. Buzz. The starlight merged in the sky and turned into Xing Qian's appearance. He released a powerful saint aura. This was the true saint aura. I am the son of Xing Qian. You, a mere saint, don't think you can control me, Xing Qian said coldly as he glanced at the shocked Hill. The other 8 saints were stunned when they saw this scene. They clearly didn't expect such a change to happen to the son of the stars. At this moment, the aura emitted from him made their hearts palpitate. On the city wall, the Moon Clan woman's beautiful face was filled with shock. She first looked at the stars, and then looked at Brilliant behind her. Brilliant's equally beautiful face surprised her greatly. Then, she looked at Ziqian, who was standing beside Brilliant. Their fates seemed to be intertwined and inseparable. In a trance, she seemed to understand something. The middle-aged woman turned to the young girl and said, "Mingyu, do you understand?" The girl named Mingyu shook her head at first, then nodded slowly. Her expression was complicated. This is fate. You can never predict it. You can never understand it. But it's always like fate. The middle-aged woman smiled kindly and said, "Go. This is your battle. I believe that after this battle, you'll know what it means to be perfect." Mingyu nodded. With a light tap of her feet, she left the city wall and flew forward. Like a fairy, she flew through the air. Her body was shrouded in hazy moonlight, attracting everyone's attention. If this scene had to be described with words, it would naturally be a fairy flying from the heavens. Looking at the fairy flying over, Ziqian's expression was a little dazed. It was as if he saw a familiar figure flying towards him. The two figures were both beautiful, but their auras were different. Their temperaments were also different. Ziqian's dazed expression quickly returned to normal. So it's the moon race. Ziqian understood everything when he saw the woman who had arrived. His mind was somewhat shocked. During this trip to the Star Road, he had already met 3 of the 4 great royal clans. The moonlight figure that had appeared in his mind gradually disappeared. Mingyu, who flew over, naturally stood on Ziqian's side. She stood opposite Daf Hill in front. There was no need to ask or explain. She knew that these people were allies. Xing Qian, Guangyao, Mingyu, the 3 Zombu siblings, Huan Kai, and Ziqian. A total of 8 people stood opposite the 9 saints. Although this battle was 8 against 9, Ziqian's side still had a high chance of winning. P.S. There will be an additional chapter in the morning. Chapter 2192. The change of the situation was somewhat unexpected, and the fusion of Xing Qian's son made everyone stunned. Looking at the situation that had formed, Hill revealed an interesting smile. His eyes had returned to normal. He glanced at the group of people in front of him and saw the angry Zombu Haolin. "So it's you. Of course. Do you think I'm afraid of you and won't come back?" Zombu Haolin replied indifferently, gritting her teeth. Hill's eyes paused for a moment on the other people. "I regretted letting you go at first, but after seeing your helpers, I'm glad that I let you go." Hill looked at Brilliant and said, "You should be the forces of Nickel Star Field, right? I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. This is good. It saves me the trouble of going to Nickel Star Field. By the way, the 3 of you are really born to be servants." The 3 people mentioned here were Xing Qian, Brilliant, and Mingyue. They were from the 3 king families, excluding Ziqian. Zichen was also ignored by Hill all this time. Gung Yuanqi is dead. Zichen looked at Daf Hill and suddenly said, Gung Yuanqi. Hill was stunned when he heard the name. Then he said, It's that idiot. It's good that he's dead. This young master's matter will naturally be solved by me. He was a spirit devourer who couldn't advance in his life. He wandered around me in search of an opportunity, but he didn't know that in my eyes, he was just a clown. Hill's expression was indifferent, and his words were full of disdain. It was obvious that he didn't put Gung Yuanqi in his eyes. However, the latter not only destroyed Gung family, but also dragged Nickel family down with him. If Gung Yuanqi was still alive and heard Daf Hill's words, he would certainly die of anger. He risked his life to get the reputation of a clown. It's not that easy to advance to a harmonious spirit master. That guy actually believed that this idiot could help him. What an idiot. At this moment, Zichen also felt sorry for Gung Yuanqi, even though he was the one who ordered the other party to be killed. The other party might have an extraordinary background, but it wasn't that easy to become a harmonious spirit master. Maybe it was just a casual sentence from Hill, but Gung Yuanqi took it seriously and put his entire family in danger. The situation was very clear. A battle was unavoidable. On Zichen's side, Huan Kai took the initiative to take a few steps forward. Saint Might surged around him as he stared coldly at the group of people in front of him. He did not say anything, but his provocation was obvious. In the next moment, a saint walked out from Hill's side. The other's expression was cold and detached. His aura was much purer and purer than Huan Kai's. I am Huan Kai. Walking out, Huan Kai said indifferently. When Wei do, the saint said in a low voice. Huan Kai nodded and said, Very good. May I ask what is the relationship between Dei Starfields when family and sire? When Wei do was silent, but his brows were knitted. That was the family he was in, and it was built by him. If sire continues to step forward and choose to be my enemy, Dei Starfields when family will no longer exist. If sire is tactful, turn around and leave now. I will guarantee your when family's prosperity for thousands of years, Huan Kai continued. Hearing this, Wen Weidu was obviously stunned. His expression was even more shocked than when he saw Xingqian fuse. Behind him, the other saints who were also stunned quickly burst into laughter. Anyone could see that the guy called Huan Kai in front of them was not a true saint. His battle prowess was limited, but the other party dared to threaten a true saint. Of course, this was not the most ridiculous part. What made them feel ridiculous was that he said such words in front of Daf Hill. In this place, the person who was truly qualified to say those words had yet to open his mouth, yet a nobody had come and shouted at the person who had the strength to do so. It was indeed very laughable. Daf Hill also felt that this sentence was ridiculous, so he laughed coldly. You're courting death. When Weidu was enraged. This Huan Kai was obviously making fun of him. With a roar, he rushed towards Huan Kai. Swoosh. Huan Kai retreated, not because he was afraid, but because the battlefield was not here. After retreating a few li, Huan Kai launched a fierce attack towards Wen Wei Do. The boundless saint energy was like a huge wave, appearing from behind him. It swept towards Wen Wei Do, layer upon layer, bringing with it an angry roar. Facing Huan Kai's attack, Wen Wei Do had no choice but to raise his palms and push them forward. Suddenly, a barrier formed completely by saint energy appeared and blocked in front of him. Boom! Like an angry wave, it rushed up to the middle of a dam. As soon as it came into contact, it exploded with a rumbling sound. This was Huan Kai's full-strength attack. Its power was very strong, and when Weidu couldn't help but retreat. The moment his opponent retreated, Huan Kai's roar rang out. A saint energy light sword appeared in his hand, and he rushed towards Wen Weidu as one with the sword. Pong! The barrier that Wen Weidu put up with his palms shattered. The tip of the sword pierced through the barrier and went straight for Wen Weidu's forehead. Seeing this sharp sword, the latter's expression changed slightly. His body retreated again, and at the same time, he flipped his palms and struck out again. The energy saint energy sword in Huan Kai's hand instantly exploded, and the energy contained within was completely dispersed. Huan Kai seemed to have expected this, and in an instant, he sped up and punched Wen Weidu's chest. Pong! His chest was hit, and when Weidu's body flew out. However, this attack wasn't serious, and he didn't even have the slightest injury. It was like scratching an itch. After Huan Kai's attack succeeded, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he looked at Wen Weidu with disdain, and his face was full of mockery. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Wen Weidu was about to step forward again. Who would have thought that the current Huan Kai would actually clasp his hands towards Zichun and say, "This person is really too much trash. He's not worthy for me to take action. Moreover, this person is already heavily injured, and there's no need to fear him. I'll take my leave now, and we'll meet again someday." Huan Kai's words, which could be said to be nonsense, stunned everyone once again, especially Wen Weidu, who was completely stupefied. "He's too much trash. He's already heavily injured. You're clearly the most trash." That attack seemed to be connected, but you only had the advantage of making the first move. Moreover, the attack power was too weak, like scratching an itch. Not to mention a heavy injury, there wasn't even a light injury. However, the other party's words were very certain. To be able to reach this realm of lying through one's teeth, it could be considered rare in the world. However, in the next instant, when Weidu saw that the other party actually turned around and left. His speed was extremely fast. Not good. This guy wants to run. When Weidu instantly became alert. Without saying anything, he shouted and chased after him. Seeing that when Weidu was chasing after him, Huan Kai shouted loudly, "Idiot, your enemy isn't me. Trash like you doesn't deserve to fight with me. Also, be careful of your family. If I let a guy who isn't even a saint like you run away today, then how can I still have the face to live in this world?" When Weidu shouted coldly and immediately chased after Huan Kai. He naturally saw that Huan Kai's realm wasn't high, but he was deliberately trying to be mysterious. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly disappeared from sight. Regarding Wen Weidu's departure, Hill didn't have anything to say, and there was nothing to worry about. Then, three saints walked out from Hill's side and looked ahead. "I'll do it." Zampa Haolin's gaze was fixed on one of the saints, her eyes filled with coldness. Zampa Haoming and Zampa Haochu walked out. After nodding slightly at Zichun, the three of them flew into the distance. The three saints beside Daf Hill immediately followed. At this moment, there were 4 people left beside Daf Hill, and 3 by Zichun's side. But these 3 people had extraordinary origins, and they were all outstanding members of the royal family. As the 3 stepped out, Xingqian said coldly to those people, "Come at me together." Of course, the 5 of them couldn't attack together, but 4 of them walked out. Soon, only Zichun and Hill were left. Hill also looked at Zichun seriously for the first time, and there was a puzzled look on his face. "You're just a heaven realm cultivator. What right do you have to stand in front of me?" His expression gradually turned cold. "Wuji is my teacher." Zichun's answer was simple and clear, and it instantly angered Daf Hill. He nodded at Zichun and said ferociously, "Very well, then I'll let you die a little later." On the city wall, when the middle-aged beauty heard Zichun's words, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect that this person had such a relationship with Wuji. Zichun's saint aura spread out. His realm was between the heaven realm and the saint realm. He had the energy and soul of a heaven realm cultivator, but the body of a saint. So what if you're that person's disciple? I haven't really become a saint yet, and killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The nightmare in the depths of Daf Hill's heart was completely ignited. His expression became more and more ferocious, and his eyes were slowly turning red, as if he was about to lose his mind. Zichun was ready for a big battle. The enemy in front of him was undoubtedly the most troublesome, and also the strongest existence he had ever met. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Just as Zichun was about to attack, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and Daf Hill's eyes slowly regained their clarity. The terrifying aura that naturally exuded from his body also disappeared as his eyes regained their clarity. Taking a deep breath, Daf Hill suppressed the urge to attack and said, "If you want to die, I'll naturally fulfill your wish later. But now, I don't want to attack. I want to quietly watch your people all die." Zichun asked indifferently, "Why not your people all die in battle?" Daf Hill smiled and said, Then let's just watch quietly. Let's see which side will die first. P.S. I wish everyone a happy and healthy new year. Chapter 2193. After saying that, Hill once again became calm and composed. He stood there quietly with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was resting. Zichen couldn't see through him. After carefully comparing the power of both sides, he was sure that the longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for his side. So he restrained his aura. After that, he released his perfect spiritual sense to check the situation of the battle. Within the range of his spiritual sense, Zichen could see everyone's movements. He even saw that when Wei was about to catch up with Huan Kai. During this time, he could sense the spiritual senses of all the saints, but he couldn't sense Hill's. He looked at Hill in confusion. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the quality of Hill's spiritual sense was higher than Zichen's perfect spiritual sense, so he couldn't sense the existence of Hill's spiritual sense. The possibility of this happening wasn't high because perfect spiritual sense was the highest quality spiritual sense in the world. Even if Zichen was only in the heaven realm, he could still sense the fluctuations of the saint's spiritual sense. Even if Hill's spiritual sense was special and Zichen couldn't sense it completely, he should be able to sense some fluctuations. But Zichen didn't sense any fluctuations. The other possibility was that Hill didn't release his spiritual sense at all and didn't look at the battle around him. Hill's eyes were closed and he looked calm. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to the battle around him. Why isn't he paying attention to the battle? Does he not care about their lives or has absolute confidence in them? Zichen had already determined that it was the latter. He frowned and became more and more confused. These were all his people, so it was only right for him to pay attention to the situation of these people. But he didn't. Hill didn't even look at them. His eyes were closed as if he was asleep. Zichen didn't understand why he did this. He chose to wait and released his spiritual sense to observe the battle around him. The beautiful middle-aged woman standing on the city wall seemed to understand Hill's intention. Her eyes were filled with shock. Then she looked at Zichen with worry. The restrictions were broken, but the saints did not enter the city to kill. Many Yu clan members quietly came to the other side of the city wall and looked around. Outside the city, many saints had already started fighting, and the waves of saint power continued to spread. They were shocked to see so many saints here, but they were also pleasantly surprised. These saints seemed to be on their side. While the shock waves from the battle in the distance attracted the attention of many people, the two people fighting under the city wall naturally attracted the attention of most of the Moon Clan members. Among them, there was one that everyone was very familiar with. He was the instigator of this incident. The other party's strength made their hearts tremble. Previously, he had even broken through the restrictions with a single strike. As for the other person, he stood quietly in front of the other person. Judging from his aura, he was only at the heaven realm, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Under the probing of Zichen's spiritual sense, Huan Kai had already rushed out of this planet and was still fleeing at full speed. Wen Wei was following closely behind. Just as the two figures disappeared from his spiritual sense, Zichen silently counted one in his heart. Huan Kai's speed was very fast. After rushing out of this planet, he used teleportation and flew towards a nearby planet. Trash, why are you chasing me? I already told you, your target is someone else. As he rushed forward, Huan Kai did not forget to provoke Wen Wei. The latter did not say a word and only continued to chase, the murderous intent in his eyes growing stronger. Just like this, one chased and one fled. Huan Kai quickly entered the second planet. At the center of this planet, there stood a lonely 3-story hall. Hurry up and open the door. Seeing this hall from afar, Huan Kai shouted loudly and his speed became even faster. The hall door opened, and Huan Kai turned into a stream of light and rushed in. At the same time, his voice rang out, "Hurry up and shrink and leave this place. Hurry up, hurry up. It's too late." A cold voice rang out from behind Huan Kai. It was Wen Wei Do who had chased after him without hesitation. He didn't believe that someone who wasn't even a saint could do anything to him. Huan Kai, who was previously nervous, turned around and looked at Wenwei when he heard this. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Wenwei suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He wanted to turn around and leave this place, but at this moment, the hall door closed with a bang, and the entire hall became one. Open for me. Wenwei Do roared and mobilized his saint power to attack the walls of the hall. When the attack landed on the walls, it only created ripples of energy. What the hell is this place? Seeing that this attack did not have the slightest effect, Wenwei was obviously shocked. Then, he struck out another powerful attack. But this attack was still the same. After several attacks in a row, he could not shake this hall at all. He cried out in his heart, oh no, he fell into a trap. The opponents of the Zambu siblings were all from the Day Galaxy. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they could still call out each other's names after meeting. Last time, one of the three had attacked Zambu Haolin. So this time, Zambu Haoming and Zambu Haochu did not hold back. In fact, Zambu Haoming was very glad that his enemy was not from the Doff family. So even if he killed the three in front of him, it would not have much impact on the Zambu family. Go to hell. Zambu Haolin held a Saint Energy lightsaber in her hand and rushed forward. Zambu Haochu held a Saint Energy longsword and followed closely beside her. In fact, this was the awkwardness of a saint without a saint weapon. Ordinary celestial weapons could not withstand too much saint energy, and their power was not as good as condensed saint energy weapons. In a battle between saints, besides heavenly path techniques, saint energy weapons were also key. Zambu Haolin had obviously cultivated sword techniques. Every strike would have a surge of saint energy sword chi, and it was very powerful. Boom. Surging energy surged, and saint energy waves spread in all directions, forming terrifying ripples. In this 3-on-3 battle, the Zambu siblings had an obvious advantage from the beginning of the battle because of their tacit cooperation. If this continued, as long as the three did not make any mistakes, it would not be a big problem to win this battle. The situation on this side was very reassuring. Zichen's spiritual thoughts continued to shift and swept toward Xing Chun and the others. This time, the three of them had to fight 4 people, and 2 of them were Doff Hill's personal guards. This battle was what Zichun was most worried about. Although the 3 of them were emitting saint energy, it was obvious that they were not true saints. This time, before coming, they had already done their homework on the 6 saints from Day Starfield. So when they arrived at the battlefield, Brilliant took the initiative to choose the 2 saints from Day Starfield. As for the 2 personal guards of Doff Hill, they were left to Xing Chun and Ming Yu to deal with. Ming Yu retreated, and one of the guards followed, his aura surging. You piece of trash, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. The remaining guards sneered at Xing Chun. After the 2 sons of Xing Chen merged, Xing Chun naturally knew the other's name and background. When he was under Doff Hill's control, this person had bullied him a lot. Bryn, you must die today, Xing Chun said coldly. The saint named Bryn snorted and sneered. You, who can barely be considered a saint. Don't worry, the young master has ordered me not to kill you, because you are a servant, a natural servant. Saint energy surged, and Bryn rushed toward Xing Chun, punching out. A dazzling fist light filled the sky. This was his full-strength punch, and it carried a powerful force that directly shattered the space. Xing Chen's aura surged as Star Saint energy enveloped his body, and he countered with a punch. Although his pure saint-level physical body was still unable to unleash 100% of its power, it was much more powerful than before. It was not difficult for him to face a saint head-on. In addition, the energy in Xing Chen's body was also made up of saint energy. Boom. The 2 fists collided, and there was a loud explosion. The energy raged, and a large area of the void was shattered. Xing Chen's body shook slightly, and a light shield of Xing Chen appeared around him, neutralizing the raging energy, and at the same time, he retreated. Bryn, who was in front, was not as calm as Xing Chun when facing this powerful energy. He could only keep retreating. Every step he took, there would be a loud explosion in the void, and the void would explode with each step he took. In their first confrontation, Xing Chun had the upper hand with absolute power, and this surprised Bryn. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the sky had become very bright. He looked up instinctively and saw that in the clear sky, there was suddenly a sky full of Xing Chun. These Xing Chun emitted a bright light, and like eyes, they stared at Bryn and blinked. Looking at these Xing Chun, Bryn did not know why, but a chill suddenly appeared in his heart. At this moment, Xing Chen's body slowly rose into the sky and stood under the sky full of stars. His body emitted bright starlight, and he slowly opened his hands, as if he was embracing the sky. Buzz. At this moment, the sky and earth trembled, and the sky full of Xing Chun suddenly dimmed. Bryn quickly realized that it was not the stars that dimmed, but some of them suddenly brightened. These bright stars, if connected together, looked like the pattern of a sword. First Heaven's sword, descend, hugging the stars in the sky with both hands, he let out a cold shout. A celestial sword appeared from the star map, bringing with it an extremely powerful aura as it flew towards Bryn below. Looking at this Heaven's sword, and feeling the terrifying aura it emitted, Bryn's expression changed drastically. He shouted loudly, and his hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and his body kept retreating. Then, a barrier with many runes surging on the surface of his body appeared in front of him. If one looked carefully, one would find that these runes all had the same word, and that was defend. After the barrier appeared, it expanded and stood in front of Bryn like a wall, and many of the defend characters were shining brightly. The heavenly sword landed on the barrier and burst out with a powerful energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was like water ripples that spread out in all directions. Space was also like water ripples that caused ripples to appear. The energy of Xing Chen's Heaven Sword and the barrier was constantly being depleted, but the former's energy consumption was obviously faster. This powerful sword was blocked by Bryn. However, just as a smile appeared on his face, the smile on his face froze when he saw the scene in front of him, and his face was filled with fear. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.